Chapter 1, The Storyteller of Tongfu Inn. Chapter 1, The Storyteller of Tongfu Inn. As mentioned last time, that Zhang Fan went to Kongsang Mountain to investigate the anomaly of the demon cult and fell into the necropolis with Sweki. In the Tongfu Inn, the hall was full of guests. Everyone was surrounded by the restaurant on the third and outer floors, and they all watched attentively at the blind man sitting in the middle. The blind man had a handsome face, was dressed in black, and was holding a folding fan. As soon as he opened his mouth, the whole room was quiet, and the needles dropped. Even the majestic young woman in the crowd listened attentively. The young woman was exquisitely built and dressed in purple. The temperament is dusty, cold and high-fashioned. The face is as beautiful as jade. A pair of eyes are extremely bright. Despite her breathtaking, no one in the inn dared to look at her. Because someone did this 2 days ago, he was beaten up and seriously injured. This woman made a decisive and ruthless shot, which left a deep impression on everyone. Nowadays, no one would dare to look at her more, and nothing is important. Now even Bai Zhantang was frightened every time she passed by her. As a thief, he has a lot of knowledge and knows this beautiful woman. The master of the famous Yuhua Palace invites the moon. The body of immortal demon, Qinggong proud of the world. A big monster who kills without blinking. Martial arts can be compared with Yan Nantian, the #1 Excalibur in the world in the posture of god of war. Is one of the strongest women in the world today. With this kind of existence, sitting in the Tongfu Inn, Bai Zhantang felt that his heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidney were trembling. Can't wait to get as far away as possible. But he didn't dare to be absent from work, otherwise Tong Xianjia would definitely not spare him. So he can only run around tremblingly, shivering every time he passes by Yeyu. Living like the middle of the year, he didn't listen to what the blind Zhang said. The only thing that makes him feel lucky is this Amaya Master Yingyu has never caused trouble. As long as no one provokes her, she just sits there and listens to blind Zhang telling stories. Fairly stable. It was by accident that Zhao Yueben discovered Zhang blind who was telling a story in Tongfu. To be honest, she was attracted by this guy's peerless appearance at first sight. But then I discovered that this guy not only looks good, but also has a novel idea. The stories that came out of his mouth seemed endless. Those worlds of cultivating immortals were described in his mouth. It seems to be close at hand, within reach. However, Yeyu knew very well in her heart that she had already practiced her inner strength to the extreme, and she had never been able to reach the realm described by Zhang Xiazi. I don't know how far it is. It is exactly the same that invites Yuke to appreciate Zhang Blind's talent more and more. I am very yearning for the immortal cultivation world he constructed. At this time, Tong Xianjia also stood behind the counter, fiddled with the abacus, casually counting the silver taels. While listening to the story of the blind man, she was so happy that this blind man came from ear to ear. With this blind man, business is very good. Want to hire him? That won't work, I haven't asked him for money yet. Let him talk about it here. What should I do if I ask for money? Big Mouth, will you run out after you finish cooking? Big Mouth and eyes didn't move away. Treasurer, you let me listen to this paragraph. Everyone listens to the book, and nobody eats it? It will be cold by then. Just saying that, Big Mouth didn't even turn his head. Tong Xianjia pushed him twice, his big mouth turned his head without turning his head, and the positioning was accurate. As soon as Tong Xianjia saw it, it was up to him. That one will be almost over, you should hurry up and cook, don't let the guests wait too much. I ran away and deducted all your monthly wages. I know the shopkeeper, thank you for the shopkeeper. Leaning on the edge of the wooden ladder listening to the book with his big mouth happily, his mouth almost reached the back of his head. Bebe. Tong Xianjia saw many people and found that Mo Xiaobei could not be found. After a while, I discovered that Moziobe, a little dwarf, was shrunken in the crowd, with buttocks around his head, which did not prevent her from listening to books. She listened attentively, and didn't even hear Tong Zionjio calling her. "It's over, all crazy." Tong Zionjio shook his head, and also listened to the book. Lu Zioki was also sitting aside, listening with her cheek supported. Shake his head from time to time, "This is wonderful, this wonderful. The rhetoric is gorgeous and the scene is magnificent, write it down, maybe the exam will be useful." Then he took out his notebook and wrote it down. After remembering, he found out. I missed it. So he pulled Guo Furong next to him. "Hey, what did you just talk about?" Guo Furong was listening attentively, and was very engaged. He was immediately annoyed by him like this. "Go away." She slapped her face down and almost slapped Lu Zioki somersault. Lu Zioki grinned and patted On's shoulder. The son once said, "The gentleman speaks but doesn't use his hands." Shut up. Guo Furong withdrew his murderous gaze and quickly plunged into the storyteller. Among these few people, she is the one she loves to listen to Zhang blind. After all, her dream is to be a heroine. I really love this legend of rivers and lakes and my children, and I wish I could enter that world too. Asterisk. Chapter 2, The Ultra Brain System, Calculating Everything. Chapter 2, The Ultra Brain System, Calculating Everything. At this time, it was said that Zhang Fan and the two were separated by the black water black snake. Guo Furong's small hands were clenched into fists, and he was very nervous. This is naturally the Zhu Xian biography that the blind man had read in his previous life. The blind man's name is Zhang Tianyi. I crossed over a few years ago. The nickname is blind because, indeed, blind. The original owner was not blind before, but later he studied too hard and became highly myopic. Then I went blind. After being blinded, the one passing by is called a miserable one. In Zhang Tianyi's words, it is not as good as pigs and dogs. So later he hung up. Zhang Tianyi passed through, gloriously becoming a blind man. Fortunately, in his previous life, he suffered from illness all the year round, and he was dying of pain. Although invisible in this life, he has hands and feet and is in good health. Not long after coming to this world, he happily accepted and adapted, and ran to the Tongfu Inn to tell the story. Still having fun every day. After going back and forth, he used the novels he had read in his previous life to attract many customers to the inn. It can be considered as being able to feed oneself. At this time, it's about the thrilling occasion. Suddenly the voice of the storyteller stopped abruptly. Everyone held their breath, and the inn fell into extreme silence. Everyone thought it was a tense moment, and the storyteller began to sell it again. All waited with bated breath. No one knows. At this time, Zhang Tianyi's heart had already set off a stormy sea. Ding! The system is binding. Ding! Congratulations on your successful implantation of the Ultron system. Ding! The brain structure of the host is being transformed, and the brain utilization rate has been developed to 10%. Ding! The host can perceive the nature of the world. System. Damn it, the Ultron system? It's been several years, why did you come here? At this moment, Zhang Tianyi's eyes are still pitch black. But the pictures around the body appeared out of thin air in my mind. As if he had opened his eyes, he actually perceives everything in the outside world. It's just that the pictures around here are different from what you see with the naked eye. It is made up of countless boxes and countless formulas of 0 and 1. Just like the code. He can distinguish people, tables, meals, houses, etc., composed of lines and formulas. He subconsciously paid attention to a person. The brain immediately started to spin. Host analysis and deduction. This person is 99.99% likely to have a cough after 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, this person really coughed. Ding, the host successfully calculated the result. The brain development rate ascension is 0.00001%. I go. So accurate. Am I going to change my fortune telling? At this moment Zhang Tianyi felt a clear light in his mind. The thinking is extremely clear, just like a computer, with powerful functions. The brain can be developed by calculation. I don't know what it is like to develop to the extreme. With the development of the brain, countless information floods in. The guests in the inn were caught by Zhang Tianyi with bated breath. As expected of Zhu Xianchuan, everyone listened so seriously, so let's continue talking. Snapped. Zhang Tianyi slapped the folding fan in his hand. At the same time, the tongue was thunderous, but when Zhang Fan was on the line of life and death, Zhang Fan rose up for his courage, and the dark blue light appeared again. Everyone was shaking. Following Zhang Tianyi's narration, he was violently fluctuating up and down. Even the palace master in White Moon was completely forgetful when he heard it. His slender hands were tightly clasped in his sleeves, but he didn't notice. Just looking straight at Zhang Tianyi with his eyes. At this time, Zhang Tianyi kept looking at the surrounding guests with his own heart and eye. It's easy to do dual purposes. He locked a young hunchback in the inn. Start deduction. This man looks strange, his face is covered with dog skin plaster, and everyone around him is disgusted. Ding. Analysis and deduction. This person pretends to be a camel, he is cautious and nervous, and he is being chased and killed. At the age of 18, I have fled all the way from the south to this point. The previous life was pampered, and his family was rich. Character is simple and arrogant, Renxia is righteous. Chased by someone? Wouldn't it be here? Zhang Tianyi thought for a while, but didn't pay any more attention. He can now see things as well as deductions, and don't panic when encountering danger. It is certainly not a problem to be able to foresee and protect yourself. Then he looked at Big Mouth again. Ding. Analysis and deduction. This person is 29 years old, a cook, good knives, and has just cooked food. The aura of rivers and lakes on my body is strong, and I rushed through rivers and lakes for a while. Character reckless, fake, and righteous. After staying here for so long, Zhang Tianyi naturally knew that this was Lita's why. The calculation is similar to what I know. Hey, it's a good calculation. Zhang Tianyi looked at Guo Furong again. Ding. Analysis and deduction. This person is 19 years old. He was cared for by his elders when he was a teenager, and he has kung fu. Character is stubborn, lazy, sometimes squeamish, attendant. Zhang Tianyi was pleasantly surprised. Quite accurate. All correct. Zhang Tianyi sniffed his nose. Suddenly stopped, no longer telling the story. Huh? Why did it stop? Yeah, what happened afterwards? Blind Zhang, you can't do this, you can't say half of it. If conditions permit, Zhang Tianyi wants to roll his eyes. What to do if you don't talk about half of it? This book is long, and after I tell you it, either you are exhausted or I am exhausted. Asterisk. Chapter 3, Things Like God. Chapter 3, Things Are Like God. Zhang Tianyi slowly picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, and said unhurriedly, "Come here today, it's going to rain soon, everyone will go home early." Someone stretched their heads outside the door and looked at the sky carefully. Hey, how can it be raining on this sunny day? You really don't have to open your eyes, open your mouth and talk nonsense. It's definitely not raining, you can talk about it again. Yes, blind Zhang, I'll talk about it later, like a cat scratching in my heart. You can't sleep like this when we go back. Let's talk about it again, I have 2 coins left, and I will give you both. Mine is for you too. The shopkeeper, give the storyteller to Long Jing. Zhang Tianyi is a little depressed. Don't you believe what I just calculated? This is polite, but I am embarrassed to refuse. Well, since everyone doesn't believe me, I will continue talking. If it rains for a while, I can't leave, don't say I didn't remind you. Furthermore, the woman in green jumped up, gestured with her hands, and the white light lit up. Everyone began to listen attentively again. However, it took less than a stick of incense. The sky outside really became gloomy with the naked eye. After a muffled thunder sounded, there was a heavy rain. What the hell? Everyone looked at the sky outside, then looked at Zhang Tianyi, who was drinking tea leisurely, with a look of surprise. It's a god. Blind Zhang really got it right. It was only after the incense sticks, and there was a heavy rain on the bright sunny day. This horrible weather has become too fast. Yes, but how did Blind Zhang know? Everyone looked confused. They asked Zhang Tianyi one after another, Blind Zhang, how did you know it's going to rain? Zhang Tianyi smiled faintly, I counted it. Hi, how could it be possible that you can tell a fortune as a storyteller? Ha ha ha, you are a joke. Don't say it, it really got him right. Inviting you, with a beautiful face, sat on her seat and looked at Zhang Tianyi with great interest. With her cultivation base, she never guessed that it was going to rain heavily outside. The blind man closed his eyes, he just said so surely. It's definitely not blind. But how did it do it? Inviting Ueda's eyes to turn around, but I can't figure it out. Cannot help being very curious. There are not many things she can't understand in this world. In this way, this handsome storyteller seems to have a sense of mystery. It's raining so hard outside here, so we don't have to go anymore. Let's listen to a book here. Okay, I'm going back late this time, and I won't be scolded by my wife. Blind Zhang, let me talk more about it. I have given you all the copper on my body, and I will bring it to you tomorrow. I have some more here, I'll call you a pot of tea again, and you will moisturize your throat. Hearing this, Tong Xianjiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Ouch, everyone stays here and listens to the book. It's a real treat to eat melon seeds while listening to a book. We have everything to eat in the inn, so please order. Melon seeds and soybeans, everything you need. Big mouth, let's make some cold dishes. Good shopkeeper, blind man Zhang, wait for me. Bai Zhantang saw Tong Xianjiao's eyes. With a swish, he rushed out, running forward and backward like a gust of wind. Melon seeds, here it is. Oh, there are soybeans, the guest officer, wait a moment. We still have braised chicken feet, here and here. The accountant has collected money. The wind whistled by Zhantang running. Zhang Tianyi said suddenly, slow down the hall, don't fall. Everyone also saw Bai Zhantang running fast, and they persuaded, yes, don't worry, this afternoon. A confident smile appeared at the corner of Bai Zhantang's mouth. Just kidding, steal the holy white jade soup. Qinggong is not just talking. If you can still fall after running, you can laugh out loud when you say it, so you don't have to mess around. Don't worry. I'll go. The words are not over yet. Bai Zhantang tripped suddenly and flew out. He couldn't fall when he was good at it. There was another object blocking the movement. He threw a dog gnawing mud. Bai Zhantang lay on the ground, looking awkwardly at the full hall of guests, and staring at him for a while. If there is a crack on the ground at this time, Bai Zhantang will definitely get in. Unfortunately not. He stood up silently, and finally didn't dare to run so fast anymore. Everyone behind him burst into laughter. Blind Zhang really owns you, you guessed it? You guy is not a cultivator, right? Perhaps, he said these stories to me. An old man nodded seriously. What is your intention to hide in our mortal world? Someone is joking. Yeyu also looked at Zhang Tianyi quietly, as if she wanted to see him through. And Zhang Tianyi sat in the same place without knowing it. The old god was there. I said, you don't believe me. At this moment, a dozen swordsmen in green shirts walked in. It's a disciple of the Qing Cheng faction. Why did people from the Qing Cheng faction come here? The leader is the second of King Qing's 4 shows. Yes, Yurenyeo, Luo Renja. I didn't expect the two to appear at the same time. What is this going to do? Asterisk. Chapter 4, Straight Break. Chapter 4, Straight Break. The hunchback who was previously deduced by Zhang Tianyi was obviously nervous. The moment he saw Qing Cheng disciples, he shrank 2 steps into the crowd. He lowered his head to hide his own face, and there was a deep hatred in his eyes. The Qing Cheng sent disciples walked in swaggeringly. I looked around and found that the inn was already full of people, and there was no place at all. So a Qing Cheng disciple suddenly rushed into the crowd, grabbed a customer by the neck and threw it to the side. You, get out. Then he pointed to several people who were sitting, with a tough attitude. And you all get out of me. Seeing that the Qing Cheng sect disciples are still afraid to make way, what are you sitting there waiting for? All roll aside. Hurry up. What about the ink? Want to die? The cheeks of these people are flushed, but they dare not speak. Most of them are ordinary people, and they have no resistance to the Qing Cheng sect disciples. About to get up and give way. A voice rang from the field. I saw blind Zhang holding a teacup and said leisurely, I advise you, don't be so overbearing, otherwise. The disciple instantly turned his head to look at Zhang Tianyi, the fierceness in his eyes almost overflowed. Otherwise? Blind, you want to die too? Zhang Tianyi took a sip of tea with a calm expression, otherwise he will die. You. The Qing Cheng disciple was furious in an instant, and was about to rush to look at Zhang Tianyi. Lu Yu. Stop it. The leader Yurenyeo stopped the Qing Cheng disciple. Don't make extravagant branches. Lu Yu glared at Zhang Tianyi fiercely, and then cast his anger on the heads of the people around him. You guys, let's get out of here. Wait for daddy to do it yourself. Get out. This time Yurenyeo didn't stop it. What status is he? There is no reason why those people are sitting and standing. Although the guests who were driven away were very dissatisfied, they did not dare to refute. I can only stand up silently, retreat to the corner and continue listening to the story. But one person in the field did not stand up. The Grand Palace Master of the Flower Palace invited you to sit there coldly, unmoving. He didn't even look at them. The disciples of the Qing Cheng faction did not walk rivers and lakes less, so you can tell who is not easy to mess with. The temperament of Yeyu was there, cold and high, and they didn't dare to provoke her. There are enough seats anyway. They sat down and started drinking tea, ready to listen to the story. But they do not provoke the invitation month. Yeyu is upset now. The main palace owner of the Palace of the Flower Palace, did not rush people to listen to the book here, and listen to the book quietly. Well, you guys, the row of noodles is bigger than this palace, you dare to drive people in front of the palace when you come to listen to the book? How about hanging the old birthday star? Tired of life? Do you know that the head of your Qing Cheng faction has to be honest in front of this palace? Yeyu Eben is an indifferent and cold temperament, treating anyone coldly and mercilessly. Qing Cheng sent these disciples to make her unhappy, and there was only one ending. All have to die. She stood up. Silently walked to Yurenyeo's table. Get up, don't dirty the table. Her voice is clever, ethereal, and unpredictable. Although the tone is indifferent, ruthless, and trembling, but soft, delicate and beautiful, Han and Po. Yurenyeo suddenly felt he had fallen into the ice cave and stood up subconsciously. He asked weakly, what's the matter? The surrounding Qing Cheng disciples also stood up. This is exactly what invites the moon. She took it out with one palm without using any moves. Pure ice-cold internal energy gushes out. Suddenly, all the disciples of the Qing Cheng faction were swarmed with a strong force, and they were photographed outside the inn without drawing their swords. Then invited you to hold her palm. Endless internal energy screwed together. The Qing Cheng disciples screamed. It was twisted into twists and died clean. The two highest in their cultivation base are just the realm of the acquired peak. Invite a great master to kill them like ants. Uranyeo and Luo Renja had a miserable death, their eyes were full of unwillingness and perplexity. They couldn't figure out why to death. Why do you still encounter an iron plate after listening to a book? The most important is, we didn't provoke you, big sister. At this time, everyone in the inn had scalp tingling. Someone remembered what Zhang Tianyi said before. If the blind judges you to die for 3 watchdogs, you still have to die for 3 watchdogs. It really didn't delay even half of the incense. It's dead and crisp. Before that, who could have imagined that more than a dozen Qing Cheng sect disciples died so soon? I'm going, it's really dead. Blind Zhang really made it right. Does blind Zhang really count? Does it matter if it counts? Run. Dead. Run. The Huich La La group of people all ran out. No money. The bill hasn't been settled yet. It hasn't been settled yet. When Tong Xianjiao was in a hurry, he forgot that there was still a killer in the inn and chased him directly. Chase out 2 streets. None of them caught up. He walked back angrily, his face turned dark. Seeing Yeyu, she was very scared and squeezed a weak smile and ran aside. He got under the table neatly. Look aside. Good guys, the guys at the inn stayed squatting down here. Go inside. I can't get in. Asterisk. Chapter 5, On the Invitation of a Reward. Chapter 5, On the Invitation of a Reward. Bei Zan Tang shivering with, and shifted back, almost Annette was to go out. He is now afraid of. Because he knows more. The famous invitation great ruler. Not afraid to put so and so on. His side shivering violently. Gradually the side of the mouth and gave Tong Xianjiao infected. Not long after, shaking the table altogether. Do not shake. How come you so counseled it? You. Or old Byronii. Although he was afraid, was quiet silently shouted, blind, fast do not drink tea, and hear. Zhang Tianyi did not seem to hear like. Still sitting in the distance, holding teacup tea. Red in the face, the heart does not jump, do not shake hands. God in the old school. Bai Zhan Tang a slap shot on his forehead, could not bear to look at. It's blind. He looked up and down the invitation Zhang Tianyi, mouth suddenly brought back a smile, an instant in seemed lit up. If you Huagong people see this scene, certainly stunned. On the invitation actually laughed. Laughter is because the invitation is now really appreciate this handsome Zhang blind. This is the blind man no cultivation base, as a man, or a blind man. Faced with such a drastic change, but it can be so indifferent, without blinking an eye. Moreover, he was not put on. That holding teacup in hand, there is no shred of trembling, as steady as Mount Tai. No losses that she can fancy people. This would anyone enough to overlook the hero in the world. Da-da footsteps. Everyone looked. Suddenly surprised a moment. That hunchback not even run, but look very excited rushed to the front of the invitation itself. His eyes looked feverish invitation. He who are charged with blood feud, now unaccompanied, I do not see any hope. Suddenly we saw extremely strong on the invitation, and the only thought in my mind is. This beautiful woman must have the ability to help their revenge. A touch of Zen superior martial arts, Jene masterpiece. Boy have a favor to ask. Hunchback apart from anything else I should kneel pleading. Do not kneel. Zhang Tianyi down teacup, Len he heard, kneel down die. Hunchback covered with fine hair stood on end. Half-bent legs too suddenly stretched straight. Those Ching Cheng disciples is not to listen to Zhang Tianyi, now the corpse is cold outside. Zhang Tianyi think of a crystal ball. Hunchback moment, back on the hole is a cold sweat. He is now said to Zhang Tianyi words convinced. Zhang Tianyi said kneel die, that is kneel die, probably stays, but 3 breathing. The invitation is suddenly surprised. She quietly put away the body of internal energy, Mamugwangwa flow. That he would have guessed? She really hate this whenever they knelt down and casually ask a man. Have the ability to make good cultivation, knelt down and ask what skill count? After she saw, not only will not have a shred of mercy, will feel sick. Smelly man spineless. See a killing one fills, so dirty own eyes. Just hunchback instantly to his knees, on the invitation of internal energy have good luck. The hunchback knees when landing, that is, the head of landing the occasion. A message will not stay. But this time hunchback Zhang Tianyi is restrained. Instead, she did not kill the mood. Instead more interested in up to Zhang Tianyi, looking at Zhang Tianyi Mamu inexplicable flashing brilliance. Do the authors? This guy is really what can be extrapolated? If he is now chosen to kill the hunchback, what will happen? Invitation wink thought. He should also know about it? Indeed, Zhang Tianyi suddenly interrupted her talk of dangerous idea. The girl, killed so many people, 6 doors soon too. Even if you are very strong, you will find trouble. Invitation nodded slightly, Zhang Tianyi was right. Even her super strength, do not want to go against the official front. After all, 6 doors is the official organization, which many experts. But to say fear, I certainly did not much fear. Her ethereal voice cold. No harm, that I will leave. This will have important matter to deal with, have been planning to leave. Your story speaks well, they stay for a day. She said to go, trembling under the table. Tong Xianjiao's solemn face, eyes turn immediately realized that wrong. She and Beizan Tang as one, panic. The statue at the inn just kill God kill Ching Cheng dozen disciples There are 2 for show bis. Ching Cheng the time to come to this who hold up. Nor to the inn. By the time everyone had starved to death. Probably it had been hacked. Thought of this, she was direct drilled out, you kill so many people, Ching Cheng people looking for revenge men supposed that. Standing proudly on the invitation, the sound is still cold. This house never dare to do things, do not let others bear for me, I'll send someone over there. Ching Cheng notice people are killed in this house. If they dare to gas spread to your head, this house full of them went out the door, the amount they did not have the guts. This indifference in different words, but with an overbearing masterpiece. Tong Xianjiao laughed, men can rest assured that smart. Beizan Tang also drilled out, keeping a distance, far from a cupped fist. Thanks a lot. Although the invitation saying it, but she glanced blind. Heart still do not worry. This is certainly not the head of Ching Cheng and courage against their own, men who might have length toking but if things get on the bad. This blind man who does not cultivation base in the body. At that time what had happened, this book could not finish her this life. Her heart fears Zhang Tianyi, but attributed these to listen in on the book. As there is no other idea, only she knows. She thought for a moment, suddenly said, small blind, listening to your book so many days, did not give you a reward. This palace disdain that a reward such as unholy. You intelligible meridians points. Asterisk. Chapter 6, just understand 80% of it, modified. Chapter 6, just understand 80% of it. Zhang Tianyi has now reached 10% of his brain development. Combining what you know from past and present lives, you can find out Meridian's acupuncture points with just a little bit of thinking. Even if you haven't watched it, you can do it at will. So he nodded, I have seen medical skills before, and I know everything basically. Yeyu said, then the palace will pass you an inner strength mental method as a thank you, listen carefully. Bai Zantang's scalp was numb as soon as he heard it, and without saying anything, he evaded the other people in the inn. Tong Xianjiao and others have not reacted yet, they have been mentioned to the small courtyard by Lao Bai. Seeing Lao Bai's expression of relief, he wiped the sweat off his face with his sleeve. They couldn't help being a little baffled. Big Mouth even asked, what are you doing, Lao Bai? I was just about to hear the key points. Bai Zhantang slapped him on the head, you will die after listening. Is that something you can listen to? Hurry up and get to work. Hearing a little bit, its head falling. Hearing Bai Zantang's seriousness, his mouth trembled. After that, the few people shivered. I almost forgot, that is the god of murder outside? I didn't hear anything. Big Mouth folded his hands together, and bowed to the inn, staying away. Neither did I hear. I didn't hear. Can't hear, can't hear. The hump squatted in the corner doubting life. In the inn. The breathtaking voice of inviting the moon continued to sound. This inner strength mental method is called Minjai Gong. Although it is not unprecedented, at least it can be proud of the contemporary. Hearing Zhang Tianyi here was shocked. He knew that this 4-character Minjai Gong was well deserved. Although I probably guessed the identity of Yeyu a long time ago. But he was really shocked when he heard that Yeyu was going to pass on his Ming Yu Gong. This is the highest internal martial arts cultivation of the palace masters of the Yuhua Palace. Masterpiece secret technique. Extremely mysterious, the ultimate existence in the world's cultivation technique. When running, it does not consume power, but instead increases power. In other words, when people fight, the more they fight, the less internal energy, and the more they fight with this cultivation technique. Who can beat this? The most mysterious thing is that the cultivation technique, the more you can cultivate, the better it looks. After repairing, the skin is as bright as jade. Stay young forever. Yeyu stood there still cold, as if passing a Huxia cabbage cultivation technique. The bright one, the sun and the moon, the jade, the essence of heaven and the earth, the good fortune that seizes the heaven and the earth, and the essence of the sun and the moon can be called bright jade. After a while, invited you to finish the mental teaching. Zhang Tianyi has already understood the 7s and 8s. How much did you understand? If you don't understand, you can ask. Zhang Tianyi said, you understand 80%. Inviting the moon to frown. How is it possible to understand 80%? Is this trying to be strong? Also, he may not know what kind of existence this cultivation technique is. Don't call him an ordinary person. Even I spent a lot of effort at that time. Maybe I can't understand it at all, so I just said nonsense. Then I will test you. Good. Invite the month to ask some simple questions. Zhang Tianyi was fluent in answer. It seems to have been studied countless times. If Yeyu knew that this cultivation technique had never been leaked, I thought Zhang Tianyi had learned it a long time ago. She was slightly surprised, but this level only shows that Zhang Tianyi's savvy is pretty good. The next question may be a bit difficult, and it doesn't matter if you can't answer it. Yan Yu started to ask some moderate questions. However, Zhang Tianyi was still fluent. Okay. Yin Yu had a slight pause and blinked. What's the matter with this guy? I just said it once, he can understand this level? This understanding is about to catch up with me. She remained silent and began to increase the difficulty again, asking some very profound questions. However, Zhang Tianyi is still answering questions. At this time, Yeyu was shocked in her heart. Listen to it once and you can understand it so thoroughly. Is it really the first time he learns this inner strength mental method? Yeyu was a little unconvinced, and at the same time wanted to see how far Zhang Tianyi could achieve. She began to continue the ascension difficulty. Some questions, even questions she thought about in the first 2 years. Zhang Tianyi's answer slowed down. But only 5 breaths at most can give the answer. And it's very accurate. This surprised Yeyu as Deva. She didn't know that Zhang Tianyi didn't realize it so deeply. But when answering her question, the brain quickly deduced and analyzed, and solved the problem in a targeted manner. So he understood Ming Yugong more and more deeply. As time passed, she was about to surpass her. Later, Zhang Tianyi answered some of the questions that Yeyu had never understood. Yeyu was completely shocked. Because the cultivation Ming Yugong has reached the depths, her state of mind has reached the limitless state, and it has been a long time since she was so shocked. Now she stared at Zhang Tianyi's face blankly, her eyes widening. It was speechless for a while. The air was suddenly quiet for a while. Yeyu said suddenly, "It's a pity, you can't see it, otherwise you can teach you another martial arts." Zhang Tianyi chuckled lightly. If it had been before, he really couldn't see it. But now, this is no longer a problem. It's okay. Although I can't see it with my eyes, I can feel it with my heart. You can teach me. Inviting the moon to believe in doubts, and then casually passed a set of palm techniques. Zhang Tianyi watched it again. Soon it was imprinted in my heart. Ding. Successfully learned the cold palm technique. Ding. Start the simulation exercise. The first simulation, a loophole was discovered, in deduction. The deduction was successful. The second simulation, a loophole was discovered, in deduction. The deduction was successful. Asterisk. Chapter 7, I tell you to transfer flowers to jade. Chapter 7, I tell you to transfer flowers to jade. The 18th sixth simulation, has no loopholes and mellowness. The host fully understands that there is no lack of cold ice palm. Brain domain development progress increased by 0%. These thousands of simulations only happened in an instant. Invite the month to finish. Zhang Tianyi has also been deduced. How much do you learn? Xiaoyu looked at Zhang Tianyi's eyes covered by the black cloth with some curiosity and expectation. Is this guy really looking at it with his heart? Zhang Tianyi shook his head. Yan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. But my heart was faintly lost. Sure enough, the invisible is still a big shortcoming. God gave him a peerless look and amazing talent and understanding, but it also deprived him of his eyes. Forget it, the knowing method has been. This technique is not good. Okay. Yingyu's eyes widened. Zhang Tianyi went on to say, there are 1,836 loopholes in this palm technique. It is easy to be beaten to death when confronted with others. Inviting the moon to frown. 1,836 is too exaggerated. To know her current realm, she can only perform a few hundred performances. If it had been before, she would definitely think Zhang Tianyi was talking big. But thinking of Zhang Tianyi's performance before, now he is not sure. Zhang Tianyi saw the appearance of Yeyu and knew she didn't believe it. He didn't care, and chuckled lightly, I optimized it again, and the palace lord will take a look. Zhang Tianyi stood up, his eyes still covered by the black cloth, but strolled around the tables and chairs in a leisurely manner, and came to Yeyu. Rise. Lift your leg and move your palm. With these two actions alone, the invitation to the moon is a panic. Then Zhang Tianyi moved slowly and calmly. Demonstrated once again the perfect palm technique that I have deduced. This Yeyu stared completely blankly, her eyes straightened. What he said is true. There are really 1,836. At this moment, she had doubts about own martial arts talent. Even doubted the world. Is there really such a talented person in the world? He is just a little blind man without cultivation base. And, he just watched it once. Just watched it once, and just after reading it, I said 1836 places. If it's an ordinary person, you can't even remember the handwriting. How did he do it? Oh my god. Yan Yu felt a little dizzy. After running the Mingyugong once, it was calmed down. No wonder he is blind. Even God is jealous of him with such talent. But even if he is blind, there is no way to suppress him. With his talent now, he can become a first-rate master within 10 years, no, 5 years, and not at most 3 years. In Yeyu's eyes, it is more than just appreciation. There was even fiery admiration. She has been walking rivers and lakes for many years, and for the first time saw people with this level of talent and understanding. Actually stronger than himself. For a time, the feeling of loneliness in the world disappeared. The deep admiration and cherishment of talent gush out. Yingyu waved her sleeves. Don't worry about that set of ice palms, I'll tell you to move flowers and pick jade. Look up. Zhang Tianyi's heart was shocked. My lovely invitation to the Lord of the Moon Palace. You really don't think of me as an outsider. Yuhuagong Town sent cultivation technique martial arts out one by one. Yeyu is happy in her heart, who cares so much. As soon as the voice fell, he taught everything about transferring flowers and connecting jade. She didn't say that, Zhang Tianyi also knew the power of transferring flowers and connecting jade in her heart. This is a well-deserved mastery of the world. It is a martial arts that can compete with Zhang Sanfan's Tai Chi, the Murong family's battle with the stars, and the demon sect's great martial arts. Magical ghosts, wonderful world. All sorts of tricks, straight Ruyi scepter. The changes are complex and subtle. Do whatever you want, strong when strong. Once again, Zhang Tianyi collected this palm technique from the bottom of his heart. There was an unparalleled sigh at its subtle level. However, even the transfer of flowers to jade is not perfect. Ding. Successfully learned the method of moving flowers and jade palms. Ding. Start the simulation exercise. The first simulation, a loophole was discovered and deduced. The deduction was successful. The second simulation, a loophole was discovered and deduced. The deduction was successful. The 36th simulation, there is no loopholes and roundness. After inviting you to teach carefully, stand with palms in hand. Turning his head to look at Zhang Tianyi, there is deep expectation in his eyes, the shimmering light-like star is extremely beautiful. How? Invite Yu's heart is clear. These palms are already the best palms in the world. At this level, even a genius, each improvement will take a long time. It is the existence that cannot be optimized by the power of mortals. Even with the savvy and years of study, I have not been able to optimize even a single detail again. So Yeyu herself didn't know what she was expecting. She didn't believe that Zhang Tianyi could make any suggestions at all. It is already very good to be able to comprehend it. But still can't help but look forward to it. I look forward to Zhang Tianyi's surprise. Zhang Tianyi did not expect that the cold Gao Huazui Grand Palace Master would have such a lovely side. This look of expectation is like a little girl asking for candy. Zhang Tianyi couldn't help but chuckled, trying to tease her. I didn't learn it. Yingyu was taken aback, somewhat disappointed. But soon relieved. It's okay, I'll show you again. With that said, inviting you will do it again. Zhang Tianyi smiled and pulled her gently, don't show it, it's funny, asterisk. Chapter 8, Do you dare to play with this palace? Chapter 8, Do you dare to play with this palace? Invite the moon for a moment. Amusing my palace? Good boy, you are the first to dare to do this in so many years. Her eyes condensed, her anger suddenly burst, and her aura suddenly exploded. The internal energy burst out behind him, and the tables and chairs in the inn flew around. Do you dare to play around in this palace? This palm technique, 36 places. The invitation to the moon came to an abrupt end. Wait, what did you say? There are 36 loopholes in this palm. Yinyu's eyes are wide open, her small mouth is slightly open, her lips are like petals. It looks so cute. Zhang Tianyi couldn't help but want to pinch her cheek. Then I was taken aback by this thought. Invite the Moon Palace Lord. Killing without blinking. Will die. Ding. In deduction. Ding. The deduction is successful, you can pinch it, you can't die. Can't die? Isn't that still? So Zhang Tianyi raised his hand. She squeezed Yinyu's cheek. Slightly cool, full of elasticity. Inviting Yu's head, which was already down, suddenly became even more down. What is he doing? What did he do? He pinched my face? He squeezed my face? Because of Yinyu's cold temperament and great strength, no man has dared to approach her within a radius of 10 feet for so many years. Not to mention the act of pinching the face. At this moment, a strange feeling suddenly emerged in her heart. She felt that she should be extremely angry. But in fact, not so angry. It may be a little numb. But anyway. The next moment. Inviting Yu's body subconsciously burst out endless internal energy. Zhang Tianyi flew out in response. He stuck it on the wall with a bang. Patter. Slid to the ground. The whole body was in severe pain, but there was no injury. Zhang Tianyi knew that inviting Yu must have been merciful. But I have squeezed it, and I can't talk about it again. Otherwise, if Yeyu didn't get down the stairs, he would really be wiped out. Ahem, what happened to the great palace master? Don't get too excited, I really pushed the show to 36 places. Invite the moon for a moment. Okay. By the way, he is blind. I can't see, maybe I don't know what I did. Inviting Yu squinted her eyes. The heart that has been calm for many years is extremely complicated. Unconsciously glanced around. Phew, no one. Perhaps, he also made a mistake. Inviting Yu somehow, automatically ignored Zhang Tianyi's previous movements of accurately bypassing the tables and chairs. In other words, she didn't know how to deal with the current situation if Zhang Tianyi was deliberate. The most used and simplest way to deal with it in the past. She didn't even think about it. The inn became quiet. Zhang Tianyi silently deduced. Ding. Successful deduction will not die. The deduction result came out. Zhang Tianyi is as stable as an old dog. The deduction is still reliable. Yeya glanced around again. His face was slightly flushed. Well, he certainly didn't mean it. Then give him a chance and let him talk about the loopholes in transferring flowers to jade. If what he said is true, it would be regarded as making up for it. Spare him once. Thought of this. Inviting Yuking's soft and delicate voice sounded, my palace was agitated for a while, and I didn't control internal energy. Get up and demonstrate the 36 loopholes you said. If you dare to play in this palace again, this palace will not forgive you. Although Zhang Tianyi lowered his head, he had a panoramic view of Yu Yu's expression. I couldn't help but feel that such an invitation to the moon is more beautiful than a cold invitation. He swayed and barely stood up. Hiss. It seemed that he was injured, and he was about to fall down again when he shook his body. Inviting you to support him subconsciously with gentle movements. But his mouth was cold and hard, it's really weak. 1/10 of the internal energy is only, it hurts like this. This medicine is for you. Zhang Tianyi took a look. Ding. Successful analysis, top trauma medicine, priceless. Yeyu said, you will recover from your injury after taking this medicine. It can be used repeatedly. Zhang Tianyi nodded. but something came to mind in an instant. This medicine was taken out of the clothes by inviting you, with body temperature. The traces I have used above indicate that it is a must-have top-level trauma medicine for personal use. She is a must for existence, even if it is well prepared. The medicinal materials are absolutely rare. She should be the only one. Zhang Tianyi said, I just take a little of this medicine, you should take it with you. Inviting you turned his face away, no need, reward you. Zhang Tianyi scratched his head. My lovely Grand Palace Lord. You can pass the secret technique of the 2 gates of Yuhua Palace. Now I have given me all the necessary trauma medicines. You really didn't treat me as an outsider. I also told you a story. Zhang Tianyi took some medicine and recovered from his injury. Then I will show you how to transfer flowers and pick jade. Zhang Tianyi is not nonsense. Dang even opened and closed his hands and walked with dragons and snakes on his feet, and demonstrated the perfect version of the technique of moving flowers and jade palms from beginning to end. Yinyu's eyes widened, staring fiercely, without missing a single detail. She is very familiar with the method of transferring flowers to jade palms. Any slight change has been studied countless times. Naturally, the more than 30 subtle changes can be seen. At the same time, I can feel how big the changes have been after these changes. It's a world of difference, a world of difference. So it can still be like this. Yes, just with such subtle changes, the operation of internal energy is even more receptor, and the compatibility with Minjiu Gong has also greatly increased. I didn't expect it. In this way, this type of power increase can at least ascension more than half. This kind of transfer of flowers and jade has become the best in the world, and no martial arts can match it. It's just one time, but I can comprehend it to such a degree, and even optimize the original flower transfer jade again in so many places. This is no longer reasonable. This little blind man is truly a peerless genius. No, it's an evildoer. No, the evildoer can't be described. Asterisk. Chapter 9, My name is Zhang Tianyi. Chapter 9, My name is Zhang Tianyi. Yinyu trembled slightly with excitement. Martial arts, which has been tempered for 20 years, thought it had reached its limit. But once again saw the new road, saw the new ascending space. Nothing is more exciting than this. 20 years has been as peaceful as a day, and it has been broken too many times today. This handsome little blind man gave her too many surprises. After a while, Zhang Tianyi finished a full set of palm skills and stood with his hands in place. How? Yinyu is still taking a closer look. Suddenly she frowned slightly. Didn't you say that there are 36 places, why did I only see 35 places? Zhang Tianyi laughed. In Yeyu's eyes, this smile was very bad, but not annoying. There is one more place, I will show it to you next time we meet. Inviting the moon's breath to stagnate, you. Zhang Tianyi went on to say, I apologize, next time I meet, I will tell you the whole story of Zhu Xian, only to you. The air was quiet again. Xiaoyu suddenly didn't dare to look directly at Zhang Tianyi, even though he was a blind man. You have such a talent, why don't you go to my flower palace? It's better to cultivate more attentively there. With the help of the flower palace, you will become innate within 5 years. It is also possible to reach the great master. Zhang Tianyi refused indifferently, no, I prefer to stay in a lively place like Tongfu Inn to tell stories than closed-door training cultivation. Inviting the moon to be indifferent and not reluctant. Nodded and walked out. About to walk out of the inn. Zhang Tianyi's voice came from behind. Palace Master. Yinyu stood in place and turned her head slightly. She saw a blind man in black standing in the sunlight at the door, with one hand behind him. There are still black cloth strips on his eyes, but it is difficult to hide his handsome. He was looking at the side with a slight smile. My name is Zhang Tianyi. Grand Palace Master Yingyu suddenly chuckles out of laughter. Then quickly returned to indifference. Understood. Only those familiar with her can tell that she is in a good mood now. Invite the moon to walk out of the inn. 7 or 8 women appeared instantly, kneeling on one knee, the great palace master. Well, Hua Yu slave, Hua Yu ling, Hua Yadan. Exist. You 3, lurking here, secretly protecting the little blind man in the inn. But don't disturb his life. Yes, Grand Palace Master. Invite the moon to take someone away. The 3 Yuhua Palace disciples stayed in place with doubts and surprises. All 3 of them are in 8 realm. The great palace master didn't bring him around, but let them protect a man? Didn't the grand palace master always hate stinky men? They were puzzled, but they didn't dare to violate the orders of the grand palace master. Lurked near Tongfu. The street became quiet. The corpses of a dozen disciples of the Qing Cheng faction lay quietly on the ground. It didn't take long. A head catcher in a public uniform hurried over. It was the head scene who received the report. Head scene has always wanted to take the big case. This sounded like a big case, and he would naturally not let it go. Head scene came to the street in front of Tongfu Inn and looked at the body of the Qing Cheng school disciple from a distance. What's going on with these people? Mother, have died so many. This death is too miserable. He sat down on the ground, then got up and ran. This murderer is too cruel to catch. Report to 6 doors. He returned to the yamen, reported 6 doors, and then had the bodies moved back. The entrance of Tongfu Inn is clean. But it's also more deserted. More than a dozen of them died in He Inn, and they were still disciples of the Qing Cheng school. Among them is the second of the 4 shows. Eating a meal and listening to a book are life-threatening. No one dared to come over to eat and listen to books. The business of the inn has naturally become particularly poor. Tong Xianjiao sat on the table, supporting her cheek with one hand, crying without tears, "It's wrong to be hungry, it's really wrong to be hungry. You shouldn't marry here when you are hungry. If you marry here when you are hungry, Mr. Hungry will not die. If Hungry Lord does not die, he will not fall into this sad place if he is hungry, or he will fall into this sad place if he is hungry." Bai Zhantang is also sad. He is still terrified. Although there was something said by the great palace master Yingyu, no one could tell how the Qing Cheng sect reacted. The shopkeeper, "Let's close the door and hide. You see no one is coming here. The inn has no business, so it's better to close it temporarily. We are safe too." This door is wide open, and the people from Qing Cheng faction rushed in at once, swung their swords, and no one could run away. Lu Ziokai nodded repeatedly. Zi once said, "Lao Bai is right." Guo Furong slapped on the table, "Is that what the son said, or did you say? Hidden or hide, the old lady is not afraid of Qing Cheng faction. My dad is Guo Juxia, the head catcher of 6 doors. What can they do with us?" Li Dazhuai walked around behind a few people, "That is, they dare to fight against me, that is, against my uncle, and against my uncle, that is against the court, who dares to fight against the court." Tong Xianjiao was angry, "Shut up all to the forehead. You can't close the door when you close, so how much money you have to lose, even if someone comes, you can't close the door." Backyard of Tongfu Inn. Zhang Tianyi sat cross-legged in the own room. Silently cultivate Ming Yagong. During this time, he has been cultivating cultivation technique. Asterisk. Chapter 10, on the use of big mouth. Chapter 10, on the use of big mouth. Minjiagong is the ultimate inner strength mental method. As long as you can cultivate to the 6th level, you can compete with the top players in rivers and lakes. If you can cultivate to the 8th level, you can already walk sideways on the rivers and lakes. This mental method takes the road of softness, and true qi in the body produces suction like a whirlpool. Fetching things must be the opposite, soft to the extreme, giving rise to violent trends. When the cultivation reaches a certain level, true qi in the body will be able to live endlessly, and the vitality will turn bright. In the past few days, I have deduced Mingyugong countless times, and my understanding of it has surpassed anyone. It's also time to speed up the cultivation speed. Mingyugong, as a mental method, has formulas and meridians direction. It's like a frame. But in this framework, you can play freely. Zhang Tianyi revolved the internal energy in his body, and internal energy turned into countless zeros and ones in his field of vision, and a lot of information poured into his mind. Countless lines are turned into data. Gradually, an optimal route appeared in Zhang Tianyi's mind. Which appointment, S, should be punched and which appointment, S, should be transferred. Which meridians worked easily, and which meridians were stronger, they all achieved the ultimate. He even calculated that some appointment, S, and meridians are useless, thus simplifying the Mingyugong. Greatly ascension the efficiency of cultivation. This also led to Zhang Tianyi not only skipping countless exploration stages. As soon as he got started, he reached the fastest speed of cultivation. Did not take a detour. Moreover, no one else can learn this set of his. Because of the meridian's appointment, S, of the body, everyone is different. According to this cultivation method, Zhang Tianyi cultivation is thousands of miles in a day. On the first day, I had already break through the first level of Mingyugong. By the third day, it was already the second floor. On the second floor of Mingyugong, it is the realm of the middle stage of the day after tomorrow. In this world, it can already be called a second-rate master. In the late stage before the day after tomorrow, they correspond to third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate masters. On top of this, there are innate, Great Master, Grand Great Master and Deva Realm. As far as Zhang Tianyi knows, the strongest is Great Master. Such as Yeyu and Yan Nantian. Internal energy is trapped in Zhang Tianyi's body. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Zhang Tianyi opened his eyes, and the amount of internal energy slowly calmed down and gathered in Danshan, forming a small icy whirlpool. He looked at the sky outside. A simple deduction. The matter of cultivation really kills time. It's already a new day. When I invited the moon to go, I learned the optimized version of moving flowers and jade, which should cause fluctuations on rivers and lakes. 4 days have passed now. I don't know the specific situation outside now. Zhang Tianyi wanted to know the situation outside, so he simply deduced it. Ding. The deduction was successful. The casino is one of the most mixed and well-informed places in Qixia town. If you want to know the outside world and rivers and lakes rumors, go to the casino for a while, and you will know everything about it. However, Zhang Tianyi is a bit tired now, and at the same time does not intend to waste this effort. He has his own way. The corners of Zhang Tianyi's mouth turned up. It's also good. Big mouth should go out. Off-the-shelf tool man. Zhang Tianyi walked to the center of the room and took out 10 copper coins. Then he went out and came outside the big mouth room. Then he threw 10 copper coins outside the big mouth room. Then he came to the small courtyard to rest and relax. Even though he has developed so much brain area, he has been deduced for 3 consecutive days with cultivation technique, but he has also felt tired. It didn't take long for him to rub his eyes and go out of the room. He bowed his head and was taken aback. I go. This. He looked at the coins on the ground and scratched his head. Then I was happy. Hey, there is still this good thing. He looked around and saw the blind man resting in the small courtyard. But he didn't care at all, and the blind man couldn't see it. He reached out and picked up all the copper coins. He weighed the copper coin in his hand. He unscrupulously walked to Zhang Tianyi and swayed, still a little proud. The blind man just can't. He has been out for so long, and there is money on the ground, but he can't see it. Blind Zhang, I got up so early today and haven't seen you for several days. How do you practice? Zhang Tianyi smiled faintly. It's okay to practice. Someday have two tricks. Big Mouth teased Zhang Tianyi. He does have strength, but he is always bullied in this inn, and anyone can beat him up. Zhang Tianyi finds it funny and knows that he has no bad thoughts. It's just a bit naive. So he said, my little effort is definitely not as good as your mouth. Li's mouth was smug, grinning to the root of his ears. But instead he was humbled. Hey, I don't know what to do, I will be an 18 dragon subduing palms, a whirlwind chopper or something. It's okay to learn twice. Zhang Tianyi laughed and laughed. His whirlwind kitchen knife was basically useless except for cutting himself. Big Mouth, aren't you going to buy salt? Yes, I forgot if you don't tell me. Go away, said Li Dazhuai and went out. There were 10 copper coins in his hand. Buying on the salt road, passing by a casino. Li Dazhuai walked by with his head down, suddenly stood still, and backed back. Staring at the entrance of the casino, his mind became active. In the past, he was short of money in his hands, and he didn't dare to mess around with the salt money from the shopkeeper. But today is different. Made a windfall. Li's mouth flickered, 10 coins in his hand. On this salary, how can I feed my blind old lady? I have to marry Huilin. These 10 copper coins are a drop in the bucket, but if they win, won't they become 20, 30, 100, 200? Strong sense of substitution. Li Dazhuai's eyes have lit up. Shaking his arms and walking inward. This is going to get rich right away. How can you marry a cymbidium to make it more beautiful? Yes, I have to take my old lady over. Hey, what kind of cook do you have when you have money? At that time, take the inn down and let the shopkeeper work for me, asterisk. Chapter 11, Big Mouth, I just heard a big deal. Revise. Chapter 11, Big Mouth, I just heard a big deal. Li Dazhuai went into the casino with 10 coins in a hurry. The casino stipulates that 10 coins are the bottom line for betting. In the beginning, Big Mouth really won. But it quickly swelled, stud. So lost. He sat blankly in the casino, watching his own money being taken away, and couldn't breathe with heartache. His face was pale. It's over, my inn is gone. Hui Lan can't marry either. My mother can't take it anymore, it's all gone. Nothing. I couldn't calm down for a while, so I sat in the casino and watched others play. Find some balance. The casino is a mixed bag, with rivers and lakes people. Suddenly his mouth and ears moved. Have you heard that, 2 days ago, the palace master of the Flower Palace invited Moon Grand Master to come to our 7 Nights town? Real or fake? Then I can lie to you, just listen to the book at the Tongfu Inn not far ahead. Is that blind Zhang? That blind storyteller is really good. Yes, the Qing Cheng faction disciples who died at the Tongfu Inn 2 days ago were all invited to kill by the moon. It turns out that the Qing Cheng sent disciples provoked the big demon, no wonder they all died. Hey, let me tell you, after you invite the moon out of the inn, martial arts will advance. The technique of transferring flowers and jade palms, which has been practiced to the extreme, has improved a lot. Being surrounded by 6 doors, she was easily suppressed, and one overturned a group of people. Among them were great masters. Huh? Does listening to the book still have this effect? Now all kinds of speculations are flying around on rivers and lakes, and there are all kinds of things. Li Dazhuai stood in the corner listening with ears upright. Leaning closer while listening. My heart is shaking. Unexpectedly, that woman turned out to be the famous master of the Flower Palace, a great demon. No wonder it's so strong. Still killing without blinking. Big Mouth shivered, a little afraid. Fortunately, Lao Bai moved fast at the time, otherwise he really fell to the ground now. He listened for a while. He hurried to buy salt. In the small courtyard. Not long after Zhang Tianyi sat, Lin Pingzi came out. This guy has gone to pretend now. He was so handsome and handsome. His male and female faces, matched with a weak body, seemed to be dazzling. She has a wonderful figure, more beautiful than a woman. But when it comes to appearance, he is still inferior to Zhang Tianyi. But it is very different from Lin Pingzi. Zhang Tianyi is as rich as jade, with a handsome face and full of masculinity. It's a complete male appearance. One of Lin Ping came out and saw Zhang Tianyi. The gloomy expression in his eyes instantly turned into excitement. He saw Zhang Tianyi look a little tired. Turned his head and went back to the own room. It didn't take long to walk out with a small purple clay pot and a lot of tea sets. Lin Pingzi came up weakly. He took out a small packet of tea from his arms and started making tea. The technique seemed rather particular. "Sir, get tired, I'll make you tea." Zhang Tianyi nodded. "The Westlake Tianlongjing just bought." "Not bad, good tea." Lin Pingzi was a little surprised. Zhang Tianyi sat in the same place and didn't move. But as soon as he took out this tea, Zhang Tianyi immediately explained it. Lin Pingzi's heart became more and more odd. Mr. really expected things like a god. Did not buy it in vain. This small packet of tea and the tea set, but spent only a few golden leaves on his body. Since that day, Lin Pingzi knew that this blind man was like a god. He is a god. He was full of blood and deep hatred, and on his own, he really didn't know what to do next. So these few days have been staying in the inn and staying away. Whenever there is a chance, he will look forward to Zhang Tianyi and help Zhang Tianyi wash and cook. I hope Zhang Tianyi can show him a clear way. Speaking of which, Lin Pingzi is also a rich young man, who used to be served by others. It's really good to be able to achieve this level of busyness now. Zhang Tianyi's heart is clear, but he is happy to be served by others. This kid now has a broken family, and if he doesn't learn life skills earlier, what should he do in the future? As for Lin Pingzi's identity and situation, when he heard the name, after a little pondering, he knew the ins and outs of it. But in the past few days, I have been busy cultivating and didn't care about Lin Pingzi. Today, taking advantage of the rest time, Zhang Tianyi also pondered. Nowadays, the Lin family was destroyed by the Qing Cheng sect because of Bixi swordsmanship, and Lin Ping fled here one way. If it's not for yourself, this child with brows and blue eyes will step into the rivers and lakes next, and be wandering all the way. Carrying a sea of blood and deep hatred, he met Yu Buchan, a hypocrite, and was then exploited and murdered. A good start to life. But the development is getting worse every time. A gentle gentleman who is as gentle as jade. In the end, he became hysterical, cruel, and crazy. Zhang Tianyi called it, the most unlucky person in the world. No one can match the ill-fated destiny. Now that you see it, it's not impossible to help, you just can't help in vain, it depends on this kid's performance. And character. You have to check it all. Who knows if Lin Pingzi has been mentally abnormal in this period of time. The courtyard is very quiet. The green tea leaves tossed in the water, and the rich and mellow fragrance gradually exudes. Lin Pingzi made tea for Zhang Tianyi, hesitated for a while, finally plucked up the courage to speak. "Gentlemen, don't talk, make a good tea." "For it." Lin Ping held his breath in his throat. "A little depressed, but I dare not talk too much. Only make tea honestly. It's almost done, seal the pot." "Yes, sir." Without a chance, Lin Pingzi didn't know how to speak. After a while, Big Mouth hurried back. He looked very depressed. "I just want to enter the house when I am boring." Big Mouth is back. Zhang Tianyi asked. Li Dazhuai was depressed and didn't know what to say. He just lost an inn. There is also a wife. Came back. He saw Lin Pingzi again, and since Lin Pingzi got rid of the disguise, he always regarded Lin Pingzi as a woman. This time I also joked, "Hey, Miss Lin is making tea. This tea is really fragrant. Give me a whole cup." What about a teacup? Lin Pingzi is gentle and not angry when he is called a girl. Brother Big Mouth, I am a man. Don't call me Miss Lin. That's not good. I know Miss Linear. Big Mouth interrupted, forgetting the depressing thing. He turned his head and said to Zhang Tianyi, "Blind, I will tell you, I just heard of a big event." Zhang Tianyi laughed. Coming. Asterisk. Chapter 12, Tong Xianjiao asks for help. Chapter 12, Tong Xianjiao asks for help. What's the big deal? Do you know that 2 days ago, it was said that the woman in your martial arts is the master of the Flower Palace? Invite the Moon Palace master. Big Mouth finished speaking and stopped, wanting to see the blind man's shocked expression. However, Zhang Tianyi's expression was indifferent. The Big Mouth curled his mouth, dull and tasteless. But turned around and took a look. The boss of Lin Pingzi's eyes was shocked. Mouth was happy again. He is satisfied. Blind, look at you, but you don't know what Xiaolin knows. I will popularize it for you. The name of the Flower Palace is even more daunting than the Valley of the Evil Man on rivers and lakes. Oh, you may not know the Valley of the Evil, it is the place where all evils gather. Invite the Moon Palace Lord. Known as the most beautiful in the world. Of course I don't know, nor did I dare to look. Anyway, it is the famous and unblinking monster on rivers and lakes. Among the many masters, that is an absolute existence, and the average master can't hold up around in her hands. Do you know this time? Big Mouth looked at Zhang Tianyi expectantly. Zhang Tianyi still smiled faintly. Big Mouth looked at Zhang Tianyi carefully. What's wrong with you, are you scared? Don't be afraid, then invite the Moon Palace Master to listen to the book at our Tongfu Inn. Martial arts goes further, we should be thankful. Now that there are all the things that are passed on outside, it is very mysterious to pass you on. I heard that when the Lord Moon Palace was invited to go out, he was blocked by 6 doors. That one hand moved the flowers to pick up the jade. It was the sun and the moon, and the masters who pressed many 6 doors were beating. Come and go freely, Tusk, when I can be like this, I'll run darts. Make money to marry Cymbidium. Why don't you tell me about martial arts? My saber technique makes me somewhat talented. When it comes to making money and marrying Cymbidium, Big Mouth's face collapses again. Suddenly there was no interest in bragging. Forget it, you don't understand even after telling you. I'm in the house. Big Mouth entered the house. Lin Pingzi was still immersed in shock, his face pale. Invite the Moon Grand Palace Master, that is a top-level legendary character. He couldn't think that he had asked for such a person before. If he knows, he won't even go up. He looked at Zhang Tianyi and his heart was shocked. Although I knew before, Zhang Tianyi should have saved himself, even if he kneels down, he will die. But it was not so shocking at this moment. Lin Pingzi knelt on the ground with a puff. My boy, thank you for saving my life, the great kindness is unforgettable. Lin Pingzi was too clear, but with the temperament of inviting the Moon Palace Lord in the legend. If I had knelt down at that time, the grass at the head of the grave would be 2 meters high now. Zhang Tianyi waved his hand, go ahead. Lin Pingzi knocked his head heavily, then stood up silently, waiting for Zhang Tianyi to drink tea. As for asking Zhang Tianyi for help, I couldn't say it anymore. I still owe others the kindness of life-saving, how can I speak again? Then, Lin Pingzi actively helped Zhang Tianyi clean the room, bought food, and washed the clothes. Anyway, Zhang Tianyi doesn't have to do it himself. Lin Pingzi solved it all by hand. It's noon. Zhang Tianyi is basking in the sun in the small courtyard. Tong Xianjia walked over with a sad face, and sat on the edge of the stone table. He started to sigh as soon as his head propped up. Ugh. Hey, I'm hungry wrong, I'm really hungry. Zhang Tianyi smiled bitterly. Do you have any questions for the shopkeeper? This allowed her to continue reading. I don't know how long it will take, and the sun doesn't need to be exposed. Upon hearing this, Tong Xianjia patted the table, sitting straight. Yes. Blind, if you can pinch, it will count. I believe you are not blinded. For help, what will this inn do now, and if it continues like this, it will be a loss. Zhang Tianyi pondered for a moment. Then he said sternly, the shopkeeper, the main problem of the inn right now is that people are dead. Now everyone is afraid of accidents, no one dares to come over to eat and listen to books. If you can turn a dead person into a good thing, then you have a chance to attract guests. Tong Xianjia was taken aback for a moment. What do you say, can the dead be a good thing? Zhang Tianyi said, for ordinary people, a dead person is of course a bad thing. But for the people of rivers and lakes, death is normal. You can attract people from rivers and lakes to the inn for consumption. Tong Xianjia's expression is very serious. This is a major matter related to the survival of the inn. Then how to attract people from rivers and lakes? Zhang Tianyi said, the beautiful woman who came to the inn 2 days ago is the Grand Palace Master of Yuhua Palace. After she left, the method of moving flowers and jade palms to make great progress was the optimization method I provided. You can find someone to publicize, saying that the reason why the Lord Invite Moon Palace appeared at the inn, stayed for several days, and killed the people of the Qing Cheng faction. Because there was an expert who explained martial arts in the inn, and asked the Moon Palace Master to be invited. The Qing Cheng faction was killed because he was disrespectful to this expert. This expert is still in the inn, and those who are predestined can get his enlightenment. Now that the Lord of the Moon Palace is invited to take charge of the law, this matter on rivers and lakes is very hot, and they are all speculating. Let's take this opportunity to spread the news, and there will naturally be a steady stream of people from rivers and lakes. Tong Xianjia slapped the table. It makes sense. Then he collapsed again. No way, blind man, there is no expert in our inn, and they will be demolished by the time, so they must not be hacked to death. Zhang Tianyi said, didn't I say that the shopkeeper, I improved the flower transferring jade that invited the Moon Palace Master? I can improve on flower transferring jade, and other martial arts are no problem. Tong Xianjia doubted, really? Zhang Tianyi nodded, it is true. Regarding this matter, he had his own plan, and naturally he did not help in vain. Tong Xianjia laughed, blind, you still can do it? If this is done, you will be paid. Tong Xianjia left beamingly. Find someone to spread the news. Asterisk. Chapter 13, People from Rivers and Lakes, Gathering Together. Chapter 13, People from Rivers and Lakes, Gathering Together. Zhang Tianyi sat in the small courtyard with a faint smile. Let the shopkeeper Tong say the words to start the wages. It seems that she is really helpless. But Zhang Tianyi just helped Tong Xianjia just smoothly. He mainly wants to read the world martial arts by relying on his ability to calculate. As a result, they continue to combine and promote higher rank martial arts and even cultivation technique. According to Ming Yogong's situation, there is still room for ascending, which is not so subtle. Therefore, cultivation technique may not exist, it should be deduced. This requires a lot of cultivation technique and martial arts to lay the foundation. Zhang Tianyi was basking in the sun, tapping his slender fingers on the table. No one knew what he was thinking about again. Tong Xianjia returned to the inn and found Bai Zhantang directly. Spreading news is naturally the most suitable for Lao Bai. Bai Zhantang and Xiaokai were sitting in the inn, feebly. The inn was deserted for several days, leaving them all devoid of energy. Lao Bai, come here and tell you something. The shopkeeper, what's the matter? You are like this. The shopkeeper, can this work? We won't be beaten to death, will we? What are you afraid of? There are blind people around. He said that he can improve by changing flowers and jade. Bai Zhantang was shocked for a moment. Can it be improved even by moving the flower and connecting the jade? That day, I stayed in the inn for a while, and the blind man improved on moving flowers and receiving jade. Bai Zhantang feels a little bit beyond common sense. At this time, it would be hard for him to comprehend the palm of Bai Zhantang. Not to mention improvements. If the blind man is so strong, then there is no problem. Yes, then I will go. Go ahead. The pirate saint shot, naturally and quickly. He is timid, but very thief. There was a news soon on rivers and lakes. In Qixia town, Tongfu Inn has secret masters. It can be improved even by moving the flower and connecting the jade. For a while, there was an uproar on rivers and lakes. The news became more and more true, including the details. Combining what everyone knows, this is obviously the truth. The problem that everyone has been puzzled for a long time seems to have found a breakthrough. Where can I not believe it? Where is Sanyi Lin going? Oh, Tekken Lu? I haven't seen him for a while. Have you heard? About the Tongfu Inn in Qixia town. My cultivation technique is missing a corner. After practicing for a long time, I always feel a bottleneck and even get hurt. I want that senior to help me see this time. Iron Fist Lu Le replied, it just so happens that I am also going to the Tongfu Inn to find a senior instructor, and go with it? Go together. For a while, people from all over rivers and lakes rushed towards Tongfu Inn. The four words Tongfu Inn kept ringing in the streets and alleys. I know what I need to know. Those who don't know will soon know. Some people do not believe it. But everyone rushed to the Tongfu Inn. They also want to join in the fun. All of a sudden, people from rivers and lakes rushed out. Qixia town seemed to have become a grand event and suddenly became lively. Most of these rivers and lakes people are bohemian. This can make Xing's head uncomfortable. He kept patrolling the street, looking around. My mother, why are there many people? All of them don't look like good people. Don't make trouble. Qixia town is bustling, and Tongfu Inn, which is the center of the storm, is naturally overcrowded. It's still early, it's already full. These people ate large bowls of meat and drank, making it extremely noisy. Tong Xianjiao's pretty face was full of joy. Bai Zhantang ran up and down, fast. Behold, there is a quarrel, and I have to rush to try to make peace. Father and mother, a thief, sweating profusely. The scholar snapped the abacus. Big Mouth was busy in the kitchen. Using the whirlwind saber technique, he would give himself a knife from time to time. In the inn. Everyone, who knows, who is this expert? You don't know that, what did you do here? How do you know? Of course I know, it's the blind Zhang who tells the story in the inn. Someone saw it that day, that blind man and the Lord of the Moon Palace were alone in this inn to discuss martial arts. It didn't take long to go out, and the Lord of the Moon Grand Palace showed a higher level of moving flowers and jade. You said, who else could the expert be? Yes, I heard that too. Yes. Bai Zhantang took the opportunity to signal the inviting support. Tu said, yes, this blind man has been in the inn for a long time. We are all here to be more friendly, and don't offend the expert. That's right. It's the reason. If you want to fight, let's go out and fight. In the inn, there must be peace. Bai Zhantang let out a sigh of relief. As long as nothing happens, this business is really good. After the whole day, Tong Fuin turned around. At night, Tong Xianjia was sitting at the counter, grinning and counting money. A lot of money, a lot of money. Once the inn opened, it hasn't been so easy. The blind man is so good. Lu Xiaokai I lay on the side. At the end of the day, my fingers were almost broken. Dizzy after reckoning. Li's mouth wrapped his own hand and wanted to cry without tears. This cyclone saber technique needs to be improved, so I will find a blind man to improve it later. It won't help, it's kind of anemia. For several days, these rivers and lakes people came to blind Zhang. However, blind Zhang never showed up. Some rivers and lakes people were a little anxious, and asked Tong Xianjia several times, where the blind man went. Tong Xianjia dealt with it. At night, Tong Xianjia finished counting the money and went to the small courtyard to find Zhang Tianyi. Asterisk. Chapter 14, Becoming a First-Class Master. Chapter 14, Becoming a First-Class Master. Blind man, these people have come to you. They have been here for several days, why don't you go out? The old god Zhang Tianyi was there, sitting on the stone table and drinking tea. This is called hunger marketing. We have to suspend their appetite. If you can see it so easily, no one can be considered an expert. When Tong Xianjia heard it, he felt very reasonable. But it makes no sense. What is hunger marketing? Tell me in detail, and I will pay you money. Pay. I haven't seen what I said last time. Unexpectedly. When you travel to Qixia town, you can still see the capitalist painting the cake. This treasurer Tong is really talented. Zhang Tianyi didn't move, and stretched out his hand, pushing his fingers away. Tong Xianjia naturally knows what it means. Biting his silver teeth, he took out 2 copper plates and put them in Zhang Tianyi's hands. This hunger marketing is very powerful, and it may make her make more money. Although the 2 coins are painful, they are acceptable. Can you tell me now? Zhang Tianyi's smile is stiff. You are too picky. 2 coins. Where are you beggars? He decisively put the copper back in again. Forget it, these secrets can only be known to those who are destined. Tong Xianjia looked at Zhang Tianyi, his silver teeth grinded and grinded. I think the rich can only know who is destined. She took out a small piece of silver again. Here you are. I can tell you. Zhang Tianyi looked at the broken silver in his hand a little speechless. Don't ask him how a blind man sees. He is a blind man who develops to 10% of his brain. Of course, I watched it carefully. And I can see it better than anyone else. The shopkeeper, you don't have enough faith. Just this secret, if you apply it to the inn, it's getting better every day. Tong Xianjia hesitated. On the one hand, the money in the pocket. On the one hand, it is the temptation to make money every day. Then how much do you want? Zhang Tianyi made a simple calculation and knew that Tong Xianjia had made at least 100 taels of silver today. Because most of the people in rivers and lakes have good faces and are generous in their shots. No money is needed. So he said, the shopkeeper, with our friendship, I won't cheat you. One price, 80 taels, the young man is not deceived. I can also tell you about other marketing methods to ensure that you do not lose money. Tong Xianjia's eyes widened, 80 taels. You are crazy, why don't you grab it? Impossible. After speaking, he left. Zhang Tianyi shook his head straight when he looked at it, it's really picky. I have left you 20 taels. After a while, Tong Xianjia appeared at the entrance of the small courtyard again, posing a pitiful look. Blind. Zhang Tianyi saw it without turning his head. This pretty widow can't be hard and plan to come soft. The shopkeeper, will you use this to test me? You are cheaper, think about when you first came to the inn. A weak woman, it's not easy to run an inn. You are cheaper. Zhang Tianyi changed his mind. Although the shopkeeper Tong was stingy, his heart was really good. You can make a friendship discount. How much cheaper? It's 79 taels cheaper. Zhang Tianyi's face was black at the time. I treat you as a friend. You take me wrong? Impossible, 80 taels, don't forget it. Tong Xianjiao suddenly changed his face. If you don't sell it, you won't sell it, who is rare. 2 steps out, she ran back again. Blind. Can it be cheaper? Zhang Tianyi was helpless. Then 79 taels, can you buy it? Tong Xianjiao made a decision at that time, buy. Okay. Buy it now. She also bought 80 taels. Hastily. She didn't let go of 1 or 2. See, Tong Xianjiao took out the silver. Zhang Tianyi shook his head. Okay, listen, hunger marketing. It's about deliberately lowering production, creating the illusion that demand exceeds supply. Zhang Tianyi explained the marketing methods of the previous life to Tong Xianjiao again, and added some own understanding. Let it adapt to this world more. Tong Xianjiao's eyes became brighter. The value of the silver flower. Give you. Zhang Tianyi got the silver, picked it up and bit it to make sure it was not fake silver. Hey, this shopkeeper won't be deducted this time. Tong Xianjiao did understand, and in this regard, she was indeed talented. This past life marketing method, put here, is the dimensionality reduction attack. The premise is to use it well. 10 days passed in a flash. Zhang Tianyi has been cultivating. The speed is fast. On the 12th day, Zhang Tianyi sat cross-legged in the room. Lanes of ice-clear internal energy circulate in the body. The body exudes a shining light like jade. True qi circulates endlessly in the body, and suddenly the breath soars, hitting the stagnant place. Meridians acupointment, S, felt a slight pain. The meridians and acupointment, S, were immediately rushed away by him. Ming Yugong successfully broke through to the 3rd level. Zhang Tianyi continued to stabilize the cultivation base for a while. Then opened his eyes, stood up, and let out a breath. I just feel that the amount of internal energy in the body is endless, a kind of extreme transparency flowing in the body. The breath is faint. In less than a month, I have become a first-rate master. This speed shouldn't be too slow. More than not slow. Originally invited you to make bold guesses based on his understanding. It will take 3 years for Zhang Tianyi to reach the first-class level. This is already very bold. With martial arts, every step is very difficult. Most people have cultivated since childhood. If it is a chance, there is understanding and talent. When he was a teenager, he was already a martial arts wizard. But most people are stuck here and are nowhere to go. Asterisk. Chapter 15, Guiding Lin Pingzi. Chapter 15, Guiding Lin Pingzi. However, Zhang Tianyi has just started cultivation, and Ming Yugong is not like martial arts. It is a wonderful mental method that requires comprehension and groping according to own situation. Inviting the moon to guess for 3 years is already very bold. If she knew. This guy Zhang Tianyi has trained Ming Yugong to the 3rd level in a month and has become a top-notch master. I don't know how I feel about it. Zhang Tianyi walked out the door. Lin Pingzi had been waiting outside long ago. Seeing Zhang Tianyi come out, Lin Pingzi walked over respectfully. Sir, let's eat. He delivered the meal, then walked to the room, ready to clean the room. Zhang Tianyi watched him diligently during this time. Then he grabbed him. Lin Pingzi looked up at him curiously. Zhang Tianyi said, I know everything about your situation. Show you a clear way. Lin Pingzi's heart was shaken, and then came ecstasy. He knelt on the ground with a puff, his eyes were red. The husband said that there must be a clear way. Thank you, Mr. Pingzi. Zhang Tianyi didn't support him this time. Just said, the reason why your Bixie sword technique is so weak is because there is no corresponding cultivation technique that matches it. The real Bixie swordplay is in your old house. Go and get your hand, but remember, after getting your hand, don't cultivate. Lin Pingzi's eyes widened. In the old house? Sir, why don't you want to cultivate? The corner of Zhang Tianyi's mouth raised. If you can cultivate, it's just that you will cut off your children and grandchildren. Lin Pingzi trembled all over. Cut off children and grandchildren? That won't work. Then I won't practice. Zhang Tianyi nodded. Well, if you can trust me, please show me the sword book, and I will improve it for you. If you don't believe me, then forget it. The sky is high and the earth is wide, you can go anywhere, and you don't have to come to see me again. Lin Pingzi stood up. Sir, I can trust you naturally, and I will be back soon. With that said, Lin Pingzi had already gone out. During this period of time, Tong Xianjiao has been devoting himself to researching marketing methods and continuously applying them to the inn. More and more money is made. The people from rivers and lakes in the inn are already good faces, not counting. So I slowly discovered that my own money was dropping rapidly without knowing it. Most of the silver in his hand was spent in the Tongfu Inn, which was earned by Tong Xianjiao. But I didn't even see the mouth of an expert. They are depressed here. Tong Xianjiao made a lot of money and smiled every day without closing his mouth. But Lu Xiaoki, who had settled the accounts, was half tired. This day, Tong Xianjiao still counts the money over and over again behind the counter. Suddenly I heard a noise in the dining hall. FK. This expert is fake. Daddy has been here for more than 10 days, almost half a month, and I haven't even seen a person. Where did you hear that there is a storyteller in this inn? Someone responded quickly. Damn it, Daddy can't stand it anymore. It is said that the expert will be ordered, the money will be spent, and no one will see it. Did your inn release news to lie to the daddy? Huh. I don't want to wait any longer. Who has the time to spend here every day? If I don't come out again, I will smash the inn. Yes, if you want me to see, it's a liar, and this inn is a gang. If I don't come out again, I will do it too. Me too. Tong Xianjiao was suddenly numb. His face was a little pale. This group of rivers and lakes people are good in their martial arts. If they shoot together, they will not be enough to fight with one piece. When the inn was demolished, so many people didn't know who to talk to. Everyone, stay calm, calm down. Since you are an expert, it is naturally not so easy to see. Wait, maybe I will be back today. A big man threw the bowl and chopsticks directly on the ground. Wait. Wait until Daddy's money is all made by you. You shopkeeper is very bad. The means to scam money are endless. I have never seen anything like this before. This is a tough statement, but with a little grievance. The big man was written by Tru Chi. You have to talk about cheating. The shopkeeper is really not cheating, it's not about cheating. But let's say I didn't lie. He thought and thought, why didn't he know how his own money was spent? No matter how you look at it, you are earning it yourself. But once the account was settled, it was too bad. It made him doubt his IQ. It's really too difficult for him to let him count this stuff. Tong Xianjiao had no choice but to push Lu Xiaoki out. Xiaoki, you can calculate it for them, they didn't cheat money. But as soon as Lu Xiaoki spoke, the big man took a step forward. The shadow enveloped him. He was startled at once. Well, a good man, the son once said, the gentleman speaks, not hands. You calm down. The big man waved his hand. I'll calm down and give me back the money. Now, immediately. Let Tong Xianjiao take out the money she earned, it would be better to kill her. How can I give you the money I earn by my skills? Then I smashed your store. As he said, the big man directly raised the table next to him. "Lay down." A faint voice sounded from the side of the inn. A handsome blind man appeared with black cloth wrapped around his eyes. Wandering in a leisurely courtyard, came over step by step. "I heard you are looking for me." Tong Xianjiao said quickly, "This is the expert you are looking for, the blind storyteller Zhang." The man holding the table yelled angrily, "Fart! Such a young and blind man, what an expert! That is, what an expert this can be, you can't even see it? Damn it, I was deceived. Get rid of him quickly and smash the inn, let's go." Their trust in the inn is basically zero. While talking, the big man waved the table in his hand to Zhang Tianyi. Asterisk. Chapter 16, Did you give advice on chi deviation? Chapter 16, Did you give advice on chi deviation? He has reached the pinnacle of second-rate skill. Powerful. The big table, which stood tall enough for a man, uttered a terrible whistle. Smashed at Zhang Tianyi. Everyone sneered. Anyone who knows how to do it knows that if the strike hits an ordinary person, it will cause serious injury if it does not die. Looking at the blind man's weak body, he might be able to make meatloaf in just one shot. There is no doubt that he will die. "Blind man, get away." Bai Zhantang used Qinggong to save the field, but the distance was a little far away. He couldn't make it up. However, the next moment, the table stopped strangely. The huge force carried on it suddenly disappeared. Was gently put down by the blind man with one hand. Everyone was stunned. Tong Xianjiao and others were also stunned. Bai Zhantang stopped his figure and looked at Zhang Tianyi blankly. He thinks in another way, if he is there, although he can cope with it, it will never be so easy. However, the blind man faced the table as if facing a feather. Lift weights lightly. Understatement. Internal energy surged in Zhang Tianyi's hands. A chill shrouded in the inn, and the air temperature dropped rapidly. Zhang Tianyi waved icy internal energy, and the big man flew out instantly. From the inn, he fell directly onto the street outside. Bang landed repeatedly. Purple lips. Everyone saw that there was a piece of ice on his chest, which was already frozen. Cold, so cold. The sturdy man curled up on the ground. Against the big sunny sky, he actually started to shake. Hiss. The voices of cold breath came and went one after another. Zhang Tianyi stood straight like a gun and didn't speak. Everyone in the inn hid behind him and gathered in a group, looking surprised. Swallowed with a big mouth. "Blind man, I was joking with you after 2 previous moves? Don't go to your heart. Joke. His cyclone saber technique is not enough to see. 18 dragon subduing palms is even worse." Zhang Tianyi walked out of the inn slowly. The crowd parted automatically like a tiger and gave way. Zhang Tianyi came to the strong man, stretched out his hand to put away the chill in the big man. "He still has to stay in the inn, it will be bad if he is dead. You martial arts, which means violent and violent, is practicing kung fu horizontally, but it hurts the 5 internal organs. You have been practicing for a long time, and you will not live long. Not to mention breakthrough." The brawny man's eyes suddenly widened. "I knelt down at that time, boy to have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai, please don't take it to heart. Please also teach me how to cultivate. And your mental method, it should be incomplete, and it was forcibly made up later. The patch is wrong, and the original version has a lot of loopholes. If you don't improve, you won't be an innate master in your life. Don't talk about innate, now he can break through to the top, thank goodness. But listening to what Senior said, is it still expected to reach innate?" The brawny man knocked his head with a bang. The ground suddenly cracked. "God man. Senior is really a man of God. It's all in your expectation. I beg you to give me some guidance. The kid is ruined, and I will thank Senior if he is a cow and a horse in this life. Then you owe me a life. Zhang Tianyi said, the third quarter of the heart technique, the first half is removed. In the fifth quarter, go the opposite way, just do the opposite. Also, when you are cultivating, you should rush the fierce internal energy into the wind gate, and then turn to Yuzhu, but this is wrong. You should. Zhang Tianyi spoke slowly. The brawny man was completely dumbfounded, knelt on the ground blankly, looking at Zhang Tianyi's eyes as if looking at a god. This master not only improved cultivation technique. Even when he glanced at him, he knew how he usually cultivated, and he was able to point out mistakes. What is this existence? All rivers and lakes people in the crowd are also completely blinded. They have never seen such an existence. Not to mention hearing, even now I see it with my own eyes, I think it is a fantasy. If it weren't for Zhang Tianyi's shot just now. They all thought that the two of them lied to them in partnership. Real or fake? After a glance, can you even point out the mistakes in cultivation? This is too amazing. Am I crazy? Or do I have hallucinations after drinking too much? Wait a minute, after seeing Meng Hai's improvement, how can I be sure? Right. Meng Hai is the brawny man kneeling in front of Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi said, try it? Yes, Senior. With that said, the strong man lotus position sat on the ground. Begin cultivation to operate the mental method according to the method Zhang Tianyi said. Everyone first saw Meng Hai's face flushed. Then he spit out a big mouthful of purple blood. Then began to vomit blood. I'm going, what's the matter? Is it chi deviation? It won't die. Could it be that he shot this blind man just now, and the blind man said nonsense to intentionally harm him? I'm going, so insidious. They were all taken aback, looking at Zhang Tianyi with some trepidation. However, the old man in the crowd squinted, looked carefully for a moment, and said aloud, no, don't you see it? The color of blood. That's congestion. It's the dark wound caused by Meng Hai's years of cultivation mistakes, the congestion remaining in the body. Blood. It's just a change of cultivation technique, can it heal the previous dark wounds? It was forced out so quickly? This speed is really terrifying. Continue to watch and watch. A moment later, there was a crackling sound from Meng Hai's body. Then the body suddenly swelled for a moment, and the appointment around the body seemed to explode into a cloud. The dust around was blown away. He opened his eyes, their eyes shining brightly. Standing up, according to what Zhang Tianyi said, he played a set of fist technique. He punched it and immediately felt the difference. His eyes brightened, punch after punch. There was a roar of wind all over the street. The red silk on the opposite side of the Yuheng Tower was shook and hunted *. Chapter 17, Fairy Guides the Way. Chapter 17, Fairy Guides the Way. Everyone looked dumbfounded. With this fist technique, the expert has only changed a few parts, so he can become so smooth and comfortable. I remember that Meng Hai's fierce tiger boxing is only a third-rate martial arts. Improved by seniors like this, now Meng Hai has at least the power of second-rate martial arts in his hands. Did you not find out? Sanyi Lin, what did you find? This kid, breakthrough bottleneck, is now a first-class master. Everyone's eyes widened, and they took a breath. What? Meng Hai is already a top-notch master now. Meng Hai was inferior to me, but now he is better than me in the blink of an eye. Is this senior a god? The fairy is showing the way. Really, the fairy is showing the way. Just a few sentences can help people improve cultivation technique and martial arts, and also break through bottleneck. Everyone looked at Zhang Tianyi's eyes and instantly became extremely enthusiastic. Such existence often only exists in legends. Today I was able to see it with my own eyes, and I can still be guided by him. This makes everyone feel like a pie in the sky. It hits the head directly, making it dizzy. At this moment, everyone feels extremely worthy of these 10 days of waiting. Don't say wait 10 days. If they can get such guidance, they are willing to wait for more than 10 years. After Meng Hai finished playing a set of fist technique, his heart was almost split apart. This is my own fist technique. Have you practiced fist technique for more than 10 years? So perfect. Obviously only a few changes have been made. But it can turn decay into magic. He had never thought that the set of fist technique could exert such power. Now even if he meets the famous first-rate masters on rivers and lakes, he may not have the power to fight. You know, he just broke through now. Puff. Meng Hai directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Senior's grace to reinvent, Junior has no teeth and never forgets. From now on, Meng Hai's life will be yours, but if you are instructed, Meng Hai will never reject it, even if it's fierce. He knows his own situation. In recent years, cultivation base has not only failed to make progress, but it has also regressed. This is all because he can no longer cultivate this mental technique and martial arts. Once cultivated, severe pain came from the body. Unless own martial arts is abolished, there will not be a few years to survive. But he was reluctant to cultivate the strength of his own life. That's why it has been delayed until now. But now it's different. Not only has his life been saved, but his skill has gone even further. He even felt that he had hoped to enter the innate realm world. He took out a small gold medal from him. Senior, this is the relic left by my father. It is my most precious thing. Senior, hold it. No matter what it is, anyone, as long as you come to me with this token, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. This is the benefit of rivers and lakes people, pay attention to it. Zhang Tianyi took it and put it in his arms casually. People don't need to use ready-made tools for nothing. With his current deduction ability, when to do something, even anyone can maximize their value and become an exquisite chess piece. Seeing Zhang Tianyi put away the gold medal, Meng Hai silently stood aside. The rivers and lakes people in the inn are all crazy. Senior, please, give me some advice. Senior, I have been stuck in this realm for 5 or 6 years. I don't know what went wrong, please help me to see it. Senior. One by one, they are vying to be instructed by Zhang Tianyi. But Zhang Tianyi is one. They don't know how many people this expert is willing to point out today, and how long they will point out. In case the expert gets tired for a while, don't give pointers. The opportunity in front of me flew away. So they all want to be the first. The scene became chaotic for a while. The people from rivers and lakes who were scrambling for a while ran into each other. You hit me, and I gave you a push. Don't block me, Lao San Lu, you get out of here, there is nothing wrong with your cultivation technique. It's him, Zhang Biozi, are you too embarrassed to say? Is there a problem with your cultivation technique? Stay here later, let me come first. Don't snatch it, I'm the oldest, I won't break through, there will be no hope in my lifetime. Are you so old and disrespectful, do you still make sense when you are old? Yes, you are half buried in the ground, so leave the opportunity to our young people. Don't fight with our young people. Under the guidance of Senior, we still have hope to enter innate. You are dying. Let's let it go. Why did you talk to me, Daddy beat you to death? Meng Hai looked at everyone scrambling, and once again deeply realized how much advantage he had taken. Cannot help but feel very grateful and grateful. There was chaos at the entrance of the inn. Lao Bai stood tremblingly at the forefront. He held the table in his hand and covered his body, showing half of his head and looking outside. Behind him are Li Dazhuai and Tong Xianjiao. The blind are really good. Fortunately, I called them all out. Otherwise, the inn would have to be demolished by these bastards. Tong Xianjiao muttered. Bang! A stone slammed on the table, shocking Bai Zhang. Treasurer, this is too dangerous, let's go back soon. Li Dazhuai nodded again and again, it makes sense, Lao Bai, should we close the door? Tong Xianjiao quit immediately, no. These bastards haven't checked out yet, what should I do if they run away after a while? I have to stare at them, no one can run orders today. Asterisk. Chapter 18, Collect martial arts cheats and increase the number of tools. Chapter 18, Collect martial arts cheats and increase the number of tools. Bai Zhantang looked embarrassed. But I also know in my heart that with Tong Xianjiao's character, let alone a group of rivers and lakes people outside. Even a group of murderers, the accounts that should be settled can't be less. Okay. Zhang Tianyi's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The chaotic scene suddenly calmed down. Lin Seinyi was still pulling Lu Laosan's hair in his hands. The solace of Lu Laosan's shoes are still printed on Zhang Baiozhi's face. Everyone looked at Zhang Tianyi. Don't dare to violate or move. Zhang Tianyi said, those who meet today have a share, I will point them one by one, you line up. Give you a half-hearted time, line up, or forget it today. While talking, Zhang Tianyi walked into the inn and patted the table of Bai Zhantang, Lao Bai, put the table down soon, it's all out of the hole. Bai Zhantang returned the shielded table to the inn. Zhang Tianyi was sitting at the door of the inn with a big horse. Oh, Seinyi Lin, it's a rude kid, you are the oldest and respected, you are the first to come. Haha, young people can understand if they don't speak martial ethics. I think Zhang Baiozhi is a good martial artist among you, so let him be the first. Don't give it up, let Bai Shuzheng do it, he knows a lot. Okay, let's hurry up. Bai Shuzheng stood up, and quickly lined up a team based on the rumors of rivers and lakes' strength. There is no objection. There is not much time for Banzuxiang. A long line was formed soon. 7 Heroes Town now gathers many rivers and lakes people, some of them simply come to watch the excitement. 2 days ago, he laughed at everyone and was deceived. Today's scene fell in the eyes of many people. Make them dumbfounded. I'm going, is there really an expert advice? Look at it. More and more people are observing secretly. And Zhang Tianyi quickly started to give these rivers and lakes people suggestions for improvement. At the same time, they also gain their inner strength and martial arts. Your solitary wind treasure has 13 things that need to be improved. They are: the blazing saber technique is open and close, but the weakness is also obvious. You practice too much and die very quickly. You change like this. Earth-making spiritual skills. You are about to make earth-making skills. If you continue to practice like this, prepare for funerals. Bai Tao's mental method, this cultivation technique is okay, but unfortunately it's not suitable for you, you change it like this. Most of these rivers and lakes people are second-rate and third-rate, and only a few are first-rate. The cultivation technique they cultivate is naturally not a peerless cultivation technique. Zhang Tianyi can see through at a glance, and then points out the shortcomings and improvement methods. Most of these people are stuck at the bottleneck and cannot make an inch. After the improvement, it didn't take long for them to make breakthroughs one by one. There are even first-class masters who have awakened after years of hardship, and thus broke through to innate in situ. The eyeballs were stunned. Even the rivers and lakes people who secretly observed were frightened. They decided to go to the inn for advice. In less than an hour, all the rivers and lakes people in the inn had finished giving instructions. They sat cross-legged at the entrance of Tongfu Inn. From time to time, someone vomited blood, and from time to time someone broke through the bottleneck. But Zhang Tianyi was still sitting at the door, touching his chin and thinking. These martial arts cultivation techniques are relatively general. Their strength is not too strong. But it's normal. People in the innate realm world are already masters. they are basically enough for rivers and lakes, not so urgent. Besides, I'm self-reliant, and I won't run over to ask for advice just because of a rumor. Then there is no face. There are also most of the innate masters, who have their own schools, senior and own masters, and there are few who need help. Today I got a dozen mental methods, each with its own strengths and weaknesses, and it's not bad. Go back and deduct and sort it out, take the essence and discard the dross, and see if it can be incorporated into the Mingyu Gong. Next, we will continue to optimize with Minjiu Gong as the main body. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianyi suddenly felt quiet. Mind retracted. Some accidentally discovered that the people from rivers and lakes who had already knelt on the ground in front of him. Headed by Lin Sanyi, they all looked at Zhang Tianyi with gratitude. My sons and daughters of the rivers and lakes, please feel gratitude, the grace of dripping water, and the fountain of retribution. What's more, the seniors' great kindness in rebuilding. Today, we people have agreed to leave the most precious token like Menghai. If seniors need it in the future, they will be able to go through fire and water. Go through all fire and water, do whatever it takes. Go through all fire and water, do whatever it takes. The crowd said in unison. Then Bai Shuzheng stood up and brought everyone's most precious token to Zhang Tianyi. The table in front of Zhang Tianyi was piled up like a hill. They are extremely precious items. The name of the person is either engraved or pasted on it to indicate the identity. Zhang Tianyi waved his hand. Okay, you wait until the purpose of this trip has been achieved, and you can disperse separately. Everyone expressed their gratitude again, and then stood up and prepared to leave. Etc. Close the bill. Zhang Tianyi looked at Tong Xianjiao, whose expression was predestined behind him, and said helplessly. If this allows them to leave like this, they will have to be nagged by the shopkeeper Tong for several days. In the evening, Zhang Tianyi quietly organized the collected cultivation techniques together. Then keep deducing in my mind. Again and again. Ding. The deduction is successful, and the essence of the flame heart technique is refined. Ding. The deduction is successful, the fusion of the Lotus Sutra and the flame heart method is successful. The data is so bad, why doesn't anyone vote for monthly tickets and flowers? Asterisk. Chapter 19, A Million Deductions. Chapter 19, A Million Deductions. Ding. The deduction is successful, and the essence of the 13 mental methods has been refined and integrated. Ding. Started to integrate the fusion of the essence of the mind into the Mingyu Gong. The first simulation failed, in deduction. The second simulation failed, in deduction. The 186th simulation failed, in deduction. Ding. The deduction is successful, and the essence of the mind has been completely integrated into the Mingyu Gong. Mingyu Gong optimization is complete. Cultivation technique promotion rate, 7%. The successful deduction of cultivation technique will reward the host, ascension 5% for brain development. Okay. Zhang Tianyi was taken aback for a moment, and then reacted. Promoting the cultivation technique, is it possible to develop so many ascension brains? That's right, every success in the deduction will get a little bit of development ascension, but some deductions bring little ascension. The greater the result of the deduction, the more ascension you will get. And the deduction of cultivation technique is already a top-notch difficult thing in the world. It's almost a moat that humans cannot do. Naturally, there are many rewards. For the rest of the time, Zhang Tianyi sits in the inn every day and advises people on improving mental skills and martial arts. For a time, countless people from rivers and lakes flock to it. The inn is full of deva. Shopkeeper Tong continued to apply the marketing methods he just learned and made a lot of money. The wages of the people in the inn are ascension a copper plate. One can imagine how much money Tong Xianjiao made. Now Tong Xianjiao's eyes look at Zhang Tianyi are the same as those with peerless treasures. I can't wait to treat Zhang Tianyi as a god, and serve him deliciously. Zhang Tianyi occasionally gets hairy when she sees it. More than 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. An expert in the Tongfuing caused an uproar on rivers and lakes. The influence is greater. After more than 10 days of collection, Zhang Tianyi has collected hundreds of martial arts cheats. Among them are more than 100 inner gong mental methods. All aspects and types are covered. Very comprehensive. Another day is the end of guidance. Zhang Tianyi returned to the room. Almost, these cultivation techniques should be enough. It's not difficult to refine and merge, but it's getting harder and harder to integrate into Minjiao Gong. The difficulty has increased exponentially. He frowned slightly. Each mentality can be said to be very mysterious. After merging with each other, it becomes more subtle, but it is inevitable that there will be some conflicts between each other. We need to eliminate the conflict between them, but also keep them in harmony with Mingyao Gong. This requires a lot of deduction. If it weren't for the development of the brain to such an extent, it would be impossible to accomplish it with human power. There is no luck. At the beginning, Zhang Tianyi only simulated more than 1,000 times to integrate the essence of the mind into Minjiao Gong. But as time grows, the number of simulations required increases rapidly. By the time of 7 or 8 days, it had already been simulated tens of thousands of times. At 10 days, the simulation was carried out 100,000 times. But nowadays, it is more and more strenuous, tens of thousands of simulations at every turn, so that Zhang Tianyi mental energy consumes a lot. Forget it, don't continue collecting, I have to focus on integration by closed-door training. Zhang Tianyi briefly explained to the inn. Tong Xianjiao not only did not oppose, on the contrary, he was very supportive. After this period of training, she is already a successful marketer. Thus, Zhang Tianyi started closed-door training. Ding. The simulation failed for the 23rd, 86th time, the deduction is in progress. Ding. The deduction is successful, and the essence of the mind has been completely integrated into the Mingyao Gong. Mingyao Gong optimization is complete. Cultivation technique promotion rate, 95%. Zhang Tianyi frowned, something's wrong. Now that the essence of the mind is integrated, ascension has become rare, and Minjiao Gong has been infinitely improved, but it seems that something very important is missing. Zhang Tianyi stood up, walked to the window, and pondered silently. Cultivation technique, what is missing? Zhang Tianyi looked at the world outside, and deduced silently in his heart. This stop is 2 days and 2 nights. It's the 3rd day. Everyone in the inn came to the small courtyard, a few people huddled in the corner, and did not dare to disturb Zhang Tianyi. They all looked at him worriedly. The expression is still a bit scared. Big Mouth glanced at Bai Zhantang blankly, what's wrong with the blind man? It's been 2 days since standing here, aren't you hungry? Bai Zhantang glanced at him disgustingly, what do you know, now blind men are masters, masters don't need to eat? Tong Xianjiao asked, then this is Seiza's situation? Is the blind okay? Lu Xiaoke I said, maybe he is thinking about the problem between heaven and earth, he should come and ask me, I read poetry and books. Guo Furong gave him a push, hurry up, just the ink in your stomach is incomparable to a blind man. Lu Xiaoke I said quietly, you can insult my people, but you can't insult my knowledge. Guo Furong raised his hand. Lu Xiaoke I leaned back, well, you are free and happy. Guo Furong said, if you want me to say, maybe the blind man has fallen into an epiphany. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Tianyi seemed to have thought of something, and he clapped his hands and made a loud noise. Several people were observing him intently, and the sound shocked them all. Bai Zhantang sat on the ground, clutching his chest, oh, I'm going, scared me. Tong Xianjiao, no way, whoever can stand this shock, I will collect the money. Big mouth, I went to cook. Lose I okay I have to read a book to calm down. Asterisk. Chapter 20, Successful Deduction, Minjio Fairy Technique. Chapter 20, Successful Deduction, Minjio Fairy Technique. Zhang Tianyi laughed in the room. I know what is missing. At this level, the inner strength mental method is already exquisite to the extreme, but it is still fundamentally different from the cultivation technique. For the current Mingyogong, there is still one most important thing. That is to guide the laws of heaven and earth's vitality. No matter how advanced the inner strength is, it just absorbs the vitality of the heavens and the earth into oneself and uses it. And this exquisiteness is the biggest change from the cultivation technique. That is a reference to the vitality of heaven and earth. My thinking should not be how to make internal energy more sophisticated, but should add something to internal energy. Let it be a leader to arouse the vitality between the commanding world and the earth, and operate in accordance with the rules of my internal energy. Therefore, it can produce the effect of 1 life, 2, 3, all things. At this time, the phenomenon induced by internal energy is called a spell. In other words, after success, whether it is to produce fire, wind, water, thunder, and lightning, you only need a little bit of internal energy to use it. Because there is a rule set in this internal energy, which draws the energy between heaven and earth, and in accordance with this rule, a storm is formed. Although great masters can mobilize the power of heaven and earth, they have reached the extreme because of internal energy cultivation, which has caused a qualitative change in internal energy. After this kind of change, internal energy will unconsciously affect the power of heaven and earth. In other words, this is passive traction. 100 internal energy can only draw 80, or even 50, the power of heaven and earth, with half the effort. And what I want to do is take the initiative to lead. A little bit of internal energy can pull around 100 power of the world, so as to achieve the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. And because of the changes in the rules of internal energy, the power of heaven and earth will slowly be absorbed into internal energy, which will make internal energy take another qualitative leap. In this way, it is cultivation technique. Zhang Tianyi finally figured out the joints. Begin to quickly deduct the rules of heaven and earth. Then he continued to integrate into Mingyogong. As he thought, the deduction of cultivation technique began to make rapid progress. Ding! Deducing the rules of heaven and earth. The deduction was successful. Ding! The rules of heaven and earth are being integrated. Ding! The integration is successful, and some of the laws of heaven and earth have been completely integrated into Mingyogong. Mingyogong optimization is complete. Cultivation technique promotion rate, 96%. Ding! Deducing the rules of heaven and earth. That's it, 3 hours later. Ding! Mingyogong is all optimized successfully. Zhang Tianyi clapped his hands. It's done. He began to try cultivation. This time, internal energy was suddenly different as soon as it started operating. The breath around the body was gleaming because of the power of the rules of heaven and earth. Internal energy is also exuding dim light. There are various laws of heaven and earth in it. Because it is a fusion of 100 cultivation technique, which contains various characteristics. Different characteristics, the power of the world that can be pulled is also different. Zhang Tianyi cultivated a trace of internal energy in his body into a new type of internal energy. He opened his eyes, he only used this trace of internal energy and pointed it out. This new type of internal energy is gone. As soon as he appeared in the air, he immediately attracted the power of the surrounding heaven and earth to wrap it. Then the power of heaven and earth was affected by the rules of heaven and earth and turned into a small cone of ice. At the same time as the freezing cold, a strong wind appeared, and the ice cone flew out. Very fast and powerful. It's done. It really works. This kind of energy from cultivation technique cultivation is fundamentally different from the previous internal energy, so it's good to call it true yuan. This kind of attack can only be played by the Grand Great Master. But now, Zhang Tianyi not only played. And it's very easy, only consuming a trace of real yuan. After the optimization, Minjiu Gong not only retains the original characteristics, but also incorporates the essence of the 100 heart techniques, and the effects are already endless. Martial forest cultivation technique has its own characteristics and strengths. Some can make people not afraid of high temperatures, and some can hold one's breath for several days. Some can make the body soft and boneless. Mingyue Gong is able to keep people young forever. In short, Zhang Tianyi, who has cultivated the optimized version of Mingyue Gong, has a lot of life. The Mingyue Gong now is very different from before. Since it is already a cultivation technique, it can no longer be called Mingyue Gong. Just call it Mingyuxianju. Ding. Cultivation technique Mingyuxianju was successfully deduced. Host gets reward, brain domain development ascension 5%. There were waves of dizziness. Zhang Tianyi suddenly felt that the world was different again, clearer and simpler. The calculations that felt a little laborious before have become a lot easier now. It seems that the ascension of the brain domain is not a simple addition, but a geometric increase. Zhang Tianyi feels that his current deduction ability has been strengthened 2 or 3 times. It's not as simple as just a part of ascension. In this way, many things will be easier to do. With the system's prompts, it proved that cultivation technique has been fully deduced. Zhang Tianyi confidently began to cultivate boldly. Cultivating Mingyuxianju is obviously more difficult than cultivating Mingyue Gong. After all, this Mingyuxianju had incorporated too much martial arts essence. At the same time, it also incorporates the application of the rules of heaven and earth. There is a world of difference from Mingyue Gong. The difficulty of cultivating Mingyuxianju was greatly increased from the beginning. Zhang Tianyi just found out how trivial the little bit of internal energy I cultivated before. Asterisk. Chapter 21, Ming Jade Fairy Technique, Level 1. Chapter 21, Ming Jade Fairy Technique, Level 1. Zhang Tianyi sat cross-legged in the own room. Mingyuxianju works in the body. The ice-clear internal energy has been continuously integrated into the power of the world's rules, and changes are slowly taking place. He had cultivated Mingyue Gong to the 3rd level. Now it is starting from scratch. Although the number of true yuan can't be compared with the number of internal energy, but in terms of quality, it has exceeded internal energy by too much. A qualitative change has taken place. This sitting, in the blink of an eye, was another 3 days. Zhang Tianyi, who hadn't moved for 3 days, suddenly shook his whole body, and the true essence in his body had accumulated to a certain extent. There was a slight click inside him. After that, the robe on his body was silent, and after a while, it gradually subsided. Zhang Tianyi opened his eyes and exhaled a suffocating breath. The power of the surrounding heaven and earth also dissipated. He stood up, running the true essence in his body. The cold wind swelled between the waves, and rows of xianbing appeared. He dispersed the true essence again, and the profound ice also dispersed. All internal energy in the body has been completely replaced with true essence, and now it can be regarded as the cultivation of Mingyuxian secret art to the 1st level. However, the Mingyuxianju can no longer be regarded as martial arts, and realm naturally cannot be classified according to the level of martial arts. Mingyuxianju has 9 layers. It is the process from the quantitative change to the qualitative change of the true essence, and the increase in strength is essentially the same. It just corresponds to the 9th level of Qi cultivation technique. My current realm should be a training level. After practicing Qi, it should be the foundation building period. If you can foundation building, you are officially embarking on a fairy road. But I don't have any clues yet. compared with the need for more advanced martial arts to perform deduction. This level of martial arts cheats needs at least a level similar to Ming Yagong. Only this level of martial forest cheats can be regarded as a glimpse of the rules of the world. Zhang Tianyi frowned slightly. It's not easy to handle. The martial forest cheats of this level are all the treasures of the Big Gate sect. Each is like a palace of moving flowers and possesses a powerful influence. I am practicing at the first level now. It is difficult to get this level of cheats. If you accidentally put yourself in, you should wait for cultivation base ascension to find a way. It will be long in Japan. It took 3 days for cultivation to reach the first level of Qi. Naturally, it will take longer to train on the second floor. Zhang Tianyi was not in a hurry. He ate well in the Tongfu Inn and slept well, occasionally basking in the sun, making fun of Lao Bai with his big mouth, and living comfortably. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. This day, after Zhang Tianyi cultivation was completed, he sat in the small courtyard basking in the sun. The slender knuckles beat on the stone table. His brows frowned slightly. Calculated silently in my mind. From here to Lin's old house, even if Lin Pingzi walks slowly back and forth, he should be back in 7 or 8 days. 13 days have passed, and Lin Pingzi hasn't returned yet. Obviously something happened. Zhang Tianyi thought for a moment. Then he stood up and walked out of the inn. Came to the alley outside the inn. The 3 of you have been with me for a month. Come out, I have something to explain. The 3 Huayuinas were hiding in the dark, looking at the blind man in the alley in surprise. Listening to Zhang Tianyi's words, he already knew the existence of the 3 of them. All 3 of them are innate masters. How did the blind man find them? It is also clear that there are 3 people. However, they had obeyed the order of Yu and secretly protected Zhang Tianyi here. Exposure is not a big deal. So the 3 daughters of Huayuinu walked out. They couldn't figure out the relationship between the blind man and the Grand Palace Master, and they spoke very politely. What's your order, sir? Lin Pingzi returned to the Lin family's old house to get the Bixi sword score. You should know it? I'll wait to know. Well, it has been 13 days now. He hasn't come back yet. It must be an accident. His martial arts are still shallow, and he still holds the precious Bixi swordsmanship in his hand. He can't help himself in danger. I want you to take a trip and bring him back. If you can't save it, then bring Bixi swordsmanship back. Saving Lin Pingzi was just by the way. Zhang Tianyi's main purpose was to get back the Bixi sword book. The Bixi sword is from the Sunflower collection. Although the Sunflower treasure can be practiced from the palace, it is no less than the martial arts of Ming Yagong in terms of its exquisiteness. In some respects, it is much higher than Minjiao. So he wanted to look at the Bixi swordsmanship to see if he could get inspiration from it and find ideas for the foundation building period. Huayuinu frowned slightly. Sir, forgive us for not being able to obey. The order of the Grand Palace Master is for us to protect your safety. We are leaving without authorization. If anything happens to the Sir, the Grand Palace Master will be held accountable, and we can't afford it. Zhang Tianyi shook his head lightly. I don't need your protection. Huayuinu felt unhappy in her heart. This guy is so arrogant. Although she saw Zhang Tianyi pointing to those rivers and lakes people, she only felt that Zhang Tianyi was extremely savvy. But after all, he is young and blind, no matter how strong martial arts can be. The 3 innate masters are here, but this guy says he doesn't need protection. Mr. may not know our strength yet. Zhang Tianyi shook his head. I think you guys don't know the strength of own. Innate only. It's not a big deal. Ask for monthly tickets, flowers, evaluation tickets, and rewards. Asterisk. Chapter 22, Legendary Strength. Chapter 22, Legendary Strength. Zhang Tianyi didn't talk too much nonsense. Ming Yuxian Ju operates. A wave of ice halal yuan emerged. Mingyuxianju and Mingyugong originated from the same source. The three women suddenly felt a familiar breath. They all sneered in their hearts. Does this arrogant guy still have to do something to us? He has only cultivated Mingyugong for a few days. We have been cultivating for decades. To say that the understanding of Mingyugong is also profound. Give this kid a few more years, it may not be their opponent. Doesn't this worm shake the tree? Thinking about it this way, all three of them were just running Mingyugong silently, and didn't take Zhang Tianyi's actions to heart at all. Just dismissed Zhang Tianyi's ignorance. However, the next moment, as soon as the cold wind blew up in the alley, the Zhen Yuan in Zhang Tianyi's body mobilized a large amount of heaven and earth power. The power of this cold wind turned up abruptly, and it was very different from the power that internal energy could play. A strong breath came. The three women's complexion changed suddenly. Impossible. What power is this? A sense of danger came to their minds, and a lot of combat experience told them that this strike is by no means simple. If you are hit, you may be seriously injured. They hurriedly ran the cultivation technique in their bodies with all their strength, motivating internal energy to the extreme. The surface of the graceful body is like jade, slightly transparent, with ice muscle and bones. This is the anomaly that arises when Mingyugong is urged to its extreme. But it's still useless. Three profound ice quickly condensed out, appearing on the chests of the three of them out of thin air. The three of them hadn't reacted, they were hit by Xianbing in an instant. The internal energy on their bodies suddenly collapsed, and there was no resistance. There was a bang. The three women snorted together, flew back, and hit the wall in the alley. The walls are cracked. The three of them felt a little pain, but they were not injured. Obviously Zhang Tianyi controlled the power at the last minute. The three women leaned on the wall and looked up at Zhang Tianyi, their expressions horrified. There was a stormy sea in my heart. The sky fell apart for a while. Everything in front of me is so unreal, it's hard to believe. Just now that was moved the power of heaven and earth. He is the power of heaven and earth mobilized with Mingyugong. It's impossible. He has only cultivated Mingyugong for a few days. How could he be able to use Mingyugong to such an extent? Even the Grand Palace Master can't do this to such a degree now. At least by cultivating Mingyugong to the 9th level to have such power. But, this guy has cultivated Mingyugong to the 9th level in less than a month. Doesn't it become a great master? Better than the Grand Palace Master? Is there any reason for this? The scene in the alley is extremely quiet. The old god Zhang Tianyi was standing in place. The three women had their heads crashed, and it was hard to believe this fact. It's been a long while. Hua Yueling slipped to the ground with a thud, awakening the other two women. It happened right in front of my eyes, and the pain in my body had just disappeared, so I had to believe it if I didn't believe it. Huayu slave stepped forward and knelt on one knee directly, giving Zhang Tianyi the same treatment as the Grand Palace Master. On the delicate and beautiful face, there is incomparable obedience and respect. Although I don't know how Zhang Tianyi did it, the man in front of him is now a Grand Master who is stronger than the Grand Palace Master. Legendary strength that is rare on rivers and lakes. Before the Grand Palace Master cultivated Mingyugong to the 9th level, no one in Yuhua Palace could match the man in front of him. With this kind of existence, it's no wonder that the Grand Palace Master of the Huagong Palace had to befriend him. Huayu slave didn't dare to offend him. Mr. Yu slave has a shallow knowledge. I didn't expect Mr. to have such a shocking power. Please don't blame Mr. We are going to find Lin Pingzi and Bixi swordsmanship. Hua Yueling and Hua Yadan also reacted, hurriedly came to Hua Yuinu's back, and knelt down. I'm afraid to upset Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi was very gentle. Go ahead, go back quickly. Yes. Hua Yuinu left with the two daughters. The three women were silent along the way, still digesting the shock just now. Zhang Tianyi stood in the alley. Silently experienced the attack that mobilized the power of heaven and earth just now. At that moment, it seemed to touch something. At this time, the system prompt sound came. Ding. Spell push evolution, 1%. Pursuing a spell will reward the host, brain development ascension 5%. Okay. Zhang Tianyi laughed. At that moment, because he wanted to control the power of heaven and earth, he felt something touched. Only now did I know that I had touched the deduction of spells. Zhang Tianyi walked back to the inn while thinking silently. The cultivation technique can also learn from martial arts cheats, but the magic deductions, those martial arts cheats, are not useful for reference. It's not the same in essence. One is the use of internal moves, and the other is to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. It is completely different, and there is no way to learn from it. It's totally two systems. So this thing, I can only explore it myself. It can be said that the difficulty is not normal. Zhang Tianyi rubbed his eyebrows and deduced the spell without any reference. The design test simulation and exploration can be said to be massive. Forget it, don't rush for a while, feel free to explore it slowly. A woman came from Qixia town. The woman was as white as snow, and barefoot in white, and she was not as beautiful as a mortal. The face is smart and innocent, like an innocent girl. In the dark pupils, cunning colors flashed from time to time, and there was a moment of fascination and charm, which was intriguing. Like a night elf in the deep darkness. It is the new generation successor of the Yinghui school, how. Some flowers, monthly pass. Asterisk. Chapter 23, How appears at Tongfu Inn. Chapter 23, How appears at Tongfu Inn. Ho appeared in Qixia town. Such a peerless beauty attracted everyone's attention when she appeared. Ho just smiled smartly, staring at a big monk. The great monk hadn't moved his eyes when she appeared. There is even a lustful color in his eyes. What a Buddhist disciple. Ho's childlike face burst into a pure smile, raised his bare feet, and walked towards the great monk. The monk became excited. Seeing how twisting Myron's waist and walking closer. The purple silk with his arms flicked over, he was ecstatic, and all the Buddha's precepts were thrown behind his head. How can the Buddha be so beautiful and alluring? Zi Ling placed on him, the fragrance filled him, and the great monk was intoxicated. The terrible demonic energy poured in. The next moment, the monk's eyes widened, and his whole body shuddered. A whole body of skill rushed into the purple silk with vitality. The great monk's face quickly faded. The full body also became haggard in an instant. In an instant it became a human being and a ghost or a ghost. Everyone around was silent, and needles dropped quietly on the street to be heard. And Meyerwo Fairy, like a fairy's put away the purple silk, smiled lightly. Holding Binan barefoot again, he went to the Tongfu Inn. It looks like it just teased the kid. How, a Gide which shoulders the mission of the greatest evil sect. Killing is like eating and drinking water. This time I came to Qixia town because she heard that there was an expert in the Tongfu Inn. Ho was very curious about this blind man. She has made rapid progress in her cultivation magic skills, and has now reached the peak of innate, and has been looking for opportunities to break through to the Grand Master Realm world. Maybe this blind man can provide something. Others who have her status may still be reserved. But she did whatever she wanted, and did what she thought of, and she came just as she said. How stepped into the Tongfu Inn. Attracted everyone's attention in an instant. But then the people who followed in whispered, everyone also knew the terrible woman. They dared not look again. Killing without blinking, another demon. The moment How came in, he saw Zhang Tianyi sitting in the corner drinking tea. She was slightly surprised. What a handsome blind man. Looks very young, is he what the expert said? Let's talk about temptation and temptation. How Lianbia shook lightly, twisting his waist like a water snake, walked straight to Zhang Tianyi's table and sat down. She thought Zhang Tianyi could not see. But in fact, Zhang Tianyi lowered his head to see clearly than anyone else. I can fully understand every detail of Ho Ho. A lot of information flooded into my mind. All the information was put together and analyzed and deduced continuously. After a while, Zhang Tianyi was already aware of the situation of this beautiful woman. How? 20 years old, heir to the biggest evil school of Yinghui School. The status of the Yinghui School should be extremely high now, only under 1 or 2 people. Absolutely talented, intelligent, and charming, the city is extremely deep. Innate pinnacle cultivation base. The cultivation technique is Heavenly Demon, which should have evolved from Heavenly Demon Secret. The one who came to me should want to break through the current bottleneck. Zhang Tianyi did not reveal her identity. Just drink tea quietly. Thinking about how to use her Heavenly Demon Dafa. Ho Ho's black jewel-like eyes were very agile, and he looked up and down for a moment. Zhang Tianyi, her cherry lips lightly opened. You are the blind Zhang who instructs others to cultivate. She has a light voice, but she has the ultimate charm. Make everyone around you feel in a daze. Zhang Tianyi laughed. Heavenly Demon sound. This is temptation. The little girl didn't think she could see, she was trying hard to own ears. Zhang Tianyi didn't change his face. Yes, the girl came this time to make a breakthrough to the great master. Your Heavenly Demon Dafa, cultivation has reached this stage. It has been nearly half a year without gaining an inch. Is it correct to say next? Ho Ho didn't expect that this guy would not only respond to the sound of own Heavenly Demon. Instead, he revealed several details of own as soon as he opened his mouth. This blind man has some tricks. She leaned towards Zhang Tianyi's side. The face is as pure as a child, there is no evil, and the exhalation is like blue. Do you have a way? Zhang Tianyi's expression is a little weird. You just use this to test cotters. Bah, test me? Naturally, there is. If the girl has any problems, you can take out the cultivation technique for advice. I will improve the cultivation technique according to the girl's situation. Your cultivation technique is not an ordinary cultivation technique, you can't see it just by looking at it. After the improvement, the girl can go further. How frowned. This blind man really doesn't think of himself as an outsider. Heavenly Demon Dafa is the top secret of Yinghui School. As an evil way, if the most confidential cultivation technique is leaked out, others will be able to find the weaknesses targeted after knowing it. Then she will be in danger. So she didn't plan to consult martial arts when she first came. However, she is now more curious about the blind man in front of her. Since he came in, this guy has been drinking tea with his head down, making no movements or seeing. And she was pretty sure she had never seen this guy. Few people know their own identity. Why is this guy so clear about own? Hohoro blinked with big eyes, suddenly excited like a child. The graceful posture came up, very close to Zhang Tianyi. Could it be that you can tell a fortune? Asterisk. Chapter 24, Guan and Fate meet Shifikxuan. Chapter 24, Guan and Fate meet Shifikxuan. Zhang Tianyi mind a move. This girl is really human creature. It looks beautiful even if the pure as a child, like a spirit lightweight, yet sly charm as fox demon. The opposite of purity and the temptation to build one. It has deep magong, where withstand this unusual man. The girl can also think so. Guan from interest, scraped together even closer, deeper into the black eyes sly. She shallots General Zhang Tianyi fingertips across the back of the hand. Would not it be said, you count to me to come? Zhang Tianyi knuckles knocked the table. This did not make the count. However, he can count to another. Guan have emerged. Shi Fixuan should have been far away. You know, they are a representative of evil ways, one is the right way representative. One is an evil, regardless of talent, or the degree of intelligence, are comparable. Burdened with the mission of their respective sects. Is destiny head? Girl, I do not know this, but your rival is about to hit there, but to duo. Guan eyes narrowed. Hit the rival? She ever since cultivation, without their drawbacks. Even now the strength in Yinghui Pai, it is also ranked very exam. A heavenly demon Dafa, but also kill countless positive deist scholar. How can rival what hit? Guan raised their heads, exposing the graceful curve of the neck. Tsundara said, whispering sound, and I still think you how much. This girl can no head, human right way are some chicken what dog, no one can battle with me. These words just finished. She feels in the inn appeared in a misty holy atmosphere. This breath to make her feel uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. So she turned around and looked. We are seeing a white misty figure into the inn with the blessing. Jojo body like the body seems to have filled the mixing xianqi, ethereal, elegant as fairy, like Roselle alive. This woman dignified and graceful movements. Eyes full of calm really simple elements of compassion and generosity. Beautiful extent not lose Guan, but temperament is diametrically opposed to the Guan. If that is constantly changing Guan aurora, this woman is a puddle of warm springs. They had never seen. But just as one, he felt the other body, that tit for tat with their breath. For a time, two female body is pulled out of the air collision. One is an evil two breath filled the whole inn. Among the into et have a quiet chat, covered with fine hair stood on end. Guan and Shi Fixuan the eye. She asked not already no, in front of this man is human right way, and that leader is an era of existence. Really let this blind guess. Guan hands trembled table, which is a sign of the upcoming Magong body. Zhang Tianyi speechless. *ck you put the table blown up, I go to drink tea? Internal energy flashed in his hand, motivate the power of heaven and earth, covering the entire table. The table suddenly stabilized. However Guan sit down in a chair suddenly burst. Quiet scene also will burst. Guan hands purple damask head to fly out, covered with invisible magic gas. Shi Fixuan straight. Choking sound. Shi Fixuan hands of the sword scabbard, Hanmang chili. Sword chi as the Yangtze River, mighty. And purple damask Guan on collision. Internal energy dramatic impact together. Magic sword chi gas and agitation among the inn tables and chairs flying. Many guests have been flying out swinging. Fortunately, among the inn to people of all rivers and lakes. There is somewhat martial arts kind. Not dead, but most of the injured. Tongzionjiu direct blindsided. Do not fight, I want to play. Hey. Blind, reach their press and hold. Beizan Tang directly dragged her to hide on the second floor, that's a god fight, you speak of what a mortal heart, his life is important. Mouth stretched from the kitchen is a start, was almost hit on the head stool, I'll go. So quickly shrink back. Annette was originally in afterwards, to see this fight to lock up suddenly under the table. And Guo Furong eager to rush to just want to show its mettle, he was flying stool shot into the small courtyard. I do not know how, and never come out. Two women today is magic to younger generation of leaders. Skill very deep, ins throughout the chaotic battle among the two men. Only Zhang Tianyi corner is located, quiet. Do not shake the table, chairs, do not panic. Zhang Tianyi drink some tea. Dude, you put the inn torn down, I go to stay? He stood up, body really dense. Then majestic out. Real dollars appeared, immediately attracted a large force of heaven and earth. Road Xianbing general strength emerged in the inn. The Guanguan and Shifichuan attack agitation in an instant, then quickly collapsed. Guanguan and Shifeixian suddenly came into the space, feel a lot of resistance, every move has become very difficult. Each other's fighting force, it is difficult to play all. And it continues to weaken. How is this going? What means, is it her? No, it was the blind man. Zhang Tianyi went to the field, a palm grips lightly. Real dollars led forces of heaven and earth, crashing spent. Guanguan and hold down the Shifichuan suddenly was this great power, directly lying on the ground, a move not move. Two hearts are very aghast, struggling, but did not struggle a little. This is the power of heaven and earth. Asterisk. Chapter 25, The Detained Ho-Han and Shifeixian. Chapter 25, The Detained Ho-Han and Shifeixian. The power of heaven and earth can only be mobilized by Grand Great Master. The blind man in this inn is the Grand Great Master? Such a young man, he has such strength. They couldn't fight anymore, they could only lie down on the ground and looked up at the blind man. There was some dissatisfaction in the eyes. In their respective sects, they are martial arts geniuses that are rare in thousands of years. The blind man seemed to be about the same age as them, but one suppressed them. Zioki. The blind man faintly called. Lu Zioki came out from under the table tremblingly. It was a sigh of relief to see the two peerless beauties lying on the ground honestly in the field. It's still a blind man. Zhang Tianyi said, you figure it out, how much should you pay for the damage to these tables and chairs? Also, today the guests were all frightened, and the money for food, wine, tea, and money are counted as both of them. By the way, everyone was injured today. If you want compensation, just speak up. The initiator is still here. Ho-Ho had the heart to kill. She is the heir to the greatest sect of the evil way who kills people without blinking, and she has to lose money for a fight in a mortal inn? She has sharp eyes, looking at the rivers and lakes people in the inn. There is also Lu Zioki, who makes Lu Zioki feel confused. Calculate, settle the account, do you do it now? Zhang Tianyi frowned upon seeing this. He knelt down and patted Hao's head, you are not honest. Ho-Ho died of anger and began to struggle, you blind man does have some strength, but do you know who I am? Zhang Tianyi stretched out his hand and shook Hao's pure childlike face. Even the little head with Ho-Ho shook. Of course I know who you are, not only you, she, and I also know who it is. But no matter who you are, what status you have, how good the master is, you have to be honest with me in the inn now. If you make a mistake, you have to admit it, and you have to pay if you smash something. Do you recognize it or not? How, a witch, kills without blinking, let alone losing money. Now she was pinched, and she didn't have a face at all. Where did she have been so angry? She was about to reply, and suddenly felt a chill in Danchan's place. Ho-Ho was taken aback for a moment, and after reacting, the hairs on his body stood upright. He is going to break my Danchan? That was Xianbing. With the strength of this blind man, she could completely use up the martial arts she had cultivated for many years. Even the road of cultivation was cut off in the future. She didn't dare to refute it immediately, with grievances on her face, I'll pay for it, why don't you pay for it? But I don't have any money. She always does what she wants, doing whatever she wants, and she is strong, and she really won't bring much money when she goes out. There is really no money, just kill someone. No matter what you're looking for, just grab it. Zhang Tianyi curled his lips, really poor. If you don't have money, put yourself here to work. Hao was very anxious, but he was like a young master of the Yinghui school, working in a mortal inn? She is a very smart girl after all. At the moment, my mind has changed sharply, and my heart also has cares. Anyway, in the martial arts, Her strength is also trapped in a bottleneck, unable to advance. This blind man has such strength at such a young age, and he must have secrets in him. Staying on the surface to work, slowly figure out his secret, to break through own realm. When the time comes, he won't let her go as soon as he gets his secret. If you can't leave, let the master come to pick her up. Thinking of this, Hao nodded, his face soft, and his voice soft and charming. It seemed to use the heavenly demon sound. Well, then I will stay and work, so I can take care of you. Zhang Tianyi looked at her big eyes and turned straight, knowing that this girl had no good thoughts in her heart. But no matter how clever and smart she is, can she calculate her own existence that has developed 15% of the brain? It's up to her to play. She stumbles sooner or later. Zhang Tianyi squeezed Hao's face again. Ho's cheeks that can be broken by the blow were a little red, and his eyes were staring angrily. Zhang Tianyi turned his head and looked at Shi Feixuan again. And you? Shi Feixianjiao's face flushed slightly, but she was different from Ho Han, and she had no choice but to make a move. She can't fight her. She won't fight back. Now that she saw the inn in a mess, she deliberately wanted to compensate. But the problem is that she didn't bring much money when she went out. How much do you want to pay? I counted happily. A total of 584 taels of silver is needed, and everyone's compensation is not counted. All of them are from rivers and lakes. Seeing these two women one by one, they all know that they are not simple roles, so where they dare to ask for money. They all expressed that they don't need compensation. Then he left quickly. For a while, there were only two women lying on the ground in the inn. This. Shi Feixuan couldn't speak, her face turned redder, and she was very embarrassed. 584 taels, who is going out with so much money? I don't have enough money. Sahang Jingzai is not a wealthy owner, and she herself is embarrassed to ask sect for money. Zhang Tianyi touched his chin and paced. He now wants the cultivation technique on the two women. But grabbing is very troublesome. The identities of the two are not low, and both the righteous way and the evil way are extremely important. If he is robbed, it is estimated that he directly stabbed the hornet's nest, and righteous and evil will not let him go. Even if Zhang Tianyi is not afraid of them seeking revenge, coming every day is a headache. Moreover, he is in Tongfu, and there is a problem with the credibility of rivers and lakes. Later, when people outside talked about it, there was a blind man named Zhang who robbed cultivation technique in Tongfu, and he couldn't do anything. Besides, the sophistication of the two cultivation techniques, it is also very troublesome to push backwards based on the shooting situation. So the gradual picture may not be a good choice. Zhang Tianyi briefly deduced it, and knew it in his heart. Asterisk. Chapter 26, Hobarai's first escape failed. Chapter 26, Hobarai's first escape failed. These two girls are not ordinary people, and their respective cultivation techniques are also top secrets in their hearts. It is impossible to show it to Zhang Tianyi. In a short period of time, letting Zhang Tianyi be clever and peerless, it would be difficult to apply cultivation technique to the two women. You can only get along slowly and see if there is a chance later. Well, since both of you can't afford to pay, then stay and work to pay. The shopkeeper, how much is the wages of the inn handyman? Tong Xianjiao heard that there were two more handymen for nothing, and his eyes were bright. Each of these two girls is stunning, and each has its own merits. One stop in the inn can play a very good role in attracting customers. In Tong Xianjiao's eyes, this is all white of silver. As for the identity, Tong Xianjiao doesn't care what their identities are, as long as they can make money. Others, there are blind men back the pot. So she said directly, one day $2, the inn takes care of food and housing. 584 taels of silver, one person needs to repay 292 taels, which is $2,920. A total of 1,460 days will be required to pay off. It just happens to be 4 years. Tong Xianjiao smiled like a flower. However, Ho Hun and Shi Fixuan turned pale. 4 years? After a fight, you actually have to work in this inn for 4 years? One of them is a representative of the right way and the other is a representative of the evil way. Two well-known existences on the rivers and lakes are now going to be handymen in the same inn for 4 years? No one believed this. But Ho Hun and Shi Feixian raised their heads and glanced at Zhang Tianyi. At the same time, he realized that he was serious. Although I don't know why the tables and chairs in this inn are so expensive. But now people are under the eaves and have to bow their heads. This blind man is so strong and reasonable, they can't help it? Shi Fixuan said first, well, since the inn was smashed, I naturally have to pay for it. I will work here to pay. Asking the martial artist for money to repay own is wrong, that's not her character. If you dare to do it or not, then speaking out will also affect her prestige. But Ho Ho has no such worries at all. When she heard that she was going to work in this inn for 4 years, her face turned pale. Just kidding, she couldn't stay in the martial arts every day. Now you want to stay in the inn to do handyman? That is impossible. Ho Ho rolled his big eyes, but also nodded, then I will stay as a handyman. She promised, but in her heart she was thinking about when she would sneak away. As for the secret of Zhang Tianyi, whoever loves to probe, go to probe. Grandma's aunt is no longer serving. Zhang Tianyi couldn't be more clear in his heart, and he wouldn't reveal it. He glanced at Lu Xiaoki and gave him a compliment in his heart. This nerd has a dark belly at the critical moment. This table and chairs are worth so much money. He didn't know that Lu Xiaoki was in shock and was really wrong. These 584 taels are properly an oolong. But Zhang Tianyi would not say. Tong Xianjiao could not even say. The two parties had no idea how much the tables and chairs in this inn cost. Even if you know, the right of interpretation belongs to the inn. So that's it? Zhang Tianyi turned his head and asked Tong Xianjiao, the shopkeeper, these tables and chairs must be useless. The tables and chairs in the inn also need to be updated. Get someone to order it? Tong Xianjiao glanced at Ho Hun and Shi Fixuan. Don't worry, I will let Lao Bai go there, and someone will deliver it tomorrow. After speaking, Tong Xianjiao twisted his waist and went upstairs with joy. She has made a lot of money these days, and this table and chair is still affordable. Tong Xianjiao went upstairs to rest, and Lao Bai went out to find a carpenter. Guo Furong clutched his head and walked into the inn from the small courtyard. It looks a little dizzy. Seeing Ho Hun and Shi Feixian, Guo Furong was like an enemy. The aftermath of the battle just hit her directly. These two people are not simple. However, Guo Furong took a posture, but the two women stood still and did not move at all. Zhang Tianyi said, the two of them will also be handymen in the inn from now on, so you can take them to the place to live and make arrangements. What? Guo Furong was taken aback, what's the matter? Zhang Tianyi said, the two of them broke the tables and chairs in the inn and couldn't afford to pay, so they naturally detained them for work. Guo Furong suddenly thought of herself. She came out to roam the rivers and lakes, and was detained at the first stop, the Tongfu Inn. It's not over yet. She glanced at them sympathetically. I know that the future will be dire and fierce, and the hostility will disappear. Let's go, I'll take you to check in. Thank you big sis. Hao was enthusiastic, and came up to take Guo Furong's arm. Thank you. Shi Fixuan nodded. After checking in, the two were assigned to work. Shi Fixuan went to wash the dishes. Hao is the cleaning in. But on the surface, she was cleaning the inn, but in fact, her big eyes kept rolling around, looking around. Zhang Tianyi was not in the lobby at this time. And the door is right in front of you. Ho Ho threw the broom in his hand. Shi Shiren walked out. Hey, Ben Miss is not playing anymore. However, he fell as soon as he left the house. She hurriedly transported internal energy, trying to balance her body. However, internal energy was dissipated as soon as it was shipped. All of a sudden fell firmly. Hao's face flushed, and he raised his head angrily. Seeing Zhang Tianyi holding a teacup and looking at her with a smile, "Where are we going? Why is this stinky blind man here?" Ho Ho squeezed out a smile, the water rippling in his eyes. His face was pure and innocent. "I will get familiar with the environment and come out to take a look." Zhang Tianyi shook his head, walking around during the work period, plus 1 month for the labor period. Asterisk. Chapter 27, Trick or Treat, Ask for Hardships. Chapter 27, Trick or Treat, Ask for Hardships. Ho Ho's face changed. "Blind big brother, I'm just not familiar with this place, I'm a little scared, please spare me once." Heavenly Demon sound. Here again? If you use Heavenly Demon to me again, just add another month. Hao suddenly put away his thoughts. Pouting and returning to the inn, began to clean. But he kept looking around, obviously not thinking about it. Why did this guy suddenly appear outside the door? Obviously saw him enter the small courtyard, and did not come out. Too strange. Does he really know things like a god? Ho Ho turned his big eyes, still didn't believe that Zhang Tianyi could control everything with one hand. "I planned in my heart to act while everyone was sleeping at night." Zhang Tianyi knew her very well, knowing that this guy would not run again for a while. He replied to the own room and began to cultivate Mingyuxianju. Now Mingyuxianju has been cultivated to the middle stage of the first floor. Zhang Tianyi has not slackened either. It was late at night in a blink of an eye. The moon hangs high. The small courtyard of Tongfu Inn is quiet. Ho Ho was neatly dressed, took advantage of the night, opened the door and walked out. Her big eyes glowed in the dark, and she seemed a little excited, not knowing what she was planning. She moved up to the roof, with a graceful and feminine body like a civet cat. Quietly, he came to Zhang Tianyi's room. The rooms of her and Shifixuan are next to Zhang Tianyi. This is because the martial arts of the two are high and they have no rivals in the inn, and no one can suppress them except Zhang Tianyi. Ho Ho removed the tiles and opened the sky. He took out a small packet of powdered medicine from his arms. The big eyes have narrowed into crescent moons. This is a well-known love potion in the evil way. No matter how strong your martial arts is, there is no way to solve it if you inhale this love potion. You can't find anyone, Shifixuan, can you find it? Hey, with your ability, it is not difficult to win Shifixuan. It's all on you. After you take the medicine, this miss will return to the teacher's door. Ho Ho held his breath and opened the medicine packet in his hand, which was full of medicine powder. After looking carefully to make sure that there was nothing wrong, Ho Ho put the powder to his mouth, preparing to blow into the room. "Girl how, what are you doing on the roof of Zhang's house if you don't sleep so late?" How jumped by a sudden voice behind him. She took a breath and looked back. Suddenly saw Zhang Tianyi in neat clothes standing under the moonlight. The night breeze blew up the robe, abundance like jade. This peerless face made her feel slightly stunned. "Blind big brother, I can't sleep up and blow the hair." Zhang Tianyi smiled but didn't smile. "What are you holding in your hand?" "Huh? This." How quickly wanted to put away the medicine packet in his hand. However, when he saw it, he was stunned. The powder has completely disappeared. She just remembered that she was shocked just now, and inhaled the medicine cleanly. Hao's complexion changed drastically, and he perceives it carefully. "I found a feeling of heat on my body." A trace of panic flashed in her big ghostly eyes. He touched his body quickly, suddenly desperate. She was originally going to leave directly, so naturally it is impossible to leave any antidote for the two of them. The antidote was thrown into the pit long ago, and she stirred it up with a stick. I can't find it now. And this medicine? It's a bit troublesome to solve. Hohoro squeezed out a smile, just like crying. Blind big brother, I'll go back first if it's okay. She already felt the medicinal power in the body radiating. Continuing to spend it here, it is not Shi Fei Xian who gets pitted, but himself. Zhang Tianyi laughed secretly, isn't it going to blow? Stop blowing, stop blowing. Hao's beautiful face was already a little red. The strength in his body also gradually disappeared. She cursed inwardly, which BD made this medicine. The effect is so strong that there is no chance to resolve it. A hole. While cursing in his heart, Hao walked towards the edge of the roof. It is bound to escape here quickly. She couldn't see the handsome blind man now. The heartbeat is fierce. Who knows, she wanted to go, but the blind man leaned forward instead. Girl Haobarai, I think you seem to be a little uncomfortable, why don't I send you down? Getting closer, Hao looked at the blind man's face in the moonlight as if it was shining. She shook her head, determined her will and shook her head, no, I can. You know, my martial arts. He didn't finish talking, Hao's legs became soft. She was about to fall off the roof with a sway. Zhang Tianyi quickly helped her and grabbed her arm. At this contact, Hobarai stiffened all over. Don't go over your head, stick to your will, grit your teeth and crush your strength. I even scolded the 18th generation of the evil ancestor of the medicine. But now is not the time to say this, she rushes back to the room. Zhang Tianyi looked at it, and immediately understood the general situation in his heart, and smiled and endured hard work. Not happy. He knew during the day that this girl had to do bad things at night. So I came here early. Seeing her taking the package of medicine from a distance, she thought it was poison and wanted to poison herself. It turned out that it was this medicine. He resisted and did not laugh. Girl Hao, you seem to be sick, I'll take you down. Don't, ah. Ho kept waving his hands, but Zhang Tianyi was already holding her up. She closed her eyes and stubbornly resisted the strength of the medicine above. And Zhang Tianyi's complexion is as usual, as plain as water. There is no trace of evil in my heart. Asterisk. Chapter 28, Pirates Stole the Holy Family, to Guanguan Detoxification. Chapter 28, Pirates Stole the Holy Family, to Guanguan Detoxification. So real beauty, is not tempted to say that it is not realistic. But Zhang Tianyi essence, is a clear proud of who bothered to pick up that cheap. If the usual Guanguan playing with fire, he naturally let Guanguan good fruit to eat. But not now. The arms of Guanguan hot body, still trembling slightly. And different past, and now this guy is very honest. A move did not dare move. Zhang Tianyi nodded his head, depraved indeed shoulder the mission of unrivaled witch. Will it touches firm. However, when he will Guanguan on the bed. Guanguan lying in bed tossing and turning, as if hurt, his head has been somewhat confused. Unconsciously spoken my mind out, the sound is still pure and soft. Heavenly demon Dafa cultivation. To the 18th floor. Cannot. With a loved one. I want to cultivation to high levels, with the master Niang can live up the expectations. I have not loved one. You take it no matter whether you kill another day. Is this idea actually which Qing Qi? Zhang Tianyi frown, a broken cultivation technique of it, is improved. Be honest. This harsh bark, let Guanguan wake up some bite to continue to fight. Although she cultivation technique is limited. But if you can choose, which chastity woman willing to give a stranger? Shui Zhang Tianyi absolutely contemporary? Handsome. Okay. A little advantage. For the others come, and now they have to die a necessity. Zhang Tianyi from the pinched little powder on Guan Guan's shoulder, into the mouth, savoring the moment. He all perception on taste buds, a lot of information along the taste buds emerge to mind. Then Zhang Tianyi mobilization in memory of taste libraries. Numerous herbs taste, shape, appearance effect. Just a moment, in which he analyzed the composition. Epimedium, Serolin, Aconite, Days Lost Grass. Zhang Tianyi domain brain development to the present, learning ability called terror, he will naturally want to make good use of. During this time, all kinds of books in the room even with hundreds of rivers and lakes department cheats people piled up the hill. Not only is find out exactly what Zhang Tianyi, he deduced simulation numerous times. Grasp the deep understanding of penetration, when the world beyond. He put out the natural antidote to beat him. Zhang Tianyi out of the room, glanced at the small hospital in each room. Bai Zhantang then locked the room. As a former pirates of the holy. This guy with guts, the room inside if it does not hide the point of life-saving medicine, Zhang Tianyi handstand on shampoo. His stature flash, has fallen silent between Bai Zhantang's house. Bai Zhantang instantly analyzed the position of the medication. Zhang Tianyi Bai Zhantang went straight to bed. Bai Zhantang sleep sideways, looks very light sleep, rivers and lakes years of experience make him sleep also remain vigilant. But it didn't work. Zhang Tianyi swaggering from his bed pulls out a lot of drugs. Open looked at, and almost found. So and from behind the cupboard under the floor to dig out 2 kits. Ah, this is under enough. Give him a chance to recover. Zhang Tianyi and dodge out of the room, on the way into the hands blur, those ingredients separately arranged. Guan Guan when entering the room, Zhang Tianyi, rubbing his hands. A pill has become. He just went to the bed, a figure will be like water shaban wound up. Zhang Tianyi a slap in the face to open it. Whispering sound, take this test cotters. He then administered the left. Guan Guan drug subsided into a deep sleep. Early the next morning. Guan Guan wake up. Wake up first thing touched his clothes neatly intact, call. Finally nothing happened. Guan Guan relieved, but also very puzzled. This blind man wears the antidote. She began to recall. Scenes emerge in my mind. Guan Guan his face red and purple. Although as a cover generation which arbitrary, acting style is different from ordinary people. But still yellow big girl, and men have never had such contact. Last night she only recalled to the Zhang Tianyi leave the room, as if going to get medicine. Behind not remember. But look at this way it is clear that the blind really did not do anything to her. In the end where's the medicine? Not. Guan Guan eyes widened. But before she remember their own antidote thrown into a pit. Vomit. No, it should not be. She spent a great difficulty to convince himself not to think about the antidote to persist at. After a while shy, Guan Guan quickly restore calm. Deep in thought. The first idea that comes out of her head, or the blind man kill it. She cannot slaughter, as well as the master. Master cannot slaughter, as well as the master chef. All in all, words and short, Yin Gipei certainly can do it. But then she has cropped up a second thought. He said that could improve the heavenly demon Dafa, but really? From an early age, the master Guan Guan after Yin Zuyin told her. Heavenly demon Dafa cannot be combined with a loved one. She is also well prepared for this purpose. But if we can improve. Guan Guan eyes flashing. Have to improve, we should heavenly demon Dafa to the blind man see. This is to take the whole Yin Gipei joke. Vital will throw an understanding of unfamiliar hands, Rao is Guan Guan arbitrary audacious temper, will not do such a thing. At least now impossible. At last. Whether it is the first idea, or a second thought, do not come up with the conclusion guan guan. So she came out a third idea, what had happened last night, is this blind do not like women. Asterisk. Chapter 29, Zhang Tianyi's 7 Captures. Chapter 29, Zhang Tianyi's 7 Captures. Hoberai never doubted the charm of On. It was a peerless beauty that even the master woman admired. She has never been convinced that if she does her best, no one in the world can resist this temptation. Not even a woman. But the blind man seemed to resist. Still, in the case of her loss of reason, this Hoberai began to doubt life in the room. And when How doubted life. In another room in the small courtyard, there is also a person who doubts life. Pirate Saint, White Exhibition Hall. Bai Zhantang sat on the bed, looking at own room with a dull expression. A mess. The floor was lifted, the cabinet was shifted, and even the bed he was lying on was turned upside down. Tang Tang robbed Sheng, and fell asleep, and found that his home had been stolen. Bai Zhantang pressed for a moment, rubbed his eyes. Looking at it again, it's still the same. Am I not awake? He lay down and sat up again, the same. Bai Zhantang looked sluggish. It was stolen. It was stolen. Slap. Bai Zhantang patted his own forehead, trying to accept reality. But it failed. Although he has retired from rivers and lakes, his vigilant habit has not degraded at all. It has been maintained for many years, and it will wake up a little bit of trouble. But today, he slept until dawn. Open your eyes is a messy room. Who can stand this? If someone wanted to kill him, he would have died hundreds of times now. He is very insecure now. Why don't you go to Deswai to sleep at night? He is big and snores, he will be the first to go out if there is an accident. He never thought that he was purely lying down. All this, I have to blame Ho Ho. Hoberai tidied up in the room and sat on the side of the bed. Anyway, leave here first, my heir to the dignified Yinghui faction, what is it to be a handyman here? It must be impossible to kill this blind man with my current strength. As for improving heavenly demon Dafa, who knows if this blind man is talking nonsense, trying to lie to my heavenly demon Dafa. After a short period of thought, she set a general strategic goal. That is to escape from Kixia town first. After experiencing this incident, she couldn't stay anymore. When I think about it, my face is dull. She went out sneakily and ran into the same sneaky Bai Zhantang. Both of them were taken aback. Bai Zhantang was afraid of being discovered last night, pretending to be normal. Haha, it's how girl, early. Ho Ho was also afraid of being discovered yesterday, so he was flustered and looked normal on the surface. Young Master Bai. After the two greeted briefly, the scene calmed down. Bai Zhantang suddenly asked, well, the martial arts Gaoqiang of how girl, did you notice anything strange last night? He wondered if his room was the only one who was robbed. Ho Ho chuckles, is it possible that this guy is suggesting something? She narrowed her eyes slightly, nothing is unusual, what did young Master Bai find? Bai Zhantang suddenly felt a murderous intent, and his heart was inexplicably cold. F***ck, have you been stolen too? It won't be enough if you are stolen, although I understand how you feel. Bai Zhantang hurriedly slapped haha, I didn't notice anything unusual, but it felt like someone had entered the room. It might be my illusion, haha. Well, girl Horibori, it's getting late, I'm going to the lobby for dinner. Big Mouth should be ready. Bai Zhantang broke off after speaking. Ho Ho squinted at Bai Zhantang's back. This in can't stay. This person will save his life temporarily and go first. Thinking about this, how transported internal energy, flying over the wall, and wanted to fly directly out. However, it has not been out of the scope of Tongfu In. She was grabbed by the back of her neck by Zhang Tianyi, who was squatting on the wall to eat breakfast. Zhang Tianyi was holding the bowls and chopsticks in one hand, while holding Hao in the other hand, tilted his head and smiled. I want to run away early in the morning. Have you finished your work? Ho was embarrassed and angry, but he couldn't hit Zhang Tianyi when he reached out, and the attack was all resolved. In the end, he had no choice but to walk back to the Tongfu Inn in silence. She sat in the lobby and ate breakfast, looking at Zhang Tianyi, who was squatting on the wall, her silver teeth gritted. The day began in such anger. She Fixuan slept well. When I got up in the morning, I glanced at the angry Hao strangely. After breakfast, I started to work. The following day, Hobari escaped 8 times. However, every time, together with Fu In, did not go out. He was caught by Zhang Tianyi, who was waiting there. Or I just ran into Zhang Tianyi, who had been staying here for a long time, as soon as he went out. Zhang Tianyi seemed to have determined where she could escape. Every time I waited there early. And it was still a corner she couldn't see. One grasps one standard. In this way, her handyman time increased by 9 months. At night, Hao sat in the own room and grinds his teeth. Very angrily tore the purple silk in his hand. I don't believe it, you blind man knows that I'm going to run every time. Is there nothing else going on, just staring at me? Don't let me catch the opportunity. Hao went to bed angrily. The next day. In the lobby. Ho was doing the cleaning. She is much more honest now. The cleaning is also much better than before. The naked eye is cleaner than before. Zhang Tianyi walked in. The shopkeeper, I'll go out and buy something. Good. After Zhang Tianyi finished speaking, he walked out of the inn. Hao's eyes lit up. Asterisk. Chapter 30, Hao escape from 7 Heroes Town, modified. Chapter 30, Hao escapes from 7 Heroes Town. Cleaned all the way to the door, stretched out and watched Zhang Tianyi's figure disappear on the corner of the street. I was very excited. Let me seize the opportunity. She cleaned 2 more times, and then went into the small courtyard. With a glimpse of his figure, he fell into the alley outside from the small courtyard. She used Qinggong with all her strength, and ran towards the outside without looking back. I don't know how many steps I have, but I feel free. She has never felt the breath of freedom so clearly. Some things can only be cherished after they are lost. If you knew that freedom is so precious before, how happy it would be. It turns out that I didn't know the blessing in the blessing. The speed of Hao was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to leave Qixia town. Hao's heart didn't feel at ease until he left Qixia town. She squatted under a big tree, ready to rest for a while. This dead blind man is indeed terrifying. I don't care if I am strong, but I prefer to know everything. Why are you staying here when something like that happened? When Grandma Aunt returns to the Yinghui Pai, she will send someone to kill you directly. Ho's pure and beautiful childish face was full of excitement and hatred. The little nose was wrinkled, and it looked horrible. Who are you going to kill? A familiar and damn it voice rang above his head. Hao's face froze, and he looked up. The dead blind man of damn it was squatting on the tree, looking at her in his spare time. The smiling face made Hao want to blast his face now. Hao was furious. Ah! Here we go again. The ghost will never go away. I'm fighting with you. She showed all her magic power, rushing towards Zhang Tianyi with her teeth and claws. Zhang Tianyi carried Hao's back collar and returned to the Tongfu Inn. Tong Xianjiao smiled when he saw Hao who was unlovable. I just said where Hao went. So I ran away again. Hao is not anxious, 4 years is not long for you in the martial forest. Oh, forgot, it's 5 years now. It's okay, 5 years will not be long. Zhang Tianyi looked at Tong Xianjiao's smile blooming. I sighed in my heart. Shopkeeper Tong is becoming more and more like a capitalist class. Find a chance to cheat her and let her return to the proletariat. Her appearance always reminds Zhang Tianyi of the previous boss's face. Tong Xianjiao didn't know that the blind man in front of him was thinking about the money in his pocket. Otherwise, she must hide all the money now. Ho Ho also realized now that he couldn't run. She gave up. But it is impossible to do handyman in the inn, and it is impossible to do handyman in this life. So Hoberai said, being a handyman is too slow, I can lose money. Don't you have no money? I can let people go to my teacher's gate to get money to redeem people. Said it was a redemption, but she knew very well in her heart. In the style of the Yinghui school, if you know that she was detained here by Zhang Tianyi, someone will definitely be sent to clean up Zhang Tianyi. The Yinghui school is the biggest school of evil, and Zhang Tianyi will surely be slaughtered by that time. Thinking of master owner coming over to kill damn its blind man, Hao Erhao's big black eyes sparkled with excitement. I can't wait any longer. Zhang Tianyi looked at Hao Erhao's small eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. But he didn't care. Okay, let your teacher send someone to redeem you. Forget it, it's not 4 years worth of money, it's 5 years worth. Ho Ho's small fists were clenched, but letting her be clever, there was nothing to do with Zhang Tianyi. I had no choice but to respond with a dull voice, okay. Ho Ho sent someone to inform the division to send someone to redeem it. Compared to Shi Fixuan is very honest and has been working diligently. There is no idea of running away, nor is there any plan to let the masters come to redeem people. Sahang Jingzai is a leader of the right path. As the holy maiden, Shi Fixuan went down the mountain to help the danger. Has a sacred mission. Not to mention letting people come to redeem, even if someone really came to redeem, Shi Feixian didn't plan to leave. Do not delay what she has to do in the inn. Moreover, she is also full of curiosity about Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi's strength and wisdom are far beyond everyone she has ever seen. She felt that perhaps Zhang Tianyi was the man of destiny in this era. This is consistent with her mission. But what she didn't know was that although she was very stable, but in the past few days when she was in the inn, there had been an uproar outside. Shi Fixuan, as the holy maiden of Hang Jingzai, is like a bright moon in troubled times. Coupled with superb talent and peerless appearance, it is the white moonlight in the hearts of everyone in rivers and lakes. I don't know how many rivers and lakes knights admire her and regard her as the goddess in their hearts. Since she got off the mountain, her every move has drawn the minds of countless rivers and lakes people. The matter of being detained by Zhang Tianyi in the Tongfu Inn simply cannot be kept for long. Now it has caused a violent response on rivers and lakes. Many young knights heard that the goddess own was detained, and still have to do 4 years of handyman in an ordinary inn. They couldn't breathe with heartache. Turned into unparalleled anger. Organize quickly and spontaneously. Groups of angrily rushed towards Qixia town. Along the way, he yelled to find Zhang Tianyi to settle the accounts. Many people on the road joined the team after hearing about it. For a time, following the event of superhuman enlightenment, the seizure of the holy maiden of Sahang Jingzai as a handyman caused another uproar. The name Zhang Blind of Tongfu Inn resounded once again on rivers and lakes. Asterisk. Chapter 31, The World's #1 Dog Licking, Convincing People with Virtue. Chapter 31, The World's #1 Dog Licking, Convincing People with Virtue. On the outer wall of the Seven Halls Town Casino, a handsome blind man squatted here basking in the sun eating a donkey and rolling. His face was narrowed with a smile. In the casino under his feet, 2 men were joking together and laughing. One of the short, fat men suddenly became intoxicated. In the past 2 days, there were 2 more handymen in the Tongfu Inn. I saw it when I passed by that day, and I was stunned at the first glance. At that time, my soul was almost gone. Two beautiful and beautiful women. That's a beautiful country, a country full of beauty, and a look at the 10 years of life increase. If I can. The other thin face turned pale, and then he murmured, "Shhh. Shut up. You are crazy, if you want to die, don't take me." Fatty was puzzled, "What's the matter?" The thin man explained, "The two women have very big backgrounds, haven't you heard of them?" The two women were detained by the blind man of Tongfu. One is the holy maiden of Sahang Jingzai, and the other is the heir of the Yinghui sect of the evil Dao sect. If you are heard by the holy maiden, you may not care about it. If you are heard by the witch, we will both die. Fatty was full of excitement after listening. This background is too big. Blind Zhang is really bold, dare to deduct such a role. Is he not afraid that Sahang Jingzai and Yinghui school will make trouble for him? Hi, I have to bypass the Tongfu Inn for a while, my life matters. What I said, you must never say it outside. The thin man patted him on the shoulder, "Hey, don't panic, now rivers and lakes are all fried. Did you know that the holy maiden of Sahang Jingzai is the sweetheart of many heroes on rivers and lakes? They are now detained in the Tongfu Inn. Are they capable?" Fatty frowned. "Then what are they doing?" "Of course it's a hero to save the United States." "Ah. That blind man, martial arts, doesn't seem to be low. A holy maiden and a witch have been detained. Aren't they here to deliver food? Then you don't know something. Among these people, there are quite a few of them with great backgrounds." "Who is it?" "After that, you must know that, the first one, Song Qingshu. The son of Song Yuanqiao, the head of Liudang sect, is already an innate master at a young age." Fatty was surprised, "There is Song Qingshu? His father Song Yuanqiao is the best among the great masters, right?" The thin man said, "Well, Liudang is a big man in the world, and the 7 Liudang sons headed by Song Yuanqiao are all great masters." The thin man suddenly lowered his voice, "It's not a big deal, Zhang Sanfan, the master of Liudang's 7th son, I heard that he is now closed-door training breakthrough Deva realm, and it must be earthly celestial after coming out. Tisk, this big backstage is really enviable. Although Liudang is strong, it is reasonable. Most of them use morals to convince people." Blind Zhang, who was squatting on the outer wall, almost laughed. "Convince people with virtue? I am also good at convincing people with virtue. But Song Qingshu is coming. Interesting." Of course Zhang Tianyi knew Song Qingshu. Kind of love. However, Zhang Tianyi generally calls it, the world's #1 licking dog. It can be said to be the originator of the dog-licking world. The son of the dignified Liudang head, just because of the lick, he lost nothing in the end and lost his life. You like them, and they like you, and you can be kind to them for decades. That's affectionate. You like people, they don't like you, and you still don't care about the troubles you cause to others, and you are rushing upwards, don't you wait to be a tool person? When you meet kind and smart, you will find ways to make you give up. But when encountering such a strange and weird Lord Ho-Ho, who is thinking of heavenly horse, there are no bones left to be played. In the end, there was no reason to go. Thinking of this old dog licking to make trouble for himself, Zhang Tianyi didn't have any waves in his heart, and even had a little sympathy. Come on, old lick the dog. I like to convince people with virtue. This kind of licking dog who likes to reason is best dealt with. However, there are a few others that are not small, and who are they? It seemed to hear his inner question. The fatty in the casino asked the same, you said there are a few more, which ones are they? This second one is the son of the city lord of Wushuan City, De Guming. Song Yuanqiao, the leader of Wushuan City, you must know that it is also the best in the great master. Moreover, his Dage Dugu sword, known as the unparalleled sword master, but the existence of the grand great master. One-handed Holy Spirit sword technique is the best in the world, and few people can beat it. Hi, this background is also hard. Blind Zhang is in trouble this time. This is a master that no one can provoke. No one dared to speak when walking sideways in Seven Knights Town. The thin man waved his hand. Don't worry, there are more. The third one, Shang Guanfei. Shang Guanfei. But the son of that money gang leader Shang Guanjinhong. That's right, the money helps the world with strong financial resources, and the gang leader himself is also the pinnacle of the great master. It is said that it has something to do with the mysterious Azure Dragon. Fatty was completely shocked. This is a group of gods who are coming to trouble. The rich and powerful, this blind man may not know how much trouble he has caused. This miserable time, Tongfuin may also be gone. Hey, blind Zhang, this time, may indeed be doomed. The Zhu Xian biography, I haven't finished listening yet. He is also considered a wizard, but it's a pity. After listening to them, Zhang Tianyi rolled the donkey in his hand and ate it. He mentioned the 2 books he had just bought, and walked towards Tongfuin. He couldn't be more clear about the identities of Ho Han and Shi Fixuan. The fluctuations in the rivers and lakes were expected. I didn't expect that a Shifixuan could provoke so many people. Asterisk. Chapter 32, Old Licking Dog, Let Me Help You. Chapter 32, Old Licking Dog, Let Me Help You. The charm of this girl is bigger than I thought. Even the old licking dog empathizes. He remembered that Song Qingsha should like Zhou's Hiruo. But this time, he didn't love the wrong person, and Shi Fixuan won't make him so miserable. It will only make him fall in love early. Oh, poor old licking dog, let me help him. Help him get out of sea of bitterness as soon as possible. Don't be your best Taoist priest, thinking about these things every day. It's not serious. Zhang Tianyi knew about it, but didn't take it to heart. Shi Shiren returned to the inn for cultivation. Now Ho Ho also has no thought of running away. If Zhang Tianyi is caught again, she will have all her heart to die. The blow was too great, so I didn't run away. Zhang Tianyi also cultivated his heart. Someone wanted to find trouble, but he forgot to clean it up. Until the next morning, a group of rivers and lakes people came to Qixia town. Everyone in this group is a young guy, 17, 18, and 20-somethings. Some people still have pimples on their faces. There were expressions of righteous indignation on their faces. The crowd was headed by the first brother in white. The son-in-law also looked handsome and polite. It just looks like a formality, and it doesn't penetrates the bone. Just consciously humble gentleman. This person is Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu was also followed by a Taoist leader, Kongxiu Taoist leader. Has the strength of an 8-peak. Wudain has the rules of Wudain. Even if Song Qingshu is the son of the head, he will not let the great master personally protect him. Song Qingshu turned around with a cupped fist. Brothers, the town of Qixia is in front of you. The blind man relied on his own strength to forcibly detain holy maiden Shifeixian in the Tongfu Inn. We will rescue the Shifeixiu today. Good. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, and his calling suddenly became motivated. Standing tall, he followed Song Qingshu to the outside of Tongfu Inn. It was hitting the scene catcher who was patrolling. Scene Datu's eyes widened and his brow furrowed. It's really strange, how come there are so many people here in Tongfu Inn in 2 days? Don't make trouble. After speaking, Scene Catch had turned his head and left regardless of whether he responded. You can tell at a glance, a group of gods. What patrols are still on? Take a vacation today. What happened? I don't know, don't look for me. Song Qingshu's breath stagnated, and the voice that was about to drink was squeezed in his throat. When Scene's had said so, he made him look like a bad guy. He came to the hero to save the United States. Song Qingshu adjusted his emotions, stood at the entrance of the inn and exhaled. trying to make the voice sound upright and awe-inspiring as much as possible. Blind Zhang. Come out. Fanfiction, we're here to rescue you. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up slightly, he was the first to arrive. I have conceived the scene countless times along the way. Just wait for this moment to show. This will definitely leave a good impression in Fanfiction's eyes. However, after a long while, no one paid any attention. In the inn, Hao glanced at them listlessly, and then continued to lower his head to clean. Li Dazhuai and the others didn't plan to be nosy, looking for blind people. What should they do? What should I do if I get beaten up? Fanfiction heard it, but she was paying off her debts here, and she wasn't tied up. Where is the need for rescue? He ignored it. As for Zhang Tianyi, he had forgotten this matter to his grandma's house a long time ago. I'm obsessed with cultivation and can't get rid of it. Did not hear it at all. Song Qingshu's face couldn't hold it anymore. Ahem. Everyone, that blind man must be scared. Holy Maiden is imprisoned and dare not come out. Let me do it again. Brother Song makes sense. Song brother is so powerful, Zhang blind must be frightened. Song Qingshu watched the brothers behind him support him so much, and calmed down again. Cough. Blind Zhang. A good man dare to act, don't you know what you have done? Don't come out quickly. Oh, what are you shouting in the morning? Isn't it noisy? Before he finished speaking, Guo Furong, who had a bad temper, stuck his head out of the door. Dodge, don't block the door. Then a basin of dirty water was poured out, all on Song Qingshu's body. Let you avoid you, don't hide, really. Song Qingshu suddenly became angry. On Yingwei's image is completely destroyed in a pot of dirty water. How can I meet my sweetheart when this becomes a rookie? You. What are you doing? If you are looking for someone, you can go in and look for it. Blind Zhang is sleeping in the house. You are calling here and he can't hear you. Guo Furong gave him a white look, then turned his head and left. Song Qingshu's face flushed, but he remembered his identity. As the son of the head of Wuodane, he could not get angry casually. So she shouted, "Girl, where's Fanfiction?" Guo Furong said impatiently, "I'm doing the dishes." What? Song Qing stood there dumbly, and everyone behind him also stood still. Do the dishes. The three words kept echoing in their heads, like 5 thunders, or the kind of hacking back and forth. Let Holy Maiden like Fanfiction wash the dishes. Blind Zhang, I played with you. Oh, did you say that? If you want to find Blind Zhang, go to the small courtyard to find him. Everyone was squeezed by Guo Furong again. The resentment that had accumulated all the way was extinguished by a few words and a pot of dirty water. Song Qingshu was a little embarrassed, and he didn't expect this to be the case. But it's not easy to get angry with the girls in the inn. After all, it was Zhang blind who was looking for. So he walked into the inn silently. Where is Blind Zhang? Asterisk. Chapter 33, Do you call this just a little bit? Chapter 33, Do you call this just a little bit? Bai Zhantang pointed to the small courtyard. In the backyard, it should be cultivation. Song Qingshu couldn't bear to see Fanfiction washing the dishes, so he said, I'll go to him to settle the account. Bai Zhantang said, Wait, people are cultivation, it's okay for you to disturb them. Lu Ziokai fiddled with the abacus, the son once said, Do not do to others what you don't want. Li Daka knocked a melon seed and threw it on the ground. Yes, it's so rude. Tong Zionjia widened his eyes and slapped Li Da's head with a slap. Pick it up. She turned her head and squeezed out a smiling face, and said to Song Qingshu and others, The small courtyard is a private rest place for this inn. Nobody is allowed to enter. The lobby is where you eat. What would the guest officer want to eat? This is the time to do business. She didn't plan to let it go. As for who this person is, what he is here, or how strong he is, it doesn't matter. Does it affect eating? This person didn't know what Song Qingshu said in a sentence. Let Tong Xianjiao ask, if he doesn't buy something to eat, he feels like he's coming to beg for food. Well, the shopkeeper can just order something, our brother will eat some here and wait for Zhang blind to come out. After all, we are different from blind Zhang, we are virtuous people. Song Qingshu didn't look at the eyes of those behind him. The young people behind them were dumbfounded. The look in Song Qingshu's eyes was as if he had been stabbed. Dage, are we here to eat? We are here to save people. We are here to save the United States by heroes. The emotions along the way are cultivated in vain. But the son of the head of Wudan likes to convince people with virtue. They have nothing to say. I just felt that I was with the wrong person. Tong Xianjiao ignored the people behind Song Qingshu. Okay, guest officer, are you sure you want to come here casually? Song Qingshu sat down and nodded, well, just come here. Tong Xianjiao smiled like a flower, big mouth, do you hear me, just come here. Li's mouth shook his shoulders, okay, come on, right. Seeing this posture, Song Qingshu suddenly felt something was wrong. But I can't tell what's wrong. He just sat down and waited silently for blind Zhang to come out. But at this level, it feels even more wrong. The little brothers behind him looked like murder in his eyes. He lowered his head to drink tea, pretending not to see. The big mouth moved quickly, and it didn't take long before he served a dish. So Song Qingshu's action of lowering his head to drink tea turned into an action of eating vegetables. After a while, another dish was served. This eased the embarrassment of too many people and the food being eaten up. Song Qingshu felt more comfortable. The shopkeeper is still very good at life. However, after a while, another dish was served. After a while, another dish was served. Then, another dish was served. Another dish. Another dish. At this moment, Song Qingshu looked up and was dumbfounded. F***ck. Manhan feast? Didn't you just come here? Song Qingshu quickly shouted, the shopkeeper. Tong Xianjiao walked over with a smile, this is a big customer. Guest, what's the order? Song Qingshu pointed to the dishes on the table, the shopkeeper, is this what you can order? Tong Xianjiao clapped his hands and gave a thumbs up. The one you click is stable and accurate. I must have studied our inn before coming. This casual order is indeed the ultimate delicacy signature feature of our inn. Gold medal chef leads wise unique and top-notch cuisine. The guest officer must be watching all the brothers and all the troubles, so please treat everyone. Really a strange man with affection and justice. Song Qingshu was blinded by the set of rainbow farts. The little brothers around also looked at him with admiration, and were even a little touched. Unexpectedly, it turns out that senior brother Song planned this way. I'm so particular about it. Knowing that everyone has gone all the way, I specially invited everyone to have a meal first. Yes, brother Song is considerate, and he also studied the signature features of the inn before he came. It is really intentional. Only people like brother Song are worthy of Holy Maiden. 2. Song Qingshu was very pleased to hear it, although it was not intended to be the case. But the result is still good. Sure enough, he was destined. The shopkeeper is right, I wanted to eat this before I came here. Tong Xianjiao nodded, that's good, as long as the guest officer likes it. She looked back at Bai Zhantang. Thieves shot instantly. No one noticed that the sign on the wall of the inn turned up. It says, come here anytime, the signature features, 1888 taels. Fortunately, Song Qingshu hasn't seen this figure of myocardial infarction. Everyone feasted. The meal was finished soon. After eating, I'm bored sitting here. It's been a long time. The younger brothers behind Song Qingshu became more irritable. Started to feel wrong again. Isn't it something special to make trouble? After eating, Zhang blind can't come out yet. The goddess is still washing dishes in it. If you don't clean up the blind man, there is no face to see the goddess. But they don't see the goddess. They eat and wash the dishes, and it feels like sitting on wax again. Everyone was a little apprehensive, like sitting on pins and needles. They have a lot of criticism in their minds, but they cannibalize. It's hard to say anything, so I have to slander in my heart. At this moment, another group of people came outside the inn. Du Gumming came with someone. Asterisk. Chapter 34, Song Qingshu's Repeated Swings. Chapter 34, Song Qingshu's Repeated Swings. As the son of the city lord of Wushuan City, Du Gumming is also the sword saint at the peak of the Grand Great Master. It can be said that he walks sideways in the city. The Dugu side loves the sun extremely, so Du Gumming was born with arrogance. Now the Dugule who is following him is also a master of innate's pinnacle. And unlike the Taoist Kongxiu, Dugule is completely obedient to this young master. This gave Du Gumming too much confidence. Arrogant and domineering, he led people directly into the inn and saw Song Qingshu and others at a glance. But his nostrils turned upside down, turning a blind eye. Directly shouted into the inn, "Where is blind Zhang? Get out! The young master has come to take your head." Guo Furong stared, just about to speak. Du Gumming directly swiped a sword chi, and the ground instantly cracked. Guo Furong immediately held back. Du Gumming held his head high and stepped on the chair, a stick of incense. I couldn't see Zhang blind, so I smashed the inn. You all have to die. I will take Shi Fei Xian away. Shi Feixuan heard clearly inside, but frowned. This man is so arrogant. She doesn't need someone to save her. She shook her head and ignored it. She believes that Zhang Tianyi can definitely handle it. So continue to wash the dishes. Upon seeing this, Bai Zhantang knew that it would be okay not to invite the blind man out. When I was about to invite, I didn't expect Du Gumming to sneer suddenly, "A stick of incense is here. Smash me, kill all these people. Rescue Shi Feixuan." His eyes were all fierce. The people behind him drew their swords one after another, and the clanging voices lingered for a while. Tong Xianjiao hurriedly said, "Guest officer, wait, this hasn't got a stick of incense yet." Du Gumming said, "I'll have the final say before it's too late. This is my incense." Smash. Everyone shot one after another. Song Qingshu and the little brothers behind him looked dumbfounded. The boys exclaimed with joy. This is what it should be when you come to save people. This is how dates should be. Look, decisively spicy, clean and tidy. Although a bit crazy, but enjoyable. Song Qingshu's brothers looked at Du Gumming and Song Qingshu, and suddenly felt that they were incomparable. When people come to save people, they go to war. You have to eat a meal first when you come to save people. What is this for? The younger brother behind Du Gumming looked at Song Qingshu's envious eyes, also triumphant and full of superiority. Some people even laughed. These people came to save people and they were eating. It's so funny. The people behind Du Gumming rushed out one after another. He waved his weapon at the inn. Act unscrupulously. Ho Ho sat on the stair railing on the second floor and looked at it with a smile. Seeing this, he suddenly curled his lips. She and Shi Feixuan are both the pinnacles of innate, and their status is definitely not low. This is not still rubbed by the dead blind man on the ground. You bring an innate peak, what are you crazy about here? This is not uncomfortable. As predicted. The next moment, a majestic force of heaven and earth crashed down. Bang! Everyone, including Du Gumming. They all lay on the ground instantly, their bones almost shattered, and blood was vomiting at the mouth. There were even a few daist-shaped cracks on the ground. The strength is so great that it is unimaginable. Many of the cultivation bases were lower, and they fainted when they rolled their eyes. A few hands and feet were still twitching. Duguming cultivation base is a little higher, not dizzy, but also injured. Lie on the ground and can't move. His eyes were full of horror. He turned his head to look at On's confidence, the Dugu lay at the peak of innate. What are you doing? Shouldn't you protect me? However, at this sight, he was also taken aback. Innate Peak Dugu is also a master in Wushuan City. About to enter the existence of Great Master. But now he can only resist that majestic force. His face was pale, with blood hanging from the corners of his mouth. Young Master. This is the power of the heavens and the earth. The visitor may be. Grand Great Master. Grand Great Master. Duguming suddenly felt cold. How does F***ck have a Grand Great Master? Song Qingshu and all the younger brothers were also dumbfounded. F***ck was still envious just now. Are you lying on the ground half alive now? The contrast is a bit big. Should I envy or sympathize now? This scene made them a little overwhelmed. Go. A little brother swallowed. He looked at Song Qingshu, thinking that Dage was still wise. Everything must be calculated, eat first, and then wait for someone to leave. This Dage is right. Zhang Tianyi Shi Shiren walked out. The inn is a place to eat. Inside the inn, hands-on is forbidden. Don't you understand the rules? Du Gumming raised his head and gritted his teeth. Do you know who I am? Bang. The power of heaven and earth smashed down, and the bones of Du Gumming's palm shattered. Ho Ho was overwhelmed with joy watching this scene, his big eyes squinted and the flowers trembled. Your little identity puts on the score in front of this blind man? If he is afraid of this, he will detain Shi Fixuan and me? Zhang Tianyi also frowned. How could he say this? Who are you related to me? I'm too lazy to guess who you are. It's no use for anyone, this is my place. Dugulay thought he would not dare to let Duguming speak out. So he said first, Young Master is the son of Wushuan City Lord, are you going to be my enemy of Wushuan City? Zhang Tianyi smiled, Wushuang City? The city owner is alone. If you are the enemy, let him come and tell me in person to see if he has the courage. In the lobby, countless people took a breath. That was Wushuan City Lord. Behind him there was a sword saint who had been in the Grand Great Master for many years. Just beat his son like this. Now I'm still talking directly. It's crazy. Oh, it's quite lively. A young man walked in, dressed in luxurious clothes. He is Shang Guanfei. A swordsman followed Shang Guanfei. The swordsman is very tall. Wearing a golden short shirt with tight cuffs. The knuckles are prominent, slender, and powerful. There are 3 scars on his face. This is Jing Liuming. Behind the two, there are also many rivers and lakes. Young men. Shang Guanfei looked relaxed and walked into the inn naturally. Looking left and right, I saw Kongxiu Daokang and Dugulay. I also saw Dugu Cry lying on the ground in embarrassment. Even without a trace, he glanced at Zhang Tianyi. He sneered, hey, it's just 2 innate peaks. Are you embarrassed to come and save the teacher fairy? Asterisk. Chapter 35, The Ultimate Killing Move Against Licking Dogs. Chapter 35, The Ultimate Killing Move Against Licking Dogs. It's really no way. Jing Liuming, kill him for me. What he said was an understatement. But Jing Liuming had already shot out, like an arrow from the string. That looks like a kill. In their view, human life is not worth seriousness. Hao, who was sitting on the stair railing on the 2nd floor, narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. Perhaps, the strength of the blind man will be exposed. She also wanted to see what strength Zhang Tianyi had always been unfathomable. However, Jing Liuming flew in the air and was smashed down. It fell to the ground with a bang, and it fell into a big character. The sword was not drawn. Ho Ho covered his eyes and couldn't bear to look again. It's too awful. Shang Guanfei's eyes suddenly widened. How is this possible? What is your strength? Zhang Tianyi stood in place in time. He only analyzed the identity of this person in an instant. Shang Guanfei. Shang Guanfei relaxed. Do you know me? Since you have such strength, that's it? Teacher Fairy just broke the inn. Today, I will pay for the loss of Tongfu Inn and the money owed by Fairy. You let her go. Shang Guanfei was very calm. I have been helping with money since I was a child, knowing the gains and losses. The guy in front of him can defeat Jing Liuming at once, and his strength is definitely not weak. There is no stronger master around him now. It is dangerous to face Zhang Tianyi. In this case, it is natural to use a better solution. As for the money, is the money help short of money? Zhang Tianyi shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Shifixuan, come out. Everyone present frowned. What kind of attitude? That's the teacher fairy, their goddess. Holy maiden of righteousness. Peerless woman, right way, and bright moon. Do you really treat someone as a handyman? However, to their surprise, Shifixuan walked out silently. Very obedient. What's the matter? Everyone is heartbroken. What's the matter? This half-day life and death are all for you. Wouldn't you be able to hear it inside? Zhang Tianyi said, he wants to pay you back and redeem you, what do you say? Ho Ho pouting. No one came to redeem her, and she had to report the letter by herself. Ugh. However, Shifixuan shook her head, one person does the job, the other person, if I destroy the inn, I will naturally lose money. Can't afford to pay, so naturally I have to work to repay it. This is justified. I have no relatives and no reason, and I have no friendship with young master Shangguan. Shangguan's kindness is accepted by his heart. But pay it for me and redeem me back, so don't talk about it anymore. As a representative of the right way, she asked others to pay off their debts. First of all, she doesn't need someone to save her. Secondly, she doesn't feel uncomfortable working here, but finds it interesting. This is a life that doesn't exist on the mountain. Again, she is not familiar with Shang Guanfei and is unwilling to owe favor to others. Finally, she plans to observe Zhang Tianyi for a while to see if he is a man of destiny. For many reasons combined, she had no reason to leave at all. Shang Guanfei was stunned, thinking of everything before he came. Facing Zhang Tianyi's powerful force, he also responded quickly. But I never thought that there would be this one. He didn't know what to do for a while. Song Qingshu watched for a long time and finally seized the opportunity. He is inferior to Du Guming in terms of force and arrogance. In terms of financial resources behind him, he is not as good as Shang Guanfei. But both of them have been put on the ground by Zhang Tianyi. Finally it was his turn. The meal was not in vain. He stroked his sleeves so that he could stand up in time. With both hands cupped fist, he said politely, Fairy, I am Song Qingshan, the son of the head of Wudan Mountain. I came here this time because this blind man is cunning, with a bad character, and deceived and defrauded the teacher fairy. Under the hood, I really can't get used to the teacher fairy being coaxed and blackmailed, so he came to eliminate evil and defend the way. Zhang Tianyi couldn't listen anymore. Said it is high sounding. You licked the dog, how long will you play? Extortion coaxing? Defend the evil? You've stepped into the pit yourself, and you've got rid of evil and defended the way. Zhang Tianyi glanced at the sign on the wall and left it alone. Instead, he said directly to Song Qingshu, do you like Shifixuan? Song Qingshu's endless speech came to an abrupt end. He was stunned. Then he looked at Zhang Tianyi and opened his mouth and couldn't speak. She looked at Shifuan again, and still couldn't say anything when she opened her mouth. Turning his head to look at the little brother On, he opened his mouth and still couldn't speak. I. Everyone covered their faces. This is shameful. After talking endlessly for a long time, he was wiped out by a word. Don't you persuade people with virtue? Zhang Tianyi sighed, it was too easy to deal with licking dogs. Self-righteous affection is the most profitable ultimate move. If you like it, you don't like it, and if you don't like it, you don't like it. If a good man dares to act, why don't he speak? Song Qingshu blushed like a red apple. Me. It's so boring. This old licking dog. I ask you again, if you like it or not, you will get out if you don't say it. Song Qingshu twisted, and finally mustered up the courage, I like it? Zhang Tianyi nodded, just like it? He turned his head to look at the frowning Shifuan and asked, do you like him? Shang Guanfei's pupils shrank. Du Guming pricked his ears. Ho Ho is overwhelmingly happy. Everyone held their breath and focused. Killer move. Absolute ultimate move. This blind man is too poisonous. Shifuan was still kind, she couldn't bear to see Song Qingshu's pale face. Why did no one give a monthly pass? Those who have a monthly pass will give me some points. Asterisk. Chapter 36, Song Qingshu, then I go? Chapter 36, Song Qingshu, then I go? Zhang Tianyi patted her shoulder, as if patted on the hearts of everyone. If you like it, you like it, and if you don't like it, you don't like it. This thing cannot be forced. Moreover, if you don't like it, and make people have illusions, that's harming others. He will always do things for you, do you want to use him? Remember, everything will happen, and go straight. The implication is that either you are a good person or he is a good person. Or be a good person together. Do everything, go straight. Shifuan's beautiful and holy eyes widened, and the few words made her feel deafened. What the blind man said made sense, and his insight into world affairs was clear and straightforward. That's it? If you don't like it, you don't like it? I do not like him. Shifuan spoke out loudly and decisively. Ho Ho covered his face. Shang Guanfei looked away. Tong Xianjiao lowered his head and smiled. Bai Zhantang stroked his nose. Lu Xiaokai expressed sympathy. Song Qingshu's face turned pale while holding his chest. Crack. Something seems to be broken. This deep love ended before it even started. I understand. Then I go. Shifuan nodded, let's go. I don't care about these few people anymore. Turned around and went back to wash the dishes. Song Qingshu was devastated and suffered 10,000 points of damage. The momentum came, and the result was over before it even started. His affection was completely denied. There was no room left. Brother Song, don't be sad anymore. Yes, we are here to defend justice this time. Although Fairy doesn't like you, justice shouldn't be absent. It makes sense. Song Qingshu suppressed the depression in his heart. Turning his head and said to Zhang Tianyi, even if the teacher Fairy doesn't need us to save, you shouldn't blackmail Fairy. This kind of behavior is simply shameless. Humans and gods are angry. Zhang Tianyi ignored it. Tong Xianjiao quit, and said directly, how do you speak? The damage to the tables and chairs is really not worth so much money. But fighting in the inn has affected the normal operation of the inn. Some people are injured and some are frightened. Mental and physical losses should be included in the calculation. Also, when the guests were eating at the inn, they were frightened every 3 days. Eating a meal almost put my life in it. When I went out and said, who would dare to come to our inn for dinner, business has gone bad these past 2 days. How much credit has been lost? Originally, the inn entered the fight for gold every day, but these 2 days have been deserted. And you guys, come here to make trouble, because you are eating in this restaurant, so I won't ask you for money. But, those few, don't look at others, they are talking about you, don't leave today if you don't lose money. Tong Xianjiao pinched his waist and settled accounts to Song Qingshu in a serious manner. Although Song Qingshu was good at cultivation, he didn't know anything about doing business. For a while, Tong Xianjiao was completely suppressed, speechless, and defeated. He was hurt by Shi Fixuan in the first place, but now he is really dispirited. Okay, I know, the treasurer, let's leave the matter for today. Let's leave it alone. With that said, Song Qingshu took the people and prepared to leave. However, Tong Xianjiao stopped again. Wait a moment, close the account. Song Qingshu suddenly reacted, oh, sorry, the shopkeeper, I just forgot. 5 taels of silver, no need to look for it. Song Qingshu took out 50 taels of silver from the skirt of his clothes very grandiosely, and put them on the table. Turn around to leave. Not enough. Song Qingshu's stature was stagnant. Not enough? He was a little puzzled. The shopkeeper, why is this special dish so expensive? Tong Xianjiao by Zhan Tang Lu Zio Ki Guo Fu Rong also pointed to the specialty dishes on the wall. Song Qingshu, everyone turned their heads and took a breath. Hiss. 1,888 taels. Why don't you grab it? Is your dish made of gold? I just ate a dish that was nearly 2,000 taels. Song Qingshu and everyone behind him were all dumbfounded. This large amount makes people dizzy. Zhang Tianyi laughed, and it was the first time he saw him. But it can be calculated. The shopkeeper Tong's brand is for certain groups of people. After all, the people who have come recently are from rivers and lakes. It is inevitable that some of them have misbehavior. The treasurer Tong gave them a random order, which is considered as a knight robbing the rich and helping the poor. As for this Song Qingshu, you come here to be nosy and trouble me. Don't cheat, you who? Song Qingshu looked at the sign for a long while, almost vomiting blood. The journey was so majestic and vigorous, it was really a hurdle to get to the inn. Just like the 99 and 81 difficulties, each level is more difficult than the other. Before I left, I stepped on such a big hole. Song Qing's bookish face flushed. Isn't it blackmail? I've never eaten such expensive dishes. Tong Xianjiao said, is this a dish? What is this food? It is the warm culture of Tongfu Inn, the spirit of the gold medal chef Li Dezhuai, and the sense of ritual. Guests will feel the enthusiasm of our Tongfu Inn staff in this dish, and feel at home. I feel the warmth of home. Is this comparable to ordinary dishes? Are more than 1,000 taels expensive? Not expensive at all. Also, this sign is hanging here. You said it yourself, you studied this cuisine before you came here, how come you turn your face and deny it? Zhang Tianyi looked at Tong Xianjiao and was a little surprised. The treasurer's school is broken. Asterisk. Chapter 37, From Menacing to Two-Sleeve Breeze. Chapter 37, From Menacing to Two-Sleeve Breeze. Since he last gave Tong Xianjiao the marketing stuff from his previous life. On the basis of the original, Tong Xianjiao developed many genres. This one can basically be called a rogue faction. Moreover, there is a blind man Zhang sitting in control, basically no solution. Zhang Tianyi turned his head and looked at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu was obviously blindfolded, and his head couldn't turn around. What is eating culture? Spirit. Sense of ritual. I have never heard of these statements. Moreover, he did say to Tong Xianjiao that he was studying. Now that I don't recognize people, isn't the image that I have finally built up to serve people with morals collapsed? Seeing him being silent, Tong Xianjiao continued, these are all things outside of the body. As a monk, you should understand this. You can think of it this way. I will give you 3,000 taels. Now you are killing your friends around you. Would you like to? Song Qingshu looked at the younger brother beside him, and the younger brother took 2 steps back. He frowned. What are you thinking? Can you still be worth 3,000 or 2? No, I mean, I can't sell friendship for 3,000 taels. If you say that, Song Qingshu has a little understanding. Intangible things are always more expensive than tangible things. But 1,888 taels is too expensive, okay. It is estimated that all his father's small vault will be emptied, and it may not be returned. The shopkeeper, I didn't bring so much money when I went out, can I pay it back after I leave? Tong Xianjiao's eyes lit up. Of course, you can choose to pay in installments. Song Qingshu was also curious, what is payment in installments? It means you leave the token that can prove your identity, and then pay back part of the money after a period of time. The longer the interval, the greater the amount of money to be repaid, which means that the interest has to be repaid. Tong Xianjiao explained. Shang Guanfei listened silly to the side. The shopkeeper is a wizard, can you imagine this kind of trick? After I go back, I have to mention it with my dad. This suggestion is really good. Presumably no one would dare to rely on their financial help. As for Tong Xianjiao's operation, Shang Guanfei didn't think there was anything. Kindness is not in charge of soldiers, and righteousness is not good. Those who open the door to do business, who will teach you benevolence, justice and morality. If you are not careful, you can't rely on others. Song Qingshu listened carefully to Tong Xianjiao's installment payment. Suddenly, I felt that it would be nothing to pay the 1,000 or 800 taels like this. It's hard work at best, and it can be paid back in the end. The shopkeeper, I choose to pay in installments. This is my Wudang waste card, which can prove my identity. Pay back the last part today. Song Qingshu took out all the money from him. The boys gathered some spontaneously and gave them to Song Qingshu. In this way, Song Qingshu is considered to have left the inn. When he came, he was aggressive, and when he left, he was breezy. After leaving Qixia town, Song Qingshu felt a deep sadness in his heart. Love is gone, and money is gone. Do evil. In the inn, whether it is Shang Guanfei or Du Guming, they are all very vigilant towards Zhang Xiaozi and this inn. Although I don't know what happened before. But they watched the son of the head of Wudang and spent nearly 2,000 taels for a meal. Turned into a pauper in the blink of an eye. Zhang Tianyi turned his head and looked at Du Guming, who looked like a second-generation official. The young man is arrogant and domineering, even in the inn with the intention of committing a crime. You too, will you surrender later or should I send you to jail? Du Guming was aching all over when lying on the ground. Even if F***CK gets beaten up, you still have to go to jail now. His father is the lord of the city. As the son of the lord of the city, he was sent to jail. Dad's face was lost. Dugule said, the young master is young and ignorant, can you look at the face of the city master and raise your hand? Zhang Tianyi said, why did you go early? I raised my hands high to him, did you think about raising my hands high to me when you came? Also, your city lord is here with me, there is no face. Zhang Tianyi shot, Dugule fell to the ground with a grunt. In a short period of time, it should be impossible to work. Zhang Tianyi looked at flying to the upper official again. The corners of Shang Guanfei's mouth twitched twice, watching everyone staring at him at the inn. He said directly, I will pay for the loss of the inn. Zhang Tianyi looked at Jing Wuming who fell on the ground again. Shang Guanfei quickly answered, I will redeem it, and spend money to redeem it. Zhang Tianyi nodded and laughed, go on the road. For your sake of being such a master, 2,000 taels, people can leave with the money. Shang Guanfei breathed a sigh of relief, 2,000 taels were not a pain to the money gang. He thought Zhang Tianyi would speak loudly. He didn't say a word, and asked own brother to withdraw the money. A full 2,000 taels of silver was carried in whitely. Shang Guanfei let people put down the money, and hurriedly left with Jing Wueming. I'm afraid that Zhang Tianyi will come up with something again, so I have to pit myself up today. He could see it clearly. What is so special about saving people is that he is looking for bad luck. After Shang Guanfei and the others left, Zhang Tianyi shot again and sent Du Guming and others to the Yamen. No chance of redemption was given. A burst of ingenious tongue, plus other means. In 1 hour, the two were sent to prison. Walking out of the Yamen, Zhang Tianyi clapped his hands. I don't know how the lord of the solitary city would feel when he knew that his son is now in jail. That's the end of a farce. Asterisk. Chapter 38, Heavenly Demon. Chapter 38, Heavenly Demon. The leaders smashed their heads, and these rivers and lakes people also dispersed. Calm was restored in the inn again. Ho Ho looked at Zhang Tianyi, who was sitting in the corner drinking tea thoughtfully. This guy is young, but his strength is unfathomable. As soon as Jing Wueming made a move, even Hao felt the pressure, but Zhang Tianyi defeated him in an instant. Could it be that this guy is really a great master? But it's impossible. How old is he? How could he be a great master? I have the best aptitude for the Yinghui faction in thousands of years, but now I am the pinnacle of innate. This guy seems to be about the same age as me. Even if he starts cultivation in his mother's belly, it is impossible to become a great master now. Ho Ho was puzzled by Zhang Tianyi's strength. Can't even think of a reasonable explanation. How, what are you still sitting on the railing to see? Don't hurry up and clean up the inn. Zhang Tianyi said to Hao, who was sitting on a high place. Hearing this, Ho Ho reluctantly jumped down and began to clean the lobby. But now the martial arts have not come to redeem her. She is still in the inn for 1 day, and she has to work for 1 day. Zhang Tianyi estimated that no one would come again. So he returned to the room and started cultivation. Saw Zhang Tianyi left here. Ho Ho's mind suddenly became active. She has profound magic skills. In this inn, apart from Shi Fixuan and Zhang Tianyi, no one is her opponent. Of course, she didn't dare to mess around now. Even more will not fight against Bai Zhantang and others. Before she couldn't figure out Zhang Tianyi's strength, she really didn't dare to make Zhang Tianyi angry. But if you don't make a move, it doesn't mean you can't confuse. Her heavenly demon voice has been cultivated to the point of being superb. This martial arts alone can make people hallucinate. People who are not as good as her can't hold it. Not to mention ordinary people. Hao rolled his eyes wide, and stared at Lu Xiaokai, who was sitting aside to settle the accounts. This kind of nerd, she thinks it can't be easier to fiddle with. She sat down at the table Shishiran. Her pure and lovely face looked a little lackluster. She has a soft voice. Oh, I'm tired. But Xiaokai Lu concentrated on calculating the accounts without looking at her. In fact, I dare not look at it. Hao's strength is too strong and his face is too beautiful, which puts a lot of pressure on him. Moreover, this girl is eccentric and free-willed. Lu Xiaokai felt that it would be better not to touch it or not to touch it. But he planned this way, but Hao didn't plan to let him go. Seeing him, there was no response. Ho Ho directly used the heavenly demon sound. Xiaokai, you see I'm so tired, can you help me clean the lobby? Help, I will thank you. Waves of enchanting power poured into Lu Xiaokai's ears, affecting her spirit. At this moment, Lu Xiaokai even felt that the woman in front of her was the woman she loved most in her life. Reluctant to feel wronged by him, he threw away the abacus in his hand. No problem, Miss Horibori, leave it to me. Cleaning the lobby is nothing, for you, I am willing to do anything. When he said that, he stood up, took the broom in Hao's hand, and started to clean the inn. Hobari laughed, it's done, it's too easy. However, this scene was seen by Guo Furong, who walked in. Guo Furong was frustrated at first glance. Okay you, Luzai okay when my old lady is exhausted every day, I haven't seen you so diligent. It hasn't been 2 days since how came, and you are like this. I think you don't want to be mixed up. Ro. When she just put on a posture and wanted to slap Luzai okay out, how's figure appeared in front of her. Ho stretched out his hand and immediately resolved Guo Furong's attack. When he rubbed his body, he reached into Guo Furong's arms and said, holding Guo Furong's arms. Hibiscus big sis, I am really tired today, can you help me buy some fruit to eat? It seemed that Heavenly Demon was also used. Guo Furong instantly felt that this beautiful and cute girl in front of him was like little sister who grew up with him. My favorite little sister. Now little sister is aggrieved and tired from work. It is right to buy some fruit if he makes big sis. So she waved her hand carelessly, no problem, how, wait, I'll buy you fruit to eat. What do you want to eat? Hohoro said, anything is fine. Guo Furong was very angry, then come some more. Then I went out to buy fruit. I was hitting the Bai Zhantang entering the door, huh? Xiao Guo, why are you going? Guo Furong said without looking back, my sister how is tired, I will buy her some fruit to eat. Bai Zhantang looked at Guo Furong's back, and then at how. I scratched my head blankly, tired. Just kidding, what kind of force is this how, let alone cleaning the lobby, even if the whole street is cleaned, she won't be tired. If she's all tired, wouldn't she be exhausted a long time ago? Just thinking about it, Bai Zhantang realized something was wrong. But before he could run away, he was robbed by how. White Dage. Bai Zhantang's skill is actually not low, but facing the cultivation heavenly demon Dafa's Gate which, it is also insufficient. At that time, I felt my heart moved and was affected. Bai Zhantang wanted to run. However, Qinggong hadn't displayed it yet, Ho swayed out a devilish energy. Bai Dage, I want to eat the sweet-scented Osman thus cake on the corner, can you buy me some? Asterisk. Chapter 39, Zhang Tianyi cracks the heavenly demon sound. Chapter 39, Zhang Tianyi cracks the heavenly demon sound. Bai Zhantang's feeling of pity emerged, and he nodded at that time, no problem, I'll buy it for you, and I'll be back soon. Bai Zhantang directly used Qinggong and flew out. Ho patted own belly again, and went to the kitchen, big mouth, I'm hungry. The big mouth is really without resistance, and he was bewitched instantly. Wait, I'll get you a full seat. When Zhang Tianyi cultivation comes out. What you see is. Ho sat alone at the table, eating the Manchu feast, eating fruits and snacks. Lu Zioki was cleaning the lobby. Bai Zhantang is still delivering food to how. Guo Furong is also busy. Everyone looked at how with a doted look. Ho continued to use the heavenly demon sound while speaking. Did not notice Zhang Tianyi appeared behind him at all. Still directing talents to work. Xiu Cai, scan it here. Zhang Tianyi's face turned black. I haven't seen it for a long time, and it's like this. If you come out later, I wonder if you demolished the inn. Saying that you are a witch is really not exaggerating you. He didn't speak either, but stood behind how and watched her play the heavenly demon sound. So as to continuously deduct the cultivation technique of heavenly demon sound. Ding. Analyze and deduct the heavenly demon cultivation technique, the deduction is successful. The host has the heavenly demon sound. Zhang Tianyi nodded, although he has mastered it, but there is no corresponding heavenly demon Dafa, the effect of using it is definitely not very good. But there is no problem in cracking Ho-Ho's heavenly demon sound. So Ho-Ho found out. The sound of own heavenly demon is useless. The surrounding Tongfu people came to their senses. Looking at the movements of his hands, he looked dumbfounded. Especially Lita's Y. After waking up, the whole body was sore. The hands holding the pot are numb. At the end of the day, he made a table full of people. If you are on the scale, you can still find that you have lost 2 caddies. I'm going. What am I doing? Sleepwalking in broad daylight. Sleepwalking has started cooking. Lita's Y doubted in life. After a while, I walked out of the kitchen and glanced at each other, who behaved as strangely as my colleagues. Soon everyone found the source. Ho Ho finally turned around and looked at Zhang Tianyi in shock. Why did my heavenly demon sound fail? She panicked, but heavenly demon is a martial arts that was finally cultivated. Now it's pretty bad. Doesn't it mean that Bai has been cultivating for so long? Zhang Tianyi said, let me block it. It's blocked? How is it possible? How do you know the luck of my heavenly demon cultivation technique? You haven't cultivated heavenly demon da fa. Zhang Tianyi said, I figured it out. If you don't block it, are you going to demolish the inn? Hearing this, Hao lowered his head vainly. This, they all volunteered. Zhang Tianyi stretched out his hand angrily to pinch Hao's face. Voluntarily, you will come over to me. Ho Ho's face turned red, and Zhang Tianyi was dragged to the small courtyard. It hurts, so blind, you just let go. Not only did Zhang Tianyi not let go, but instead stretched out his other hand, pinching the cheek on the other side of Hao and pulling it towards both sides. Hao's cute face was torn into buns. If you haven't seen you for a while, you're starting to be dishonest. Stop your heavenly demon voice this time, and it will be restored by yourself within 2 days, but if you dare to mess around, you will permanently block your heavenly demon voice next time. It makes you never use it again. Do you understand? When Ho Ho listened to it, and permanently blocked the heavenly demon sound, what was the difference between that and breaking this martial arts? That won't work. Isn't that white cultivation? Heavenly demon sound is one of the main martial arts in heavenly demon da fa. So she ignored Zhang Tianyi's face being pinched. Nodding again and again, understand and understand, I dare not. In this way, Zhang Tianyi let her go, work honestly. Today's Manhan banquet will settle the account for you, and then come to redeem people to settle the settlement together. Where is my pastry money? Bai Zantang's head stuck out from behind the door. And my fruit money? Guo Furong's head stuck out from under Lao Bai's head. My wages have to be given to me. The scholar also came out of his head weakly. Stop talking, I'm exhausted today, and I must be compensated. Lita's Y crawled out directly from behind the door. Looks very weak. His face is still a little dark. The front hair is missing a piece. The eyebrows are also a little burnt. Zhang Tianyi said, then it will be counted in the account, and it will be doubled when the time comes. Oh! Guo Furong was happy. Lao Bai and others are also satisfied. Everyone glanced at Hao, and they were really afraid of this ghostly girl. Each went to do its own thing. They still liked Shi Fixuan more than Ho Hun. Shi Fixuan has been working at the inn since. Be meticulous and diligent every day. The bowl is shiny. Work efficiency is also very high. After work every day, I will chat with them. Ask about your usual life. The remaining time is hard cultivation. Who doesn't like such a girl? Not to mention the old white big-mouthed talents, it is Guo Furong and Tong shopkeepers, who also like Shifixuan very much. I usually think of her for anything delicious. Today I bought a bunch of fruits and pastries, as well as the Manhan banquet. Although Ho Ho said he wanted to eat, most of them didn't move. A few people went to ask Shi Fixuan. When Shi Fixuan was washing the dishes, she was fluttering with fairy spirit and misty dust. Like a fairy descending to the earth. A pair of big eyes is full of agility. Asterisk. Chapter 40, Stepping into the second level of Qi training. Chapter 40, Stepping into the second level of Qi training. It was strange to see a few people coming in. When I heard what they said, I smiled even more. She didn't shirk the kindness of everyone. Getting along with everyone these days, as smart as her, naturally knows that these people are very kind people. Okay, let's eat together. Shi Fixuan, thank you all. The dinner table. Li Dazhuai picked up the roast duck in front of him and placed it in the place closest to Shi Fixuan. Master Fairy, this roast duck is my unique dish. Eat more. Bai Zhantang is not far behind. And this one is also quite delicious. This is also good. Don't look at it as a green vegetable, but it's pretty good if you have a big mouth. This dish is even better. Shi Fixuan smiled helplessly, watching them scramble to recommend their favorite dishes. She did not reject their kindness either. As the holy maiden of Ci Hang Jingzai, his status is very high. I have eaten a lot of good things. But it was the first time she had eaten a special meal like this. The people in this inn are very strange. Each of them is a very ordinary little person, but they are real and magnanimous. It's not hidden, but also very kind. If you like you and care about you, then you are sincerely kind to you. Even if the mouth is reckless. Old white talking nonsense. The shopkeeper's stingy. Guo Furong has a bad temper. The scholar dropped his book bag. Zhang Ziazi has a black belly. But it doesn't affect them to treat each other sincerely in their own way. Shi Fixuan stayed here for a few days, but felt that she had stayed for several years. It made her feel very relaxed here. You don't need to be strict with yourself everywhere like you do in the division, and set an example everywhere. Here she is a dishwasher. No one would ask her what to do, and no one would look down on her. There is no such thing as rivers and lakes, where there is one set on the surface and one set behind the other. Although the shopkeeper and Zhang Ziazi always unite to cheat others. But the pitfalls are basically misconduct, or they are just looking for trouble. If there are bad guys in this Tongfu Inn, well, that blind man must be the worst. Shi Fixuan thought about it and laughed. This smile stunned everyone. Ho Ho sat on a high place, pouting. She was furious. Obviously it was the boss's effort to make it delicious. Now it's all eaten by the opponent. Those guys are still so kind to her. However, this miss has already eaten and is full. Humph. Ho Ho curled his lips to show that he didn't care. Then I returned to the own room. At this time, Zhang Tianyi was sitting in the room silently cultivating. He has been practicing hard recently. Just today, he felt realm loose. The true qi in the body has a faint vitality. The Ming Jade Fairy art moves in the body, and the power of heaven and earth continuously merges into the true qi in the body. True qi is constantly undergoing transformation, and the power of heaven and earth contained in it is also increasing. While the meridians in the body were slightly swollen and painful, Danshan was also constantly swelling. The ice-clear true qi formed a small whirlpool at Danshan. All the true qi in the meridians are absorbed into Danshan. Then spin quickly. The speed is getting faster and faster. There was even a slight whistling sound. Danshan's edge gradually trembled. Before long, it seemed to reach a certain limit. Danshan suddenly expanded slightly. Although subtle, it is indeed enlarged. At the same time, Zhang Tianyi felt the power of the heaven and the earth surge in abruptly. The acupointment, along the hundreds of limbs poured into the body, and then merged into the true qi. In a short time, Danshan was filled up just now. In this way, Zhang Tianyi knew that he had successfully made a breakthrough to the second level of qi training. Continuing to operate the Mingyu Xianju, Zhang Tianyi took a breath after consolidating for a while and stood up. Walked into the small courtyard. With a clever hand, he let out a loud sound. A flame appeared on the hand. Then with a thought, this flame turned into Xianbing. The transfer of the power of heaven and earth is more flexible. Ruyi scepter. Switching and transitioning are faster than before. Furthermore, the same true essence can mobilize more energy, and it seems to be more powerful. There is also an increase in the volume of true qi in the body. It seems that every level of improvement is a comprehensive ascension. Although there should be some qualitative changes after qi training to the foundation building, the quality of true qi during the qi training period will not change. This is an accumulation process. Now stepping into the second floor, I can call more true qi. The deduction of spells should also be on the agenda. Zhang Tianyi returned to the own room. Mobilize the true qi in the body, and start to use the tricks carried in the martial arts again and again. Most of them are tactics to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Condensing profound ice to form an ice wall, or blasting flames, let it spin around the body. In such experiments, a large amount of information was collected in Zhang Tianyi's mind. The mobilization and proportion of the power of heaven and earth are also accumulating continuously. Soon a set of formed data was formed. These data are the attack phenomenon data formed by the types, proportions, methods, angles, etc. of Zhang Tianyi's mobilization of the power of heaven and earth each time. Only a large amount of data can support the next spell deduction. Moreover, it is not just a one-time job, it requires a step-by-step analysis. Currently, Zhang Tianyi is still in its infancy. Zhang Tianyi thinks it's almost done. He started sitting cross-legged on the ground and deduced silently. Ding! The magic simulation test is in progress. During the day no one gave monthly tickets, flowers, and other data. Is this book going to hit the street? So worried. Isn't it possible to write later in this book? If you think it's okay, can you have some flowers and a monthly pass, so that I have the confidence to write it down? Asterisk. Chapter 41, The Return of Linping, Bixi Swordsmanship. Chapter 41, The Return of Linping, Bixi Swordsmanship. Ding! The magic simulation test deduction is successful, and the degree of deduction has increased. Currently the evolution of spell promotion, 8%. Zhang Tianyi stretched out his hands and rubbed his own temple. It seems that to perform a complete spell, several simulations are needed. But the current power is basically enough in a short time. Not in a hurry. In the following time, Zhang Tianyi was a little tired, so he came to the small courtyard to breathe. While basking in the sun, he thought silently. According to time, the three people in Yuhua Palace should have found Lin Pingzi by now. This time, it should be around 2 days. Lin Pingzi is coming back soon. At that time, with the Bixi sword score, I must have a lot of inspiration for the cultivation technique in the foundation building period. Zhang Tianyi thought so. Sure enough, in the morning of the next day, Zhang Tianyi was sitting in a corner of the inn drinking tea. I heard someone talking in the inn, talking about the Qing Cheng faction. Hey, have you heard that? What? The Qing Cheng faction was destroyed. Huh? The Qing Cheng faction was destroyed. The person seemed to have not heard clearly, and asked carefully again. The answer was still affirmative, and he was dumbfounded. The Qing Cheng faction is not a small gang. It has been passed down for a long time, but now it has been destroyed. Do you know who killed it? The man smiled triumphantly. My news, that's the best in Qixia town. The one who wiped out the Qing Cheng faction is the one from Yuhua Palace. As for the reason, no one knows it yet. Do you think it was because the Qing Cheng sect disciple had been confronted by the Qing Cheng sect disciple at the Tongfu Inn? Didn't the palace master invite the moon that day kill all the more than a dozen disciples of the Qing Cheng faction? With the style of moving the flower palace, it's really impossible to kill them all. Hiss. Sure enough, it's a demon. Zhang Tianyi sat in the corner and listened quietly. Similar to what he estimated. Lin Pingzi hadn't come back for so long, so Qing Cheng dispatched naturally. And the Qing Cheng faction was annihilated by the people who moved the Flower Palace. It was naturally the work of the three daughters of Huayu slave. Now that the Qing Cheng faction is gone, the three daughters of Huayu slaves should have returned with Lin Pingzi and Bixi. I don't know if Lin Pingzi is still alive. It's afternoon. The three character women walked in with a weak, gray-headed man. When the weak man saw Zhang Tianyi, he seemed to have seen his relatives. Kneeling on the ground all of a sudden, took out a package from his arms, looking at his appearance, this thing is extremely precious. This person is naturally Lin Pingzi. Zhang Tianyi noticed that Lin Pingzi's face was blue and purple, but fortunately, there was no lack of arms or legs. It seems to be sound, but slightly injured. What happened? Although Zhang Tianyi can be calculated as the Qing Cheng faction, he can't calculate the specific situation. Lin Pingzi then recounted the ins and outs of his return to the Lin family's old house. It turned out that after the Lin family was destroyed, the people from the Qing Cheng faction didn't give up, knowing that one of the direct descendants of the Lin family had escaped. There must be a Bixi sword book on him. So while sending people to chase and kill, while sending people to wait for the rabbits in the old mansion of the Lin family, they did both. Just wait for Lin Pingzi to come back and catch him. Lin Pingzi had found something wrong this way back, but the real Bixi swordsmanship was extremely important to him, and he had to get it. Therefore, knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, I prefer to go to the Tiger Mountains. Go upstream all the way. Although he was extremely careful, when he returned to the Lin family's old house, has fallen into the circle of Qing Cheng disciples. There were Qing Cheng disciples in ambush everywhere. After all, Lin Pingzi's experience in rivers and lakes is still relatively shallow, and those who have been hiding in hiding have been discovered by others. He was caught at that time. Fortunately, at this time Lin Pingzi has not obtained the real Bixi sword book, otherwise, the real Bixi sword book now is in danger of falling into the hands of others. Qing Cheng party tortured him severely and asked him where the real Bixi swordsmanship was. It is naturally impossible for him to face his own annihilation enemy. So the people from Qing Cheng tortured him every day. If it hadn't been the time for the three Huayuinas to arrive in time, Lin Pingzi might have been beaten to death by the Qing Cheng faction. Having said this, Lin Pingzi was very grateful to Zhang Tianyi. If it hadn't been for Zhang Tianyi to send someone to rescue him, he is still tortured in the prison of the Qing Cheng faction. Maybe to be tortured to death. Sir, this is the real Bixi score found in my old house. Please have a look. He spent a while with Zhang Tianyi and knew that although Zhang Tianyi was invisible, he was not completely invisible. Know everything around him. Zhang Tianyi took it and started softly. After opening it, his mind swept away. It turns out that this Bixi sword book is really written on Kaseya. The sword technique of Bixi is the sword technique realized in the fragment of The Treasure of Sunflower by Lin Yuantu, and the two are of the same origin. It can be said to be extremely delicate. Although the level of sophistication is not as good as Minjiu Gong, there are many strange tricks and endless ideas. Zhang Tianyi quickly browsed. An entire Kaseya is full of tiny prints, many of which are difficult to read with the naked eye, and you need to use tools to read them. Or it takes a lot of skill to reach the ears and eyes to be able to barely read the writing on it. But this is not difficult at all for Zhang Tianyi. He swept his mind, like a scanning machine, and quickly imprinted all of the sword technique in his heart. And the super brain has begun endless analysis and deduction. The simulation time after time was completed in a short period of time. Soon Zhang Tianyi came to a conclusion. Asterisk. Chapter 42, Improving Bixi Swordsmanship. Chapter 42, Improving Bixi Swordsmanship. Although this martial arts is extremely delicate, there are a lot of loopholes and gaps that have not been filled. Although it is the fragment that Lin Yuan to comprehended in the Sunflower Treasure, it is already amazing enough in itself. But the fragments are fragments after all, and the people who can cultivate reach this level in a short time, and the thrills contained therein are also very shocking. If it shows that Yugong is a broad road, then this Bixi swordsmanship is a steel cable bridge. If you don't say that the evil spirits overflow everywhere, if you are careless, it will be a dead end. In the cultivation technique, only some swords can be used to make up for those incomplete parts. Under such circumstances, a feasible way can also be found. Zhang Tianyi couldn't help but sigh, Lin Yuan really is a genius, such a trick can be thought of. The first way to make up for these swords deviations is well known to the public. If you practice this exercise, you must first come from the palace. If you don't come from the palace, you will have chi deviation, and you will never recover. This price is a bit high, and most of the people who practice this cultivation technique are ruthless people. As Zhang Tianyi kept deducing in his mind, he soon realized the essence of Bixi swordsmanship. The whimsical ideas in it gave Zhang Tianyi a lot of ideas. The combination of positive and odd can have a miraculous effect. In many cases, Zhang Tianyi himself is also bound by the framework of Ming Yugong. After reading the Bixi swordsmanship, I seem to have seen another feasible way. Kongzhuang Avenue has come to an end, what should I do if there is no way to go? Then I took a different path, jumped out of the original framework, and built a ladder. Zhang Tianyi's heart lightened slightly. This Bixi swordplay has not yet been fully understood, but it has already brought him a lot of help. Lin Pingzi can trust him so much and show him the Bixi swordsmanship directly, and he can't be stingy. You must know that Zhang Tianyi is different from Lin Yuan too. Lin Yuan relied on his feelings, talent, bold speculation, and luck to comprehend this Bixi swordsmanship. However, Zhang Tianyi was able to perform countless deductions, thereby deducing the best route and filling in the shortcomings. He now has countless cultivation techniques as materials in his mind. It is only a matter of time before the Bixi swordsmanship is perfected. Zhang Tianyi handed Keizaya back to Lin Pingzi. The slender and fair one tapped directly on the table. There are countless roots in my mind, and many roots are deduced at the same time. The deduction results one by one were rejected. Then regenerate new results. After a while, Zhang Tianyi's fingers stopped tapping. Bring paper and pen. Lin Pingzi's eyes lit up. Knowing that this is the husband who wants to improve cultivation technique. At that time, I found a pen and paper excitedly. Zhang Tianyi picked up the pen and walked away. He already has a complete Bixi sword book in his mind, and now he is naturally writing like a god. Soon, the new Bixi sword book appeared on the paper. The word count is about half shorter than before. Beads in every word. There is not a shred of nonsense. There is no detour from cultivation. Those strange tricks of slanting the sword are now completely abandoned by Zhang Tianyi. Only the most streamlined, safe, and orthodox cultivation technique route is left. But the cultivation is much faster than before. And the advantages are completely retained. The sword is fast, the movement technique is swift, and the moves are still incredible. But there was a sense of righteousness, the original evil spirit, now there is nothing left. Zhang Tianyi picked up the paper in his hand and blew 2 breaths. He dried it and threw it to Lin Pingzi. This is to optimize the only Bixi swordsmanship. From now on, you can cultivate this. It's not that Lin Pingzi hasn't read the original version of the Bixi swordsmanship. Naturally, he also knows what the previous husband said about cutting off children and grandchildren. To cultivate that stuff, you must first come from the palace. Who can practice this? Since the palace, if the cultivation is successful, it is not too bad. But if cultivation fails, that's called losing the madam and breaking down, just jump off the cliff directly. Looking at the Bixi sword book in his hand, Lin Pingzi was extremely excited. It can be as strong as before, without side effects, and does not need to be from the palace. This kind of good thing, I didn't even dare to think about it before. Although the sword book was randomly written on a piece of paper that was found randomly, it was thrown over by Zhang Tianyi like garbage. But Lin Pingzi just glanced at it and knew that this cultivation technique ascending had at least 2 grades. The original drawbacks are now completely gone. But the advantages are completely retained. And it's more streamlined and better cultivation. It can be said to be surprisingly upright. Lin Pingzi's eyes looking at Zhang Tianyi were full of worship and enthusiasm. To improve to this level, as far as he knows, no one in this world can do it. Even the most talented Grand Great Master of martial arts, seeing the Bixi swordsmanship, will only feel sigh, and will not think of how to improve. Because I dare not change it arbitrarily, there should be no change. This cultivation technique is messed up, and maybe all the changes have been abandoned. Who dares to say that this kind of cultivation technique can be improved? But it took him less than a stick of incense to improve this cultivation technique. And it seems to be changed at will. Even such a marvelous skill can be easily improved to this extent. What kind of level has the husband's martial arts attainments reached? Lin Pingzi could not imagine. The cultivation technique in front of him can already be among the top cultivation techniques of rivers and lakes. It can be comparable to magical powers such as Sunflower Collection and Minjai Ugong. This kind of martial arts cheats can be passed on for thousands of years, creating countless masters and forming a powerful martial forest family. It can be said that the merits are in the ages, and the value is infinite. Asterisk. Chapter 43, The Queen of Yanzuyan. Chapter 43, The Queen of Yanzuyan. Lin Pingzi held the improved version of the Bixi sword in his hand, and knelt on the ground at the time. Mr. Pingzi is very grateful for his great kindness. The Qing Cheng faction has been destroyed. Now Pingzi has nowhere to go. I would like to stay by my husband and serve for life. He was originally carrying a sea of blood and deep revenge, and he wanted to find the Qing Cheng faction for revenge. But now, because he was arrested, the husband sent someone to rescue him, and all his enemies died accidentally. He had no pursuit for a while, and he admired and appreciated Zhang Tianyi. Naturally want to stay by Zhang Tianyi's side? Moreover, Lin Pingzi is smart, and he has his own careful thinking. That is how powerful Zhang Tianyi showed is staggering, and he can no longer be called a genius. At least it should be awarded the title of a peerless evildoer. The kind that can suppress the contemporary. So Lin Pingzi felt that it was a golden opportunity to follow such a world-famous evildoer. What Zhang Tianyi said or did anything casually could benefit him immensely. This incident has been confirmed more than once. For example, the improved version of Bixi sword technique that is still wet. Lin Pingzi's forehead was close to the ground, and he listened for a long time, but Zhang Tianyi did not move, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Lin Pingzi was very nervous, after thinking about it, and then said, "Mr. not only saved me from fire and water, but also helped me avenge me, but also helped me improve the cultivation technique. Pingzi has nothing to do with me, and I am willing to give 90% of Fu Wei Escort's profits to Mr. Just ask your husband to let me serve you." He is now determined to follow Zhang Tianyi. If it were not for Fu Wei Escort as the only property left by the family, he would like to give it to Zhang Tianyi completely. Who knows? Zhang Tianyi shook his head. The Fu Wei Escort is from your family. It should be owned by you, so 90% of it counts for me. Just do it when you feel like it. 5 achievements are enough. Just kidding, don't you have to worry about taking 90%? Isn't it fragrant to take 50% as the shopkeeper? Although it is said that taking jukan can also be used as a shopkeeper, it is a bit unhuman to Lin Pingzi. He is not so short of money. A little flowery will do. The 50% profit of Fu Wei Escort is almost enough for him. Zhang Tianyi stroked his chin. Unexpectedly, he became the boss of the escort board while talking and talking. After this period of fermentation, the fact that Zhang blind of Tongfu-in can improve cultivation technique has spread throughout the rivers and lakes. For a while, regardless of men, women, young or old, as long as they are mingling on rivers and lakes, they know that there is such a person as blind Zhang. Young and handsome, he used to make a living as a storyteller. But now, I don't know what opportunity is there. This blind man can help others to perfect and improve the martial arts cheats after reading it again. This kind of thing is beyond common sense, and anyone who listens to it will find it unbelievable. However, many people have personally experienced the magic of Zhang blind. Moreover, their cultivation technique and strength are also one step closer. The representative figure here is the Grand Palace Lord of the Yuhua Palace invites the moon. Even Yingyu went to the Tongfu Inn, and he was very advanced. There is no more reason to doubt the other doors. Many schools have begun to send people to Tongfu Inn. Want to find out? Yinghui School. A woman with a slender body and a charming face sat in the first place. She is Zhu Yuyan, the Queen of Yin. He is also the head of the Yinghui School and the master of Hao. The years did not leave any marks on her face. His face looked graceful, full of intoxicating amorous feelings. Didn't Hao go to the Seven Heroes town to investigate blind Zhang's affairs? Why haven't they come back? She asked casually, in a beautiful voice. A subordinate hurriedly walked in from outside and said, "The subordinate is about to talk to the boss at this time. Holy Maiden just heard news that he was detained by that blind man, and asked the teacher to redeem him." Zhu Yuyan squinted her eyes, buttoned it down. She knows the situation of her apprentice better than anyone else. That day was beyond the current world, and now it is the pinnacle of innate's existence. I heard that the blind man is only about 20 years old. How could he have the strength to deduct how? Have someone been inquired about this matter? It has just been confirmed that Holy Maiden and Shi Feixian of Sahang Jingzai met at the Tongfu Inn. They fought and broke the inn. Together, they were detained by Zhang blind in the inn. I heard that it will take 4 years of labor to pay off the bills. Really deducted, this little blind man has some strength. As far as Zhu Yuyan knows, at this age, there is only Shi Feixian who can equal Hao. Now suddenly there was an existence that could suppress Hao. This makes her a little curious. A hint of playfulness flashed in Zhu Yuyan's eyes. Interesting, this blind man is so courageous, and Holy Maiden of our Yinghui school dare to buckle it. Have you found out about blind Zhang? Returning to the head, I have found out that the blind man can indeed improve the cultivation technique. We found a lot of people who were pointed by Zhang blind. Those people are sure that after improving the cultivation technique, not only their strength has increased, but the bottleneck has also made a breakthrough. Be like a god to blind Zhang. Zhu Yuyan's charming Danfan smiled. Feng Ruoming? It seems that this little blind man is really capable. Do you know what his strength is now? Asterisk. Chapter 44, Rivers and Lakes Move Again, pointing to the blind Tongfu Zhang. Chapter 44, Rivers and Lakes Move Again, pointing to the blind Tongfu Zhang. The subordinate shook his head. I don't know the specific strength yet, but at least it is already the great master strength. According to some investigations, the former chief of the money helper, Shang Guanfei, took great master Jing Wuoming to the Tongfu Inn to redeem Shifixuan, but he failed. Blind Zhang defeated Jing Wuoming with only one move, and instantly he lost his fighting ability. An accident flashed in Zhu Yuyan's eyes. That said, the strength of this little blind man is really good. Such an interesting little blind man, it seems that I am going to take a trip myself. The subordinates were taken aback for a moment, and then asked, Head, do you need your subordinates to arrange travel? Zhu Yuyan waved her hand. No need, I will bring someone by myself. The subordinate knelt on one knee. Understand, the subordinate retires. After the subordinates left, Zhu Yuyan herself was the only one left in the great hall. There was a flash of memory in her eyes. muttered, blind Zhang. Is there really such a genius in the world? Marshal Dao, who is more talented than Hohoro. It is possible to know the deficiencies of others' cultivation technique by just a few glances, and to propose improvements in a short period of time. Even if an improvement is proposed, how does he know that it will be effective? Improving cultivation technique is not a simple matter. Does he just rely on feelings? But I feel that this kind of thing is really unreliable. Among so many people, none of them has been pointed to chi deviation, which is really strange. Even I don't dare to improve cultivation technique for others at will. Even if you want to improve, you need to think about it repeatedly before you can improve one or two things. How did this guy do it? Zhu Yuyan's eyes were a little confused. This thing is really incredible in this world. But the cultivation technique of those rivers and lakes people is really not popular. I don't know if Heavenly Demon Dafa can be improved. Zhu Yuyan has cultivated for many years now, but cultivation base is very slow. If this continues, I will soon be overtaken by the own apprentice. This is all because she was broken by Shi's Hixuan when she was young. Then, limited by cultivation technique, he couldn't break through to a new level. After breaking through to the Grand Great Master in the early years, it stayed in the early stage. After so many years, there has been no progress. If blind Zhang can perfect Heavenly Demon Dafa, she has hope to go further. And from now on, the disciples of the Yinghui school will no longer have to worry about the restrictions of the cultivation technique. Zhu Yuyan stood there thinking for a long time. As soon as he moved, he disappeared into the Great Hall and headed towards the town of Seven Heroes. When Zhu Yuyan set off to Qixia town. In the city lord's mansion of Wushuan City, a leader also hurried in. My lord, it's not good. What's the matter? The Dugu party was very majestic, exuding the aura of the strong all over. Young master, he is in prison. When Dugu party heard the words, his whole body was shocked, and the strong breath that radiated from his body disappeared. What's the matter, you tell me in detail. Because I heard that the holy maiden teacher fairy of Sahang Jingzai was detained by the blind Zhang of the Tongfu Inn, so the young master went to save the teacher fairy. The Dugu party frowned. I know about this. Could it be that the blind man didn't know how to promote him and dared not listen to Minger's words? So Minger killed him by wrong hand. Even if I was killed, it would be unreasonable for anyone to dare to catch him on my face. I'll save Minger. Before the commanding words were finished, Dugu had made up countless plots. In his opinion, this incident was nothing more than this kind of result. You know, Dugu Ming is the son of his Wushuan city lord, and Dage sits behind him. Who dares to provoke their brothers? However, the next words in charge made the Dugu party directly stand still. My lord Santos, that's not the case. It was the blind man alone who suppressed all the young rivers and lakes who went to crusade. Lord Dugulay is not his opponent. The young master was beaten by him, and his hands were interrupted. The Dugu party tightened, and the hand that was touching the beard suddenly grabbed it, and directly pulled off a bunch of beard. What? Minger and the others were beaten? Minger's hand was also interrupted. The lonely party suddenly felt heartache and couldn't breathe. That was his most beloved son. He had never beaten him when he grew up. Does Dugulay eat dry food? That blind man can't beat him by Dugulay at a young age. The leader said, that blind man is very weird. Master Dugulay did not beat him before and was directly suppressed by him. I heard that Master Dugulay was knocked down by the blind man with one move. Outrageous. What a waste. What happened to Minger later? Say it. Then young Master and Dugulay were sent directly to the yamen by the blind man. The blind man didn't know what it was, he was a clever tongue, fighting against everyone in the yamen alone, he just sent young Master and Master Dugulay to prison. Moreover, it seems that the conviction is not small. Master City Lord, you have to hurry up. If this crime is convicted, there will be a stain on the young master. Trash. What a bunch of trash. It doesn't matter if I haven't played it before, but I didn't even say it. It's really a bunch of trash. It seems that this blind man didn't put me in to put in one's eyes. Provoking the majesty of our Wushuan city, I think he is tired and crooked. Prepare the horse, I will now take someone to Qixia town and take Zhang Blind's head. Soon, a lot of people poured out at the gate of Wushuan city. These people are tall and fierce, and they are all martial forest masters at first glance. Headed by Wushuan city Lord Dugu Yufang, everyone headed towards Qixia town. Asterisk. Chapter 45, The Domineering Zoleng Chan. Chapter 45, The Domineering Zoleng Chan. The world will. The gang leader Xianba sits on top of the main seat. He was dressed in purple, was 9 feet tall, and his shoulders were as wide as 2 people side by side, and he looked like a little giant. The domineering is exposed, just sitting there, the sense of oppression is rushing over his face. Below are 3 apprentices sitting with him. Naifeng, Buletin Jingyuan, and Qin Shuang. The 3 of them didn't look very good now. Qin Shuang's complexion was the most pale and weak. He coughed from time to time, and occasionally blood was coughed out. Xiang Bie stared deeply at Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang, is your injury better? But do you need to rest first? It's much better to return to master, but if you want to continue to fight the Rivers and Lakes School, you need to recover for a while. The male bully has a majestic voice, sitting there like a big mountain. The matter of conquering the Rivers and Lakes School is not in a hurry. However, the 3 of you are all the peak strengths of the Great Master, and the Palace Masters of the Flower Palace are nothing but the Great Master Peak Realm. This time I went to move the Flower Palace. It should be done by hand. Why did it happen like this? Buletin Jingyuan didn't speak coldly, as if a little angry. Naifeng respectfully said to Xianba, before the 3 of us brought enough manpower to conquer Yuhua Palace. According to the plan, I will shoot directly after arriving at Yuhua Palace, ready to suppress it with strength. Originally, with the strength of the 3 of us, it was bound to be able to win the Huagong Palace. But as soon as that Yingyu shot, we immediately noticed something was wrong. Her flower transfer jade was originally a peerless martial arts, and it is already very difficult to deal with. This time it is even stronger than before, and it will be terrifying when it is shot. No matter what moves we use, we will be doubled back by her. As soon as we start the fight, we will be invited to hit the 3 of us by one person alone. We were caught off guard and kept getting hurt. Seeing that Yuiyu became stronger and stronger, we had no choice but to explode with all our strength and make a single blow. Qin Shuang took a palm and barely escaped. Xianbo frowned, his face was puzzled. The technique of moving flowers and jade palms can indeed be more than one enemy without losing the wind. But I have been invited to cultivate to the extreme a few years ago, and the power is already extremely high. How can it be even better? Naifeng smiled bitterly, more than going up to another level, it was almost 5, 6, 7, or 8. He replied, we sent someone to investigate this matter on our way back. It is said that Yingyu went to 7 Heroes Town a few days ago, and was improved to move flowers and jade, so that her strength greatly increased. Xianbo was a little surprised. I have been improved to transfer flowers to jade? Can the martial arts such as martial arts improve again? What kind of evildoer has such an ability? Naifeng said, the man was called Blind Zhang. He used to tell a book at Tongfu Inn. Now his name has resounded in rivers and lakes. He has pointed out many rivers and lakes people a while ago. After the people from rivers and lakes went back, they all made great progress, and some have broken through the bottleneck for many years. Xianba's eyes lit up and he muttered for a while and said, then this man is really a strange person. Since this person has such ability, that value is immeasurable. Such a person must be controlled in our hands. Naifeng and Buletin Jingyuan, you two will go to Kixia town and bring that blind man back to me. It must be fast. I guess many people on rivers and lakes have already taken action. Naifeng and Buletin Jingyun responded and moved quickly. Now above rivers and lakes, the third wave is coming towards Kixia town. In the Tongfu Inn, business is getting hotter. There are a lot of people from rivers and lakes here, and want to ask Zhang Tianyi for advice, but Zhang Tianyi's low-level cultivation technique is enough now. Once in a while, people who look pleasing to the eye and have good talents will give a finger point and treat it as it is an investment. These rivers and lakes people also knew Zhang Blind's strength in force, and they didn't dare to have any dissatisfaction. I just plan to try my luck here. If you are fortunate enough to get advice, you can avoid a lot of detours. Today, Zhang Tianyi just finished his cultivation, and pointed a young girl in the inn to cultivation technique. Many rivers and lakes people watched in awe. But at this moment, a group of people walked in. When the people in the inn saw the leader, their voices suddenly became quieter. That's Zhou Chan, the leader of the Songshan school. Hi, even Zhou Chan is here. Behind him is the 13 Taibao, all of them are innate masters. What they want to do is not to take Mr. away. Even if we want to take the husband away, we can't stop it. SHHH, let's be honest, don't talk, Zhou Chan is not a kind person, not something we can afford. The lobby was quiet. Everyone bowed their heads and ate silently. Only blind Zhang was pointing to the girl's voice. And Zhou Chan sneered, pretending to eat. He came this time but wanted to bring this blind man back to the Songshan faction, otherwise, why bother to take a trip in person? Even if Zhang Blind refused to invite someone this time, he couldn't help it. Since such a thing is to be done, naturally no one can watch. Do it, throw all the miscellaneous people out to me. Zhou Chan didn't even let the people in the lobby leave by himself, but directly let the 13 Taibao take the action. Obviously this is faster. As for whether these people are dissatisfied, he doesn't care at all. He just broke through to the Great Master early stage, these people are not even innate, where would he be to put in one's eyes? The 13th Taibao got the order, so he acted directly. They moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people from rivers and lakes who were eating were thrown out. At this time, Tong Xianjia was anxious, hey, their account hasn't been settled yet. Bai Zhantang quickly grabbed her, the shopkeeper, that is the head of the Songshan school, we can't afford it. Accounts can be pursued again, they will definitely come anyway, but if their lives are gone, they are gone. And at this moment, one of the Taibao came to Zhang Tianyi and reached out to catch the girl Zhang Tianyi was pointing at. What's the point of such waste? Stop giving pointers, come with us. Asterisk. Chapter 46, the 13 Taibao changed to the 12 Taibao. Chapter 46, the 13 Taibao changed to the 12 Taibao. Blind Zhang did not move, but a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. This person is already a useless person, and he doesn't need to do anything at all. Really? The next moment, Yingyu appeared in the inn with many of Yuhua Palace's men. There was a bang. The Jikyujian Zhongzhen, who was grabbing the girl, was directly invited to slap the ground with a slap, and the bones were broken. Then invited you to throw away. Outside the inn, there were also a lot of people working in the flower palace. The thrown-out Zhongzhen was pointed at by countless sword rays as soon as he landed on the ground. This person offends Mr., please give it up. Inviting Yuking's cold and soft voice came. Outside Yuhua Palace's subordinates immediately shot, that Zhongzhen was seriously injured by invite you, and now there is no resistance at all. He was directly overwhelmed by sword ray, and even though he struggled, he still lost to the people in Yuhua Palace around him. Martial arts was abolished on the spot. Also fell all over with cuts and bruises. He was seriously injured and almost unconscious, lying on the ground very miserable. The 13 Taibao of the Songshan school thus became the 12 Taibao. It only happened for a moment, and Zhou Lengchan hadn't reacted yet, and one of On's precious men was scrapped. He was still scrapped in front of his own eyes, and he didn't even have time to rescue him. He turned his head to look at Yeyu. His eyes were shocked and angry, but extremely jealous. Naturally, he knew the famous inviting Moon Palace Master. Not to mention that he has broken through to the Great Master now. Even if he was given another 10 years of skill, he would not be able to beat the Grand Master Invite Moon in front of him. If he dares to make a move, he is likely to die. Inviting Yu's cold eyes glanced over, staring at Zhou Lengchan's face, full of deterrence. Look again and gouge your eyes out. So you deserve to ask Mr. Cultivation Technique for advice. Knock them out for me. Everyone in Yuhua Palace shot instantly. Their strength is not weak, and there are so many people. The remaining 12 Taibas are simply invincible. He was directly beaten out. Only Zhou Lengchan was able to parry, but he was afraid to invite Yu, and he did not dare to fight back. He opened his mouth just to say something. Yeyu suddenly made a move. She waved her hand as a group of Xianbing internal energy hit Zhou Lengchan. Say one more word, and you don't leave. The meaning of not leaving is obvious, that is, to die here. After hearing this, Zhou Lengchan immediately shut up, carried the internal energy with all his strength, and carried this strike abruptly. His figure was beaten up and flew. He was shot directly out of the inn, and fell outside. A wave of chill echoed in his body. Although Zhou Lengchan was able to carry it down, he also suffered serious internal injuries. His face flushed and the corners of his mouth were bleeding, but he really didn't dare to say anything. I only dared to look up at the door of the inn, gritted his teeth and said, "Put Zhongzhen on your back, let's go." The 12 Taibao all stood aside very embarrassed, their coats messy, with many sword marks. Li Ho lifted Jikuji Unzhong, who was lying on the ground constantly vomiting blood, up and carried him on his back. Then the Songshan faction everyone left with incomparable humiliation. The situation is stronger than that of people, and moving the Flower Palace is not a good thing, and inviting the Moon Palace Lord is even more killing. If today were not at the Tongfu Inn, but outside, they would be dead now. There is no scruples about moving the Flower Palace outside. But not here. After all, there are many people here, but it is still in the town. 6 doors that killed people will be found soon. She and Zhang Tianyi and the inn would both find it very troublesome. Yes, I'm just afraid of trouble. Everyone from the Songshan faction is gone. In the inn. Now they are all beautiful female disciples of Transcendent. For a time, like 100 flowers blooming. And the most beautiful and moving is the Grand Palace Master Yuyu standing in front of Zhang Tianyi. Yeyu's attitude towards Zhang Tianyi has completely changed. Without the arrogance and solitude of the past, it is somewhat respectful. She stood still in front of Zhang Tianyi and gave a slight blessing, inviting the month. "Thank you, Mr. for helping me improve the transfer of flowers and jade. Thanks to my husband's guidance, I was able to resist the invasion of the 3 people in the World Association. Otherwise, now Yuhua Palace has been taken by the World Society." This scene surprised everyone around him, knowing that the Leng Ao of inviting Moon Grand Palace Lord is famous. She has always been cold, seems to always be high above, can't look up, and has an irresistible charm. Don't say that you are so respectful to others, but also give courtesy and thank you. Even with a smile, these disciples have never been seen once. Are you so respectful to this blind man now? What magic is this blind man? Zhang Tianyi was also a little surprised by Yingyu's reaction. But when I changed my mind slightly, I knew the cause and effect. He chuckled, "Are you not here to thank me, but to ask for help?" Naifeng was not the only trio at the next meeting. This time, after the trio of Naifeng failed to capture Yuhua Palace, Xianbi should take action. The hero has been the Grand Great Master for more than 10 years, and you are only the realm of the Great Master peak now. Even if there is an improved version of Yuhuajayu, it is difficult to fight against the tyrant. The difference in strength is huge. If this continues, it won't be long before Yuhua Palace will be conquered by the Society of Heaven. When you come this time, you should want me to help you perfect the Mingyu Gong, so as to break through to the Grand Great Master realm as soon as possible, so as to be able to deal with the hero. Just because of your temperament, it's not good to speak directly. Am I right? Asterisk. Chapter 47, Inviting the Moon Palace Master Again. Chapter 47, Inviting the Moon Palace Master Again. Yingyu looked at Zhang Tianyi blankly. This guy is really like a god, and every detail has been touched by him. I can't hide it at all. She really thought so, and now that she has been dismantled, she can only admit it. Instead, he became calm. Mr. is right, it is true. Now with my strength, I don't have a chance of winning against the heroes who will go to the next meeting. I can only come to my husband for help. I wonder if Mr. Ming can perfect Mingyu Gong. Zhang Tianyi swept across the disciples of Yuhua Palace present. These people had just shot, Zhang Tianyi felt very clearly. Like the three Huayuinas, they are also cultivation Minjiao skills, but they are not the Minjiao skills of Yeyu. It's a very crude and incomplete Mingyu Gong. Although there are 9 floors, it can even be cultivated to the Grand Master Realm world, but it is difficult to reach the sky if you want to go further. But for their qualifications, this is not bad. At least better than those cultivation techniques on rivers and lakes. It's just that the power and features are much weaker than the full version. Inviting the moon to pass to own Mingyu Gong is the complete version, and there is no hidden personalities at all. He even passed the secret technique palm and personal wound medicine for moving the flower palace. You must know that at that time, you were just an unknown storyteller. If there is no Minjiao skill that invites the moon to pass, the cultivation technique cannot be deduced. Since Yeyu gave him such a treatment, even if he didn't ask for it, Zhang Tianyi would not sit back and watch when he knew that there was a problem in moving the flower palace. Mingyu Gong has also been perfected by Zhang Tianyi a long time ago. Naturally there is. Hearing Zhang Tianyi's answer, Yeyu's eyes lit up. Actually, even Minjiao Gong can be perfected. With the last experience of optimizing the transfer of flowers and jade, Yingyu is very confident about Zhang Tianyi's degree of perfecting Minjiao skills. She believes that as long as she has perfected Minjiao Gong, she can break through to the Grand Great Master realm within a few days. So she turned around and waved back the disciples of the Huagong Palace. You will go back to the Huagong Palace first. Yes. The reason why the disciples of Yuhua Palace were scattered is because Yeyu intends to get the Mingyu Gong at the Tongfu enclosed door training. With Zhang Tianyi by her side, she can also point her to some doubts about cultivation. After all, this guy can even perfect Mingyu Gong, which shows that his understanding of Mingyu Gong has surpassed her a lot. I have perfected Mingyu Gong a long time ago, and I can pass it on to you in a while. Before this, you still remember what I said last time. When I see you again, I will fill you in the last loophole in the transfer of flowers and jade. Yeyu nodded, naturally remember. Zhang Tianyi stood up, and gave the optimized method of moving flowers and jade palms to Yingyu. His movements were still slow and calm, without using a trace of internal energy. However, every move has aroused the power of heaven and earth. A huge wave appeared in the invisible and invisible. Although Yeyu hasn't reached the realm of Grand Great Master yet, she touched a little bit. Watching Zhang Tianyi punching now, I can clearly feel a sense of oppression coming to my face. Very strong. That is the world she hasn't touched yet. She savored it for a moment, and the more she felt, the more shocking she felt. How long has it been since this guy hasn't seen him, and to what extent has he cultivated now? Why can this set of jade transfer flowers arouse a trace of the power of heaven and earth without using a trace of internal energy? What kind of evil is this? Zhang Tianyi finished punching and returned to Yeyu, who was still in a daze. In Zhang Tianyi's perception, Yingyu's beautiful face and posture are all gleaming. He knew this kind of peerless beauty better than ordinary humans. Look at Yeyu's cute look, still in a daze. Zhang Tianyi naturally stretched out his hand again and squeezed it up. With the previous experience, this time, Zhang Tianyi didn't even have the psychological burden. I also experienced the feel in detail. Well, it's warm and soft, full of elasticity and a bit cold. Yingyu immediately recovered, and looked at Zhang Tianyi in shock. What is this guy doing? He pinched my face again? Squeezed it twice? And why can he pinch it so naturally and so confidently? Yan Yu feels that the world has changed. She became incomprehensible. When did someone dare to pinch the face of her inviting the Moon Palace Master? But with the last time, I didn't feel too much anger when I invited the moon this time. Just still shocked. If I could give Zhang Tianyi an excuse last time that he couldn't see, I don't know what he did. This time, I couldn't find any excuses. Because Zhang Tianyi's pinch is very precise, and he pinched it twice, his face is still very immersed. This guy is blatantly molesting her. Inviting Yu's eyebrows were erected, when she slapped Zhang Tianyi's chest with a slap. The wind whistled, internal energy swept through. Although this strike has reduced its strength, ordinary people will get severely injured even if it takes a hit, and it won't be healed for 10 days and a half months. Although there is not much anger, but the majesty of the Grand Palace Master of the Yuhua Palace cannot be provoked. Something to teach this guy a lesson, lest he be too unscrupulous. Okay. Zhang Tianyi sensed this palm. However, he squeezed again without a rush before letting go. Then internal energy emerged, mobilizing the power of heaven and earth, forming a layer of defense in the chest. Yingyu's palm came over, but she seemed to be trapped in the cotton. There was no focus for a while. And Zhang Tianyi also looked like a feather, drifting and falling backwards. The movements were gentle, not to mention the injury, the hair was not raised. Asterisk. Chapter 48, Inviting the Moon, You Bully My Palace. Chapter 48, Inviting the Moon, You Bully My Palace. Yeyu was taken aback, and looked down at own palm, very confused. This guy is okay? Is there something wrong with my internal energy? Inviting you to not believe in evil, and rushed forward again, very fast. A palm hit Zhang Tianyi, who had just landed. However, this palm is no different from the one just now, it's still the same as hitting the cotton. There is no force point. Zhang Tianyi still floated like a feather. Palace Master, what is this doing? Did I do something? Zhang Tianyi smiled happily, pretending to be stupid blatantly. You are still pretending to be stupid, it seems you did it on purpose last time. You guy can clearly see it. Inviting Moon's anger was in a bad state, and his face flushed. When I remembered the last time I blushed, I glanced around sneakily, carefully checking for anyone. The scenes where he made excuses for him, invited you to find a place to sew in. How do you meet people? This guy saw it all. Yeyu becomes angry from anger, no matter how tall the cultivation base is, how beautiful his face is, and how detached his status is. She is still a woman who has never experienced feelings. At this moment, facing this shameless little blind man, he couldn't hold it anymore. Blushing, he rushed up to hit Zhang Tianyi. This time he had already shot with all his strength, without any effort at all. However, Zhang Tianyi was like a group of catkins, no matter how she attacked, she seemed to be unable to hit this guy. Zhang Tianyi said while hiding, "Why, it's true that I'm blind, and it's not a lie. But you must pinch me on purpose." Inviting the Moon to grit his teeth. "Isn't that because you look good?" Inviting the Moon not, What is the truth? You are indecent. I have to kill you today. Zhang Tianyi laughed, if you beat me to death, no one will perfect your Minjiao skills for you. There is also Zhu Xian Chuan and no one will tell you about it. After I've said it, I will give you a lesson. I won't tell others about Zuxian Chuan these days. Hearing Zhang Tianyi talked about Ming Yugong and Zhu Xian Xuan, Yang Yu hesitated for a moment. However, after hesitating for a moment, he shot again. The majesty of the Grand Palace Master cannot be provoked. Is it okay to be pinched? Just squeeze it once, and I will treat it as if you can't see it. You dare to squeeze it twice, I think you don't want to live anymore. Yingyu gritted his teeth and kept attacking. The two hit the street from the lobby. No, it should be said that Zhang Tianyi was beaten from the lobby to the street. Because Yingyu's attacks hit Zhang Tianyi's body, and Zhang Tianyi's strength was relieved, there was no damage in the inn. Oh, one pinch is a pinch, and a pinch is also a pinch twice. Don't you get used to it? Yeyu suddenly became even more angry. What do you mean by pinching and pinching? Go. I'm the Grand Palace Master of the Flower Palace. And if men and women are not married, can you pinch it? Can't get used to it? Zhang Tianyi said, it's possible that you can't get used to it because you don't pinch. While talking, Zhang Tianyi's figure suddenly flashed to Yeyu again. Yan Yu was taken aback. He quickly opened Zhang Tianyi with a palm again. Still no real deal. Zhang Tianyi drifted away. You bullied my palace. Yeyu's voice suddenly weakened. After playing for a long time, she didn't get a real hit, it seemed to hit the cotton. It can be said that the more you fight, the more urgent you fight, the more urgent you fight, the more you fight and the less you can hit, and the less you fight, the more angry you are. Now Zhang Tianyi is even more squeezing. This made Yeyu uneasy all of a sudden. Emotions that hadn't been seen for many years appeared, and there was a sparkling crystal in his eyes. This shocked Zhang Tianyi. He didn't know that martial arts, the Lord of Inviting Moon Palace, was world-class and had a very high status. He didn't think much of other men in his entire life, let alone contact with men. This situation has never happened to her. In the face of Zhang Tianyi, she was already very gentle. Even if Zhang Tianyi did this, the invitation to the moon still regained her strength at the beginning. Afraid of killing Zhang Tianyi. Although there is a reason for seeking out Jade's skills. But for someone else, even if she can directly make her an earthly celestial, at the moment of doing it, Yeyu has already killed someone. As a result, after inviting you to regain his strength, he realized that he had been cheated again. This guy was very strong. He couldn't even hit with all his strength. I couldn't hit it, I couldn't say it, I was deceived by this guy again, and now I still ask for help. How did she accept this cold and arrogant? Zhang Tianyi was stunned, a little flustered. It's not okay to cry. He quickly collected internal energy and came to Yeyu's body. Don't cry, just let you pinch it back. Yingyu laughed out of her anger, and habitually slapped it. Who wants to pinch it back? Do you want a face? The result was a real deal this time. There was a loud bang. Yeyu was shocked by herself. Looking up, Zhang Tianyi has been inlaid in the opposite wall. There was still a trace of blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Seeing that trace of bright red blood, Yeyu felt pain in her heart for some reason. Of course, Zhang Tianyi made this blood stain by himself, and he himself deliberately suffered the palm. Although there is no internal energy defense on the outside, there is internal energy defense on the inside. Upon seeing it, Yingyu rushed up and pulled Zhang Tianyi out of the wall, with concern unconsciously on his face. Hey, why don't you defend yourself? I don't know, you have no defense, are you okay? Zhang Tianyi looked effective. A whole bite of blood came out again. He threw up on the ground with a puff. Xiaoyu's face was a little pale at the time, and she fumbled on Zhang Tianyi. Where did the medicine I gave you go? She found no wound medicine on Zhang Tianyi. Asterisk. Chapter 49, Inviting the Moon, I have never seen such a brazen person. Chapter 49, Inviting the Moon, I have never seen such a brazen person. Zhang Tianyi reached out and grabbed Yin Yu's hand and said, Palace Master, I didn't mean to offend, you are really too beautiful. How satisfied are you now? Are you still angry with me? Ye Yu shook her head, I'm not angry with you anymore. Stop talking. You should be dead. I'll find medicine for you. Really not angry anymore. It's really not angry anymore. Well, let's talk about Ming Yugong. Zhang Tianyi sat up at the time when he heard the words, and he was going to go back to the inn while holding Yingyu. Halfway through, Zhang Tianyi stopped. Back in front of the wall that was smashed out of the big hole, he pulled out the wound medicine from the inside. Yeyu's eyes widened, this guy hid the wound medicine here? Why did he hide this? Etc. This guy was not injured at all, he pretended it. I was deceived again. This BD. Yingyu grinned at his teeth and let him pull into the inn. She looked at Zhang Tianyi's grin, she didn't know what to say for a while, feeling helpless and speechless. There was no sense of anger at all. In the end, she could only sigh in her heart. This palace really has never seen such a brazen person. In fact, she herself is a little strange. If she encounters such a thing in the usual way, with her temperament, she will kill people directly. If you can't beat it, then run, and then gather to move the flower palace to kill. If you can't kill it, wait for the opportunity to assassinate him. If he can't be assassinated, he will be shamed. Poison if the yin is not dead. If you can't die, then kill his family and friends, and then silently cultivate. Come to kill after breakthrough. In short, it can be killed sooner or later. But facing Zhang Tianyi, she didn't even have such an idea. I just felt wronged at the time. Why is this? Ye Yu thought for a while, but couldn't understand. Zhang Tianyi's voice has passed. I combined hundreds of mental secrets from everyone on rivers and lakes to optimize Ming Yugong. After you cultivate, you will definitely be able to break through the existing realm and reach the Grand Great Master realm. Listen carefully. It turned out that he had instructed rivers and lakes people to cultivation technique for this. Yingyu quickly withdrew her mind and listened carefully to Zhang Tianyi's explanation of the Ming Yugong after it was perfected. The more she listened, the more shocked she became. Many of the whimsical ideas she had never thought of. Moreover, it has borrowed countless other cultivation techniques, which not only allows Ming Yugong to retain its original characteristics, but also adds a lot of characteristics. The power is also great ascension. Weaknesses and side effects have also been discarded. Moreover, the original Minjiao skills have been greatly simplified, so the efficiency of cultivation will naturally increase. Those stages that can become bottleneck are difficult stages and have also been optimized by Zhang Tianyi. Now that I have cultivated, I just feel it in my heart, and invite you to know how efficient it will be. This made her amazed. All the things that happened before have been forgotten. Now she just wants to hurry up closed-door training cultivation, the perfect Ming Yugong, and quickly break through to the Grand Great Master realm. After a long while, Zhang Tianyi finished the explanation. Inviting Yu to thank you and started closed-door training. He returned to his cool posture. Zhang Tianyi didn't care either, and asked a few points to be aware of, and let her go to closed-door training by herself. If this cultivation technique can cultivate anything wrong, it would be considered a genius. Inviting you to come to the room and start cultivating perfect Ming Yugong. With this cultivation, Yu was extremely shocked, and was stunned for a while. Compared with the previous Minjiao technique, this cultivation technique is completely different. This blind man is shameless, but this kind of ability is truly earth-shattering. I just need to reorganize the cultivation base in my body as described in this cultivation technique, and correct the detours I have taken before. The current bottleneck will disappear naturally, and it can go further. It's amazing. The new version of Minjiagong can be said to be simplified to the extreme, and correct to the extreme. After all, it was Zhang Tianyi's result after millions of deductions. There are no detours. And Yu is now cultivated to a high place, and being restricted by bottleneck is nothing but the complexity of the foundation. Just follow the current cultivation technique to correct the previous cultivation. Naturally these restrictions are eliminated. It's like building a building, but it can't be built higher because it hasn't been built underneath. Just correct the wrong places below and stack them on top, and the building will naturally be built higher and higher. Yingyu was immersed in cultivation, and soon one day passed. One day later, suddenly, there was a wave of internal shocks around Yeyu's body. These internal energy are extremely powerful and begin to affect the power of heaven and earth. Formed bursts of ice power. Frost condensed around. Yeyu's body also began to become as transparent as jade. It seems to be a breakthrough to the Grand Great Master realm. The next moment, invite you to open his eyes. Reach out with the palm. Suddenly the power of heaven and earth was affected, and rows of profound ice appeared out of thin air. Power increases greatly. Yingyu Eda's eyes lit up, and she was very happy. After so many years at the peak of the Great Master, I finally broke through to the Grand Great Master today, so I don't have to worry about the coveting that day. She felt at ease in her heart all at once. She is very happy now. The first thing she thinks of is Zhang Tianyi. I stood up, walked out the door, and saw Zhang Tianyi drinking tea in the small courtyard. The guy pointed to the teacup in front of him. Yingyu stepped forward and picked up the teacup. She was surprised to find that the teacup was still hot. Obviously the tea has just been brewed. She looked at Zhang Tianyi and asked in disbelief, "You know that I am going out at this time, so I deliberately waited here." Asterisk. Chapter 50, Zhang Tianyi is the Grand Great Master? Chapter 50, Zhang Tianyi is the Grand Great Master? Zhang Tianyi nodded. I probably know your cultivation base strength, and my perfect cultivation technique is naturally clear, so it is not difficult to calculate when you will come out. Yingyu's eyes widened, looking at Zhang Tianyi like a monster. You guy, even if you don't practice martial arts, you can definitely live a good fortune telling on the streets. I have successfully made a breakthrough now. Facing the tyrants of the world society, I should have the power to fight. While talking, Zhao Yu sat down opposite Zhang Tianyi and started drinking tea. Zhang Tianyi shook his head. Even if you make a breakthrough now, you still can't beat the hegemon. Xiong Ba has been a Grand Great Master for at least 10 years, and maybe for decades. No one knows how far he is now. Maybe the peak of the Grand Great Master is also possible. You have just broken through to the Grand Great Master, and you have no chance of winning against the superior. Yeyu's face was solemn, and she had no doubts at all about what Zhang Tianyi had said. Then what should I do now? He has cultivated too many years than me, and it will be difficult to catch up with his strength for a while. Inviting Yu's pretty brows frowned slightly, as if she was a little worried. Zhang Tianyi said, "It doesn't matter, there is always a way. It's useless to return to Yuhua Palace with your current strength, you stay here for now. I'll help you with Ascension strength. If that hero makes a move, I naturally have a way." Yeyu said with some worry, "I stay here, what about Yuhua Palace?" "Don't worry, the tyrant will not go past you and directly capture the Flower Palace. His purpose is to conquer, not destroy the Flower Palace. If you want to conquer Yuhua Palace, you must first start with you, because you are the real power of Yuhua Palace, and you have the lifeline, mind, and secret technique of Yuhua Palace in your hands." Inviting you to think about it, and feel that it is indeed the case, so she stayed. In the past few days, Shi Fixuan has been doing things practically as always. Rarely show up. But Ho Ho is a lot more honest. Grand Master Innate Moon, she, the little witch, is only at the peak of innate, and Grand Master Innate is already at the peak of Great Master's strength. In terms of strength, 20 is not enough to invite a month to fight. Speaking of charm, Hao, who was still young, felt that he was a bit behind. At least in terms of temperament, it was crushed by the aura of the Grand Palace Master. When it comes to killing people without blinking their eyes and being cruel, the people killed by Hao may not have had a fraction of Yingyu. So Ho was like a cat with a milky murderer and saw the real behemoth. I have taken care of cleaning up the lobby a lot. Zhang Tianyi was also happy to see her becoming honest. And Yuyu has just stepped into the Grand Great Master, constantly consolidating the cultivation base, adapting to the current strength. 2 more days passed like this. Zhang Tianyi was sitting in the small courtyard drinking tea and enjoying the sun as always, and Yingyu suddenly walked out and sat next to Zhang Tianyi. Sakura Lip lightly said, "Sir, I am already familiar with the strength of the Grand Great Master realm, and now I have a lot of ascension power." Her beautiful eyes stared at Zhang Tianyi's body. She fought Zhang Tianyi once before, but she couldn't hurt Zhang Tianyi at all. She has been a little unconvinced in her heart. After all, Zhang Tianyi has only been cultivating for a short time now, but she is stronger than her who has been cultivating for many years. So just after getting acquainted with the strength of Grand Great Master's cultivation base, Yingyu came out to find Zhang Tianyi. "But I am not yet familiar with the actual use of strength, can you discuss it with me, sir?" Zhang Tianyi swept across his mind, and saw the arrogance in Yeyu's eyes, knowing that this guy was not convinced. "Okay, let's go out and discuss. I will accompany you to familiarize yourself with the current realm." A gleam of light flashed in Yeyu's eyes. This time, this little blind man can definitely be suppressed. Now that she has reached the Grand Great Master, she can also arouse the power of heaven and earth. The two came to a remote alley in Qixia town. Zhang Tianyi stood still. "Okay, let's do it." He also wanted to see what level of strength the Grand Great Master realm really is in the martial arts system. After all, he hadn't seen the existence of the Grand Great Master since he came to this world. "I don't know if On Ming Yuxian will be able to suppress the Grand Great Master in this world." Inviting you to see Zhang Tianyi's indifferent appearance, and he was even more unconvinced in his heart. No one has been so calm in front of this palace. Before this palace was the pinnacle of Great Master, you can just face this palace like this. Now this palace is the Grand Great Master, you still don't put this palace to put in one's eyes. Seeing this palace makes you stumble. Thinking about this, I invited internal energy in the moon to be transported, and the power of heaven and earth appeared around the body. The skin becomes plump like jade instantly. The beautiful face also exudes soft fluorescence. It looks like a fairy is alive. After a while, the dust came out misty. She slapped her palm, and the ice-clear internal energy immediately mobilized a lot of power from heaven and earth to hit Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi raised his eyebrows and waved his hand lightly. With just one strand of true qi, he aroused more power of heaven and earth. The attack from Yingyu was completely dispelled. "Be serious, you don't need to keep your hands, just go all out. Invite the moon for a moment." Although she did keep her hands, it was also 50% skill. This guy broke so easily. Does it really take such a short time to become a Grand Great Master? What kind of evil is this? Others have been exhausted for decades like a day's cultivation, and they have also gone through countless hardships. This guy became the Grand Great Master in less than a month. Asterisk.